Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All in channel host Sega Forever here. Before I get started, sorry I have a bit of a cold. I actually got sick yesterday, really bad. Actually, Thursday night, dude, I got sick really bad. And but- sorry, that's the feed. Oh, Sega Man's messaging me. 1 second, guys. Let me send this to him. Just want to let him know. It is the Wrecking Crew podcast, which I do every Saturday or every other Saturday. It just depends on what's going on in the news. I haven't been really focusing on Xbox a lot. Like I said in the video I just released the other day, and we'll talk about that. And if the guys jump in, uh, get their thoughts as well. Bear with me as I just make sure everything's going okay. I don't want to get caught up too much in the back and forth with my YouTube live channel and using StreamYard. I saw the missing comments. But yeah, but Thursday, man, I got sick. I wasn't feeling good in the afternoon, but that was just my sinuses. And then that night, dude, I just caught a fever. It was really bad. I couldn't go to work on Friday. And then, man, I just been all day. I just been leveling up on drugs. That's how bad it was. Normally, I don't like to take a lot of medication because of my own issues that I have, man, especially with my digestion. But I had no choice, man. The cool thing about it is you can take a lot of the liquid stuff, and it's a lot more fast acting. So that's what I ended up doing. Good thing I had some medicine in my cabinet, dude. But make sure you guys check your meds, dude. That stuff actually has an expiration date. I didn't know that. Somebody told me. I'm just one of those guys just keeping the medicine in your cabinet and take it when you get sick. But they do have expiration dates on it and stuff like that. Not that the thing goes bad, um, but the efficiency of the medication it gets affected. So just keep that in mind. Because I know medication now is expensive too, guys. And so, you see something on sale and you buy it. It's always good to have medication on hand, but just keep that and just understand that you want, when you take this medication, you really want it to work well. And for me, man, it's usually like NyQuil. I'll take NyQuil. Even a store brand, dude, it has the same contents in it. So if you want some save some money, do that too. I know there's a placebo effect though when you take NyQuil. I've always taken NyQuil. One of the reasons why I take NyQuil, though, I do like the taste as opposed to other stuff. Um, that's out there. Hold on. Yeah, it looks like it's running. I'm gonna kill this feed on YouTube. I just wanted to verify that it's working. But hopefully the guys can jump in, man. I got a lot of stuff to rant about. In fact, I'll start ranting right now, and then people can jump in when they're ready, or when they get the link. I sent the link out to everybody, so if they come in, that'd be great. If not, we could just go. Because I do want to talk about some stuff specifically, as you can see. The title of the podcast kept it real simple. The big picture. I did a video. I think it was it Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday. Um, I know it was right before I was feeling really bad. But I wanted to talk about, well, not on this video, but in that video, I wanted to talk about oh, hold on, guys, hold on. Oh, no problem, dude. Let Sega Man know. Oh, wait. Yeah, let him know, no problem. Link sent on Instagram. All right. But if you guys did not see the video, I know a lot of people don't watch the video, so I can bring it up here. But Microsoft released their brand new quantum chip, which is actually pretty cool. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what quantum computing is. I mean, I kind of know of it, but I don't know the finer details. And it's funny, unless you're probably in that field or an engineer or your mind works that way, a lot of people don't know what it is either, which is fine, dude. I mean, this stuff is next level, right? But Microsoft released its chip, man, and it's their quantum chip, and it's a chip for quantum computing. And the main point of me doing that video was just to remind people in the Xbox community, especially, that who the owner of Xbox is, which is Microsoft. Because for the last several weeks, man, actually ever since they had the showcase that they showed, what was it, the developer showcase, which was absolutely awesome, dude. That's Microsoft has actually come into their own when it comes to stuff like that, dude. They're untouchable at this point. They got their cadence down. They understand how to do the presentation now. They know the right amount. They know how to get. They got the pacing down. Dude, whoever's doing the scripting, I think it's Tina Amini, who just joined the crew. They're at Xbox because they want to expand their footprint as they should, right? Because they're buying so many companies, they have so many studios, and they're just involved in so many stuff, dude. Xbox is, I mean, when we say Xbox is an ecosystem, guys, it actually is. You know, it's like for you guys who've ever been to Disney World in Florida, and you never been. I remember the first time I went to Disney World, dude. I didn't realize what Disney World meant, right? And in fact, when I was in Florida back in the '80s, everything around there had that world about them, right? You had Circus World, you had Sea World, everything was a world. And the reason why the naming convention is so important is because when you go to a place like Disney World, you're going into its world, right? This is something that Walt Disney envisioned. Like when you come to that park, right? It's basically an amusement park. And when you go into that park, right, you're going to experience the park experience. But with Walt Disney, he wanted you to not just get the park experience, he wanted you to get the world of Disney. Like his vision is what I'm trying to say. He wanted everybody to experience his vision of what Walt Disney World was. And the first time I went there, man, I understood it right away. And I was younger at the time when I went to Disney World. And it was crazy, man, because it was like you stepped. Like if you ever play a video game, like everybody right now is playing about, I'm playing about, right? And so what the developers and people that want to draw you into their world, especially if it's science fiction or fantasy and something like that, something where you got to suspend disbelief, right? They want you to come into their world, dude. They have to present it in a way that you're stepping in and then you're outside of yourself into the character that you're playing, especially when it comes to the video game, right? And you're actually in that world. And I think Avod did a pretty good job with that for the most part. But take that with a grain of salt, guys. I'm a bit jaded, man. I've been doing this stuff for a long time, so it's very hard to get me to. I mean, it's not hard. It's just you've been doing something for so long, like I have, dude. You have to realize that I'm enjoying the game. The game's awesome, but you know, I've had so many experience with this kind of stuff. You got to blow my socks off in order for me to totally be 100% involved at this point. But and hence why I'm bringing up Disney World because that was the first time I've ever experienced that. When you walk into Disney World, when you go through those front gates, man, aside from the fact that you're paying, well, I'll even go beyond that. When you drive through the gates to get into before you even park, man, that's the veil that you're crossing over, right? To go into that world. And that magic you experience, I don't know how it is now, man. My friend went recently. He said it was okay, but and I take my age into consideration. But I will also say the quality of what they were trying to do back then. You know, Disney World was a very different company back then. And so when you drive through those gates, man, it's like you're crossing the veil, and you're actually going into something that's beyond yourself, something where you can suspend disbelief, and that magic, which is what I call the Magic Kingdom, right? That magic is from the time you park your car to the time you go to get your tickets, all of that, right? There's these little things that you have to deal with within reality and stuff like that. But once you go through the guest gates and you're in the park, dude, it is like a transformation. At least it was back then. I can't speak on it now. You know, I know there's a lot of videos out there and people, you know, we live in a different time. But when you can do that and cross over, you know, that's next level, right? And so that's the only thing I was trying to explain with the video I did the other day, right? It's not so much about the quantum computer, about the chip itself. I mean, if you guys want to talk about that, we can on the channel, but I'm very limited. This is not that's not the focus on the channel and of the channel. And also, I'm very limited in what it all means, and I don't feel so bad because a lot of people that are trying to explain it, you can tell they have to dumb it down a lot for guys like me, or for the general population, right? Because we won't understand that type of thinking because it's thinking on a different level. It's thinking in a different perspective. It's thinking outside the box. which is why there's a lot of questions about whether this stuff will work or not. But if it does, it is absolutely a game changer, man. I see articles already out, smoke and mirrors, and people are negative on it. It's okay to have to be cautious with this kind of stuff, man. But I mean, I'm not one of those guys. Um, I'm on my own. I'm already pessimistic about stuff, dude. But when it comes to stuff like this, dude, I want to. I like to believe in like the next level, dude, the bigger picture, as this podcast is called. That's what we're gonna be talking about, right? And the point of me doing that video was just to let you guys know and to remind you guys again in the Xbox community that Microsoft owns Xbox, right? And in the video, what I said was Microsoft, the quantum chip that they created, that took them 19 years of R&D and tons of money that they poured into it just to get that where it is, right? And again, very few companies can do that, right? So as I sit here, right, looking at the developers direct and how great that was, Phil kind of shot himself in the foot. And look, there's not no hate towards Phil Spencer, and I know why he did it, right? It's because they're changing, right? They're changing their format of what they want to do with their games, right? I mean, they're gonna create their consoles, and they're gonna do third party. They're gonna try to do both. How that's gonna end up in the end, I don't know. I've already given my feelings about what I think about third party, guys. I don't like it at all, right? But it is what it is. And again, that one little thing I don't like versus the 50 or 60 other things that Xbox is doing correctly. It's a no brainer. I'm going to be sticking with the console. That's my console of choice anyway. But with that being said, he came out. At least he's putting it out there, right? I just think he should put it all out there. But then again, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. There's a lot of stuff going on, so we just got to move forward from that. But then he does that announcement, and then as always, man, in the gaming community, especially when it revolves around Xbox, dude, there's people just ready to pounce on it, right? And they did accordingly. For me personally, dude, I just want to play my games, right? Because of all the stuff that Microsoft has done, especially with the Xbox brand. I mean, and I say Microsoft, right? Because they're the ones that's providing the money for all this kind of stuff. I know Xbox is an ecosystem within itself. They're a part of the Microsoft ecosystem that they generate their own money and income and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, dude, Microsoft is the guys that write the check, right? And I want to put that up front, right? So, and you need to, man, because a lot of times when you deal with a lot of these people that just hate Xbox or want Xbox to go away, and there's a lot of them out there, right? And then you got the guys grifting on it, right? Because I thought one of the things that was funny, and again, shout out to Unlimited Productions, man. When you start focusing more on your games and less on what's going on, and plus I'm distracted by all the other stuff that's going on in the world, which I find more fascinating and more interesting, right? Because we've been dealing with this issue with Xbox is going to die and Xbox is dead. They got no games. We've been doing this for over 10 years. And even before that, if I'm being honest. And then me being a veteran of a console war, right, I was dealing with this in the Sega days as well, right? So it is what it is at the end of the day. So neither here nor there, right? But, I'm looking at all this kind of stuff and I just was like, dude, it'll never change, right? These guys will always be the same. It doesn't matter what Xbox does. Xbox has, let's see, people wanted AAA studios for Xbox to make their own content. They did that. Most powerful console. They did that. They put backward compatibility, which every generation of gamer up until now. This is why I always say, man, these people now are not gamers, not in that hardcore fashion like when I was growing up, dude. Because for generations of gamers, man, one of the things gamers and even gamer parents, man, one thing they can't stand, well, the parents couldn't stand was buying a new console, right? Because the old console becomes obsolete and the software stays to that old console. They never transfer over. And this is tale as old as time, right? Now for the gamer, a hardcore gamer, you can see that in Sega Man and Hebot, right? These guys are old school gamers, man. They own all their consoles, all their old games. They own most of their stuff on physical, right? So for those gamers, right, that's a no-brainer. Like that's not a problem because they'll keep their stuff. But for other people, right, it was a no-brainer. It's like, okay, why do I have to buy a new console? Now, technology and stuff changed and all that kind of stuff, right? We'll get into all of that kind of stuff. But again, if you're a parent who pays the money and that's what all you're focusing on, that's always been a point of contention. And even gamers, man, who constantly rebuy stuff, right? And so fast forward to when Xbox does it, man, it's something that's actually game-changing, right? And that's what Xbox is at this point in time. They're the ones they're the ones and they're the only ones that are changing the industry and pushing it forward. I say that all the time on this channel. That's what pisses me off about all the hate that they get, right? Because they're never acknowledged for the things that they do. You can hate them I hate's a strong word, okay, but there are people that actually hate them. But you can not like what Microsoft is doing, or you cannot prefer their games, right? Like for example, we'll use the Avowed. We'll use the Avowed real quick. Um, what is that noise? So we look at Avowed right now, right? So one thing that's irritating me right now about Avowed, um, and I'm gonna do a separate video, guys, because there's some stuff I want to talk about with Avowed. But one of the things that irritates me about Avowed, right, is the actual people critiquing Avowed, right? I said this on a podcast a long time ago, man. It was years ago. And I don't know why people don't understand this because it's still coming up right now. Is I hear people, I see people complaining about the graphics when it comes to right? And when we say graphics, dude, it's not from a technical standpoint that they're complaining about. When you listen to them complain about the graphics of the game, it's not the graphics that they have a problem with. Okay, it's actually the art style, right? It's actually the art style that they're complaining about. And I can say that because there's some. I'll say this: Avowed is a beautiful looking game. It looks amazing, right? I mean, there's times when you just when I'm playing the game, and granted, I got a QLED TV, right? And then if you're a person like some of the guys, they have like higher end TVs and stuff like that, dude. You get into full impact, right? Of it. If you're on a PC that can run the graphics and stuff like that, look, you got that card, excuse me, and you can run it at the utmost, right? Of course, it's going to look better, right? But even for the TV that I have, it's amazing to see. Right. It's amazing to look at certain, especially, and overall it looks good. But there's just certain times, like when you're in the game, and maybe like I'm looking for something, and I turn left, and then I see the sunset, right, right, or I'm looking out over the ocean, right. It's a beautiful looking game, right. So I don't have any problem with the graphics, right. I don't have any. There's been no technical issues and stuff like that. But when I listen to people complain about it, it's not really that they're complaining about. Right, and it's funny to me that they can't put their finger on it, and I realize why. I come from a different perspective. This is why this is a pop culture channel, so I can appreciate things in a certain way that other people cannot. Um, it's not the graphics, guys. It's the art style that you guys do not like, and I can speak at that vehemently because I look at some of the stuff that they do and I don't like it, or it's not that I don't like it. It's just like, oh, that's kind of off, or why did they go with that? You know, because look, I've read comic books my entire life, right? It's a visual form. This is why a lot of times when people complain about comic books or the character looks different or they're race swapping and stuff like that, it bothers people because the way you connect in comic books for the most part is always visual first, right? The majority of the comic books I bought, even if I didn't like the comic book, I would buy it just on the cover alone, right? That's why Marvel is really good at that with their marketing, man. They use their cover basic. They use the covers of their comic books basically like a used car dealership would try and drag you in to get that crappy secondhand car, right? Sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't. But at the end of the day, dude, if you're a visual person, especially, right, you're drawn to that. And it just amazes me that people can't tell the difference when it comes to that. Because that's one of the critiques that it's getting. I'm like, look, dude, it's not that it looks bad, it's just that you don't like the art, right? Like in the opening scene, spoiler here, you meet this first character. I'm not gonna lie, I saw the character, he looked weird to me. I'm looking at him, and then being a person who participated in fantasy on the level that I do, right? I'm looking at this character, and it's beyond just a look for me. I'm like, okay, what type of race is this character? What does he do? What is the advantage of him having these big floppy ears? Why is he hairy? Right? And this is not just for Evolve. This is what I do all the time. This is why I can't watch certain fantasy stuff because once that veil is broken, like I talked about earlier, once you break that veil with me, dude, I can't go forward. I just can't. It takes me out of it, right? Which is a lot of times when you're dealing with fantasy and stuff like that, that's the purpose, right? There's a lot of different reasons why when you play fantasy games you might be drawn to it. But once something breaks the veil for me, I can't do it. Now for the character, I'm looking at it and I just decided, well, that's the design that they wanted to go to for whatever reasons, right? And given the art director and some of the stuff he said on social media and some of the blowback that Avowed got because of the commentary that he was making and he let his politics get involved, he had all that issue right there. I just put that on the side. I put that on the side, and then just like, okay, well, I want to play the game. That's why I told you guys I was going to do the video, where I just give you guys my thoughts on Avowed overall. But then moving forward from that, dude, then of course there's the gameplay. There's all of this stuff that's involved with what makes a game a great game, right? And if I'm being perfectly honest, man, spoiler alert again, just tell you right there, man, I'm around an 8 out of 10 on Avowed. It feels very much like an Obsidian game. It definitely is an Obsidian game. I give them a plus on that because you see them trying to expand their horizons a little bit, dude. I could not play Outer Worlds, I think Outer Worlds would have been a good transition for me into Avowed. I'd appreciate Avowed more if I could play Outer Worlds, but like I told you guys, the problem I have with Outer Worlds is there's just something about their camera. I don't know. It's just this jankiness about the game, dude. That when I try and play it, when I tried to play it, I get sick. So what I did was I ended up watching my kids play the game. Right, and my daughter actually liked it, and it's pretty cool because a lot of the stuff that makes Outer Worlds good is actually transferred into Avowed, and they've expanded on it. Right, and that's to me the magic of what Microsoft can do with their studios. Right, if you guys didn't know, a lot of the studios that they own, aside from a few of them, man, they're not really well known, or they might be well known, but they don't really do big things, or they haven't done big things. Microsoft is building stuff from the ground up, literally, when it comes to their studios, right? And I think that's a good thing, man, because what happens is, man, is this is how you get the out the box thinking. This is how you get a lot of these companies are hungry. They want to be bigger. They want to do better. They want to make the vision that they want to make. I think that's why Microsoft ends up choosing some of the people they want, dude, because they want that freshness, right? They want that excitement, that energy. Um, and look, dude, sometimes it's gonna work, sometimes it's not. In the case of Avowed, I think it's awesome what they were trying to do. Again, the whole pronouns thing and stuff like that. That's there, but they're getting a lot of blowback for that too, and they adjusted it, right? And I think that's the right thing to do. I think if you're going to talk about being inclusive, there's a lot of people that don't believe in that stuff either. I'm one of them. And you guys should know that if you guys are on this channel. So let me decide what I want to do. Don't choose for me, right? And that's the lie that they got to do, man. I mean, Microsoft has their certain things that they believe in, right? But when they start crossing that line, that's when I have a problem. But other than that, dude, I'm deep into the game. I like the game way more than I thought I did. I'd be honest with you, man. Unlimited Productions was probably the guy in the group that was looking forward to playing the game the most. And I saw his video where he did the playthrough, which was pretty awesome. And I don't know if he did a review. I didn't see any video dropped. I'm not surprised, dude, because when are you gonna get time to do a review on Avowed? Again, that's why the video I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna give my thoughts on Avowed. I'm not really a review because I just the other day stepped into the second portion of the map. Now, granted, I got sick, which sucks because I couldn't do anything. But I was able to get to the second part of the map, right? So I finished the first area pretty much, um, and it's a very I don't know, man. It's just like I see some of the critiques on the game, and I get what the people are saying, right? So it definitely, and that's another thing when you have people critiquing games, right? It does fall into the realm of personal preference, right? Like there's some things that people like about Avowed that I don't, right? And it doesn't. I'm saying it doesn't. It's not bad. It's just not my personal choice, right? And there's a lot of things in Avowed that I like. Combat system being number one. I think it's actually awesome. It takes a little bit to get used to it. I play first person perspective too, but they're definitely trying to they're definitely coming from their own style of the way that they're doing the first person. Then I found out that you could do third person, and that was an accident because actually I think I tapped down on the thing and it switched the view, and I was like, oh. But I like it, dude. I like the combat system. It took me a little bit to get not long. It took me a little bit to get into it, and then of course you're gonna have to level up your character, and then you have to gear up your character and stuff like that. And they do it a little bit differently. I mean, not that much differently. You'll see when you guys play it, man. The whole -20, -50 on their stuff, man, that threw me off. I'm like, what are you guys saying? And so, um, with the negatives on there, dude, it's negative as a minus that's going against what your character starts off with, which is actually a positive. I know, see, that's kind of confusing. Once I figured that out, and then I was playing. I'm trying to play a battle mage. I wanted to play more of a mage. But there's the way the combat is and stuff like that, dude. You have to have some type of weapon aside. That's why, and it shows, right? But because you have two sets, right? You have right arm, left arm, right, and then you can flip. You have two different sets of weapons, right? So I went with the battle mage personally. That's what I did. And then because I wanted to kind of be like an arcane / elf type character, so I went with the battle mage. I have like the heavy, the one hand axe, which I found in this pool somewhere, which was nuts, man. Because I found this axe, dude. I was trying it out because what happens is you pull the axe from this place. Sorry, spoilers, guys. This is all in the first part, guys. You guys will get to this stuff really quickly. Like I said, I just entered into the second lands, and so I got this axe, man. So I'm trying it out, dude. I just got destroyed by these dudes because these skeletons, man. Because it was brutal, man. They had like a healer, a mage, and you kept on healing the stuff. And the one thing I didn't like about in the beginning about is that the characters hyper focus on you, like too much, right? So what ends up happening when you're playing Avowed is that the characters will attack you, which makes sense, right? Because you're the main character and stuff. But when you get other people around you, there's a little part of that that kind of takes me out of the game a little bit. I'm like, well, if that guy's closer to you, you should attack them, right? But the way, dude, these dudes will go out of the way to try to take me out. And then, of course, if you die, right, you know, I mean, I understand that, but it kind of breaks that playing and stuff. But then when you realize that you have companions and that you can actually control the companions and stuff like that, there's a lot of stuff that I was learning when I was playing the game, right? To the point where I'm like, okay, the kind of cool thing about Avowed is I'll probably actually play through it again, right? And the reason I want to play through it again is to get the character and move through the game the way that I really want to. I'm not saying there's a steep learning curve, but there is a learning curve to the game. And that's what makes it unique, man. It makes it fun. And once you wrap your mind around that, and then some of the stuff that might be bothering you about the game, once you get involved in that, once you start leveling up, once you start understanding how the battle system works, like all the different spells, like again, I have a wand and a grimoire is one set of that I use, and then in my other hand I have a shield and I have a battle axe. And the axe that I got, I like it because there's power moves that you can do, and I've been leveling up this axe, and so as when I hit somebody, it freezes them. Now, as you go into combat, right, depending on the who your opponent is and what their strengths and weaknesses are. I mean, some of them are really cool, man. Sometimes I walked in and I'm like, dude, I do not have the right kit for this battle. Screw it. If I die, who cares, right? And you can, and in that sense, dude, I mean, it's based on the Pillars of Eternity world, right? And so, in that sense, man, you will. As long as you're not frustrated, right? And I hope you guys don't get frustrated, man. You have to put a little bit of time into that and figuring stuff out. But once you do that, man, this game is amazing, right? I mean, I was at a 7 out of 10. I'm at an 8 out of 10 right now, and then by the time I figure everything out, I'm pretty sure I'll be 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. Right. All the politicking aside from the beginning of the game, dude. All the you know the brutality of the gaming community and the hypocrisy of the gaming community to sit there and try to judge Microsoft and the games that they're trying to produce at this level, man. And that's something I'm getting tired of really quickly. But it's something I can appreciate, man. This is why, I have no problem on this channel calling people out, calling them, telling you if people are gamers or not. But most of them are not. Most of them are not. Gaming has become something. I've said this before on the channel. Gaming has become something outside of itself, man. It's become accepted, right? So it's not like when guys like me, Hebot and Sega Man and E-Rock and the older guys grew up when this stuff was a joke. Even E-Rock jokes about it now. He wouldn't, if he's checking out a girl, he'd hide his Nintendo. Or I forgot what he said, but he hide his video game consoles. He said, "You think I'm gonna tell a girl I play video games?" No. That's the old school mentality we come from, man. Because it wasn't cool. And in some aspect, man, it kept things in check. If I'm being perfectly honest, man, I'm not saying I want to go back to those times. But I mean, at least the people that were gamers back then, you knew they were gamers, man, because society didn't treat you kindly. And I'm not here trying to get sympathy for that, man. That's I actually appreciate those times, man, because it was more real. You met a person that was a gamer, man. You could talk about gaming for hours, man. You didn't care what company or stuff like that. You had your favorites, definitely, man. But if somebody gave you, like, I'm a Genesis dude, man. If somebody gave me a Nintendo, I would take it, right? For me, it was all about the money back then. I got a Nintendo because my uncle then bought it for me, man. It was a popular system at the time. Typical thing, right? I did well in school. My grandmother talked to my uncle. My uncle went and bought the system for me, man. The first time I ever had a video game system was that Nintendo NES original. And then in order to play games, though, man, I had my friends. And one of my friends, he had all the games. So he let us borrow games from him, man. He was like our first Game Pass or our first Redbox or not Redbox, was that GameFly. And he was cool about it, You just take care of his stuff, bring it back to him. And it was all good. That's how I got to play a lot of the games. I couldn't go and pay like $70, $80 for games back then. Dude, we didn't have any money. The fact that I had a Nintendo was good enough. But anyway, man, getting back to just really quickly. So Avowed, man, just go look, dude. The great thing about Avowed is this, right? It's the same thing I say about Netflix. You have Netflix, right? There's stuff on Netflix that you like, stuff on Netflix that you won't like, right? There's stuff on Netflix that I think is abhorrent. But the balance of stuff that they put out that I like, as opposed to the stuff that I don't like, is not even close, right? They give me a lot of content that I like to watch, and the really great thing about Netflix, right? And I know I get a lot of stuff on the politics about this kind of stuff. People come at me, I don't care. is at least they're not telling me what I need to watch or what I want to watch. Right? The choice is mine, and that's what it boils down to at the end of the day. And that's the great thing about Game Pass and what Microsoft does, dude. There's stuff politically that I don't agree with Microsoft and some agenda stuff that they push. Right. The difference being is Microsoft is one of the few companies that don't try to shove it down your throat. Avowed was vastly on that side, right? I'm glad they course corrected, right? Because you have the developers that are working there that felt a certain way about certain stuff, and I'm like, no, dude, if you want to be inclusive, dude, you got to be inclusive for everybody, even the people you don't agree with. And I think that was a good thing. Anyway, great game, enjoying it, dude. I've been actually addicted to it. In fact, if I wasn't, I'd probably be playing the game if I wasn't doing this because I've been not feeling good. Feel better today, but man, I was just downloading a bunch of drugs. Dude, it was nuts. But sorry, I got sidetracked out of all. I needed to talk about it, and it's to get you guys to the bigger picture of what we're trying to talk about today. And again, the title of the podcast, right, is a lot of people that are judging Microsoft right now, and especially Xbox. We'll focus on Xbox. Dude. Again, there is this storyline, right, within the gaming community, within the community of gaming. Where Xbox is put into this certain shoebox, right, and put into this certain category, and they'll never break out. Again, this is why I have a problem with some of the stuff that Microsoft is doing because, I think narrative is important and I think perspective is important. Then again, when you have $3 trillion, narrative and perspective, that stuff can get skewed, right? And I'm beginning to realize that when it comes to Xbox and Microsoft, dude. So for me personally, moving forward, as long as they give me what I want to give, and Avowed is one of those games. And I think dude, I feel sorry for some of you guys, man. You guys are looking at these games as these are the games, like these are going to be the most incredible games ever. They could be. I'm not saying they're not. But if you're hyper focused on that kind of stuff, and the reason why you're hyper focused on that is because you're letting somebody else influence your narrative or your thought process, dude, then it's a lose-lose. You're never going to be, you're never going to be happy with anything they produce, dude. A lot of this, again, if you look at the studios that Microsoft owns, and this is why I want to address this, because this has been something I noticed for the last couple of weeks. Since I can remember myself and I'm not ultra tuned into it every day, I'm looking at other stuff and I'm actually playing my games. I can actually say this because it gives me a fresh perspective from the outside looking in. I'm like, a lot of times with Microsoft, they just, their direction and the direction that they're going in with what they want to do. Hey, Tool Man, what's up, brother? Hey, welcome to the podcast, man. You know how it is. I have to do it early here, my time, and I know a lot of you guys are going about your business during the day, especially on a Saturday, right? A lot of people are got stuff to do. But I do appreciate you stopping in, man. Or people that just listen, that's cool too. I wish I could do it later at night, man. By the time nighttime rolls around, dude, it's too late for me, dude. Plus, I got other stuff to do. But yeah, welcome, brother. We're just talking about the bigger picture of Microsoft, man. It kind of my eyes got open a little bit. Like I was saying, man, I've been playing more of my games and stepping away from the drama in the gaming community. But again, like I said, I'm always online, so I see it. But doing that is, like I said, it gives me a fresh perspective. I'm looking at it, I was like, wow, dude. A lot of this stuff, dude, that, this narrative I said, like I was talking about, this perspective, man, I wanted them to change that. But, if they're fine, like, and me and Heba talked about this, dude. This is why I kind of dropped off on Xbox originally, dude. We were both, all of us was hardcore in the trenches, man, when the Xbox One came out, dude, because we could see what's going on, man. We saw the hypocrisy. We know a lot of these guys are phonies too, man, and there's still a bunch of phony people out there to this day. And the way this channel is, man, I'm gonna call them out. Some of them, man, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I might have to do it by name, dude. It's just getting irritating at this point, dude. Toolman says it's 1:41 p.m. here. Oh yeah, brother. Yeah, I know. Like I got up this morning. I just waited a little bit. Figured I'd give some time. Maybe people can roll in around 3. I can ramble on for a couple hours, and people jump in. That's cool. But I have to do it in the morning, man, because by the time 11, 12 o'clock, my time comes, 1 o'clock, dude, I got stuff I got to do. But I was sick too, man, so that kind of limited my options. I had to call in sick on Friday, man, and I didn't want to do that because I had stuff I needed to do. So I didn't want to, man. But I had a choice there. I had like a fever. Number one, I couldn't because that's how bad I was hurting. But number two is like if I had enough, should I go in? Because I don't want to get any of my coworkers sick. Because that's how it happens, man. somebody comes in sick and that's it. I think I might have caught this cold from my daughter. I think she was just her allergy she thought was acting up, but man, then she got sick, so we both were sick. So I had enough energy to make it too, man. I had to hop up on some of the stuff I had, and I had to take an energy drink too, man. Just so I could get that to the store, dude. I had to buy some stronger medication. Luckily, the store's right down the road, so I made it there, made it back, dude. I popped some stuff, and then I just went to sleep. So I didn't get to put in that quality gaming time. And you know, dude, when you say you gotta take care of yourself, this thing's more important than gaming. But then, yeah, man, I can see, 141, bro. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, but so anyway, man, just moving forward, when I'm looking at what Microsoft is doing and their plans, I'm totally, you know, I have like I tell you guys know me, man. I have my reservations about some of the stuff that they're doing, but overall, man, you can't touch what their big plan is and their big picture is. And when you're a company like Microsoft and you have that type of money, and you have that type of money. Let's just put it that way, money. You know, that's on a whole other level, right? Which will bring me to the next thing that's been irritating me that I see people talking about online. It just ticks me off, dude, because you guys know, man, my gamer tag again is saved forever, and I don't know where this stuff is coming from, right? But again, going back to Phil Spencer, what he said, okay, this is after the developer direct, which again was 100% awesome. Then like a couple of days later, he does an interview. Then he starts talking about games going on other systems. That kind of kills the momentum there. And then again, the people that just hate Xbox, they're jumping all on that stuff, dude. And then regardless of what they've done with the Xbox Developer Direct, the narrative just completely shifted to Xbox is dead. Xbox is not going to make any consoles. And this is across the spectrum, dude. This has even been covered in mainstream media because, again, the way the gaming media is, dude, it's not as developed as the mainstream media. Right, so the mainstream media, when they get involved, they're getting everything from the gaming media, right? That's how lazy media is. They don't do the homework and stuff like that. There's even guys that I follow. I talked about this on the video the other day. There's guys that I follow that are spot on when it comes to certain things in pop culture, but when it comes to gaming, dude, they just run the same narratives as well. And then some of them are coming from the political perspective, which I can understand. That I get, right? But then when they start talking, you can tell that they're PlayStation guys too. So when they're talking about Xbox, you got that you got to mention. That's why I'm saying like you can't 100% get behind everybody on stuff, and even this channel, right? There's some stuff I talk about. I'm pretty sure people don't like, right, or don't agree with, especially when it comes to gaming or any other topic I cover on here. Whether I'm talking about Marvel, or stuff I do online, I see it all the time, right? But what I'm talking about here is just is because of the perspective out there about Xbox. It influences everything. Yeah, I'm not gonna say, man. There's a lot of people I'm disappointed with that I've been following for years, man, because I thought they were better than that, and then obviously they're not, and they wouldn't be like unless you're geared into it, right? Like for example, I said on the video I did the other day, which is 100% true, man. I was like sitting there listening to this one dude, and then I started listening. I went and listened to a couple other people that I follow, and I kind of laughed in my head because I thought to myself, wow, dude. All this time I was thinking about this stuff, and the bottom line just boils down to the fact that they don't own the console, right? All these dudes that are talking, even like your Fratangas and all these guys out there, man, they make great videos. They're very entertaining. They're all 100% warring with the PlayStation guys and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, when I listen to these people talk, I can actually tell like these people don't have Xboxes, and something like that matters, dude. That truly matters. 100% matters, dude. Because how can you tell me about something, right? Where are you getting this information from? Because you don't have any experience with it. So obviously, the only way they're going to pull in the information stuff is because of their own preferences, right? One, two, own biases. That's another thing, and three, the information that's put out there. And me and Heba talked about this. In fact, if I was here, Heba would reciprocate way a lot better than I will. We were talking about this offline, right? Me and him talking about it, and it was a point of contention for me because he did a podcast with Sega Man where he put it all out there, and everything he said, I was like 100% how I feel. But of course, he's a better orator than I am, so he's able to express it in the ways that I wish I could. But we talked about that, and I was like, yeah, dude, that's exactly how I was feeling when it comes to Microsoft and Xbox, right? And that narrative and that perspective matters, dude, right? I mean, especially if you're going to be involved with the back and forth every day, quote unquote console war, dealing with these losers online and stuff like that, to the point where That's something that I wish Phil and his crew would actually take seriously, right? And I know that they look at it, dude. He was on a podcast today. I don't like the podcast he was on, so I don't listen to those guys. In fact, there's a lot of people. I'll be honest with you on the Xbox side that I don't listen to. Hold on, guys. Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry about the noise. That's what time of day it is where I'm at because of that truck passing by. We call that the monopole man, and he has a bunch of food in his truck. You just stop him, pull him over, dude. He has everything, man. You can get dessert, you can get like full on plate lunch. That's something that's unique here in Hawaii, man. I've never seen it anywhere else. And trust me, I'm not complaining. I just can't hang with the food anymore. I'm old now, so I can't be scarfing down food like I used to. When I was younger, no problem. I'd have stopped and had breakfast, and he's pretty cheap too. That guy's still affordable, and he does some old school food from back in the day. So anyway, so that's what I would like them. I wanted them to kind of focus on that, guys, because to me, that's the last thing that people that are clinging on. And look, I understand there's a lot of guys that are not going to come over to Xbox. Phil talked about that. No, these people won't come over to Xbox. My perspective is, well, if you take out the competition, there'll be no choice. Right? I've always felt that way. That's not the direction that they're going to go in, and all the money and time and stuff that they put into it, and the direction that they're going, dude. I mean, again, man, that's just me. That's just on me. Now, moving forward, dude, if they're gonna do that, as my focus shifts to, okay, so what are you giving me as an Xbox guy and as a gamer? And when I ask myself that question, they're giving me a lot. In fact, they're giving me more than most companies would, right? Because of who they are, the fact that they're owned by Microsoft. That's why I always bring up Microsoft, right? The amount of money that they're dropping into all of this kind of stuff, right? And things are changing. Eventually, things are changing, right? And I think they want to be ahead of the curve. Again, big picture, they want to be ahead of the curve, and they've been doing that all this console generation, which is again why they've been changing the console generation and why you should listen to a lot of these people, even the experts out there that are talking about this kind of stuff. Again, man, these people do not. When you look at these guys as gamers, man, you got to look at them as people. You have to realize that a lot of them are not in your ecosystem, in the Xbox ecosystem at all. That's 100% true. A lot of these guys don't even own the Xbox, and if these guys are playing Xbox games, they're usually probably playing it on a PC, and now they're going to be able to play it on the PS5 and eventually the Switch too, right? So there's this connection that they don't have with the brand that most of us have, right? And that's what's going to set us apart from these guys. But as long as Phil continues to give us this stuff, like I've been very impressed with Avowed. I thought they did a really good job of singing, and all the little speed bumps that they had at the launch, right? This is why a lot of people are like, oh, why aren't they promoting Avowed? Well, they couldn't promote Avowed because of what the art director said on a social media post. I know a lot of you guys aren't politically charged and stuff like that, but there's stuff going on right now in the politics side of, and I'm talking about the politicking of pop culture that's going on right now, dude. That if you come out with certain things, there's like a pendulum swing that happened, right? When years ago, when people were trying to push this ideology upon people, which I don't agree with, right? And it went to one end of the spectrum, now it's swung to the other end of the spectrum. Right? And what you want to do is you don't want to get caught on either side of the spectrum, right? Because as a gamer, first and foremost, man, there's people that would not play Avowed because of the pronoun thing, right? So what Microsoft did and what the developers of Avowed did is they didn't force you because the guy said that you're gonna have to choose your him, her, he, she, whatever, all that crap, right? Your pronoun, right? Which again pisses me off, man. Even before all the politics and stuff like that, just the English language alone, the nerve that you have that you can just take over a pronoun just pisses me off. I still get hung up on the comma and. I to this day I will not do comma and at all, 100%. Okay. So it's an English language thing for me first and foremost, if I'm being perfectly honest. But so what you can do is when you create your character, you don't have to go down that route, right? You have to choose it to move forward, right? I guess they didn't take that part out, but you don't have to show it. So I guess that was their happy medium and stuff like that. So if that bothers you, totally understand if you're not gonna play the game, right? It's your time, it's your money. I always say that on the channel. Now for me personally, that was enough for me. I'm like, and then plus I'm a pro Xbox channel, dude. So I wanted to play the game and then let you guys know. Again, my thoughts video coming on it. But that's how they got past that. That's why they weren't promoting it on that level. Because Xbox is not allowed to promote their stuff. Maybe not in the veins that we're used to, but it is a different time, right? People are connecting different ways. If you guys kept up with the election, you saw that firsthand. There's different avenues that they're trying to pursue. They did some Chia Pet kind of thing, which I thought was kind of cool. A little bit outside the box kind of thing. Aaron Greenberg. And now that I played the game, it makes more sense to me, like what they were trying to do with the bear. And then even the logo on the box or the box, the cover art on the box with the character with the skeleton. Now I understand it more now that I'm in the second part of the game, the second world of the game. I understood it like when I first started playing. I was like, oh, okay, I see what they're trying to do. But once you get to the second area, it'll make even more sense to you, right? Because it involves a story. And so they have to go radio silent, man, because any little thing they did, dude, they're already in deep kimchi, right? Because of what the guy said, and then it didn't help that his posts were presented, man. In fact, you haven't heard from him in a long time, and that's the sad thing about it, man. And hopefully these developers realize that, dude. It is a two sided of the coin kind of thing, dude. Look, dude, I support your right to create whatever you want to do, man, but don't get militant with your crap, dude. Because as me as a consumer, even though I'm an Xbox guy, it's easy for me to look the other way. Especially in the ecosystem of Xbox, man. That's one of the problems with the ecosystem of Xbox right now is they got way too much. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's just the reality of it, guys. I mean, the amount of time I need to make to find time to play games is absolutely ridiculous. Because these aren't just one and done games, man. They have games like that in Game Pass, but man, dude, if you want to play Persona, if you want to play any of the Yakuza games that are in there, dude, they drop Madden in there, which are full seasons, right? They have Avowed that just dropped, dude. This is not some game that you can finish. I mean, shout out to T Reaper, man, dude. That dude knocked that game out. Like, in fact, I watched his video and he was talking about it, and he had the final boss battle. It looks like so. Spoiler alert: be careful. You check out his video, but yeah, man, it 4 days he did it. I'm like, damn, that's still impressive. Even if that's all I did all day, dude. I couldn't do it. Right? Because even the way I play, man, I spent a lot of time trying to hunt stuff. And that's anyway. I don't want to get too deep into that's the video for the other time. But you know what I mean. I don't want to get too deep into it. But I mean, they did what they did, and then Microsoft course corrected and stuff like that. But it's unfortunate. It was unfortunate that they had to go through that, and hopefully they learn, dude. Right? If you're gonna create the game that you want, because they've done that with other games, dude. There's other games that have topics in there that some people don't agree with or some people aren't keen on, right? But if you create it in a point of like that's what they wanted to do and they're fine with that, um, just to say like if I was to make a certain game on maybe like if you make a Christian like there's a game coming up, there's a Christian game and stuff like that. I don't know how the game's going to be, but that game is intended for a certain audience, right? So if you want to, you're already going to start knowing the fact that this is made for a certain type of gamer, right? And in aspects, man, that's how a lot of games are made. If you're really being honest about it, that's why I think people appreciate more when you can do a lot of different things, multiple things from different genres in one particular game. Like I'm playing, I was also playing Medieval. What's it called? Medieval. Can't remember. Um, and that game is pretty cool too. That's a little bit more on the sim side, right? But at the end of the day, dude, if you want to be the Big Ten, man, you're gonna have to keep all this kind of stuff in mind. Is my point. And the thing with Xbox, dude, and again, getting back to the point of why I did the video for the chip that Microsoft just created for quantum computing, man. It's not just the technology, guys. It's a reminder, especially to a lot of you guys that are Xbox All In and you guys that bleed green. It's just a reminder of who owns Xbox, right? Because that's something that's been hammered, or that's something that's been neglected because the hammering of Xbox as a brand. And I've done my part in that as well, man. Because I got to be 100 with you guys. Dude. I don't like the direction they're taking the brand in. Right, but that being said, everything else is just gravy. But there's a lot of people that just want, dude. It's and more and more. I know you guys are seeing it, dude. That these people have some kind of something about Xbox. They just don't like it, right? And a lot of them are getting exposed every day because what Xbox, Microsoft, writing the checks on Xbox did is they went out there. They addressed all these issues that people are saying, and the gaming community has not responded in kind. Some have, some haven't. But everything that people complained about back in 213 all the way to 217, Microsoft has changed and adjusted it. So where are the numbers, right? Where are the people that should be jumping on board, right? And again, don't just remind you guys. Again, I know I do this on my channel. People get irritated when I tell you that, but don't the console thing. Like you hear people say, "Oh, the console's limited and stuff." No, screw that stuff, dude. The economy is limited right now, You mean to tell me that we went from that being the single standard that of consoles and stuff like that, that all of a sudden consoles don't matter, dude? When you have people talk like that and there's a shift, this kind of shifts happen over years, right? And that has not been the case. Consoles across the board, all three, right? And we're talking about the console market itself. Dude. It's in flux because of the economy. And don't let anybody tell you any different, right? Now, because of the way the economy is right now, that could actually change people's buying. Now, that is something we can talk about and something that we can look at, but we're not at that point now. What you have to do is you have to wait for the economy to get better. Then you can sit back and tell me, right? After that happens, when people don't have disposable income, then you can come at me and tell me, see, I was right. Consoles are dying, consoles this, consoles that. Everybody's shifting to this, everybody's shifting to that. Nah, dude, check all that. Check all that with me, man. Dude, the thing that makes a console is it's one to one. It's a one-on-one experience with people. Okay. Now, if the generational shift and all that stuff is true, okay, then so be it. But I want to wait for the economy to get better, man. Because I know one of the reasons people don't buy stuff right now, and it's not just consoles, it's across the board, right? People are buying stuff because they're broke. Now, if you don't see that, I have one or two things. Either the economy doesn't affect you, so hey, that's great for you, man. You know, you live in large, you probably got a house with like four-car garage, and four of those in that garage, four of them was all four cars in it. Right? You probably have a certain level of income and you live on a certain level. That's fine, dude. I ain't hating on you and stuff like that, right? But at the end of the day, dude, I want to see that first. I want to see the economy turn around. Then I want to see if consoles stop selling. So up until that time, dude, let's just squash that. Well, I'll squash that on this channel. That's not gonna be my focus here, man. Because again, dude, there's a lot of people taking shots at Xbox right now, right, for various reasons, dude. And if you're gonna be Xbox all in and in the ecosystem, dude, you got to be able to look at it outside. You got to look at things for what they are, not what people's perspective is, or not people's biases, especially, man. Again, man, you just go and you look at all these channels, all these people doing the videos now. Like I could do a simple Xbox news search. In fact, wait, hold on, let's go. Let's do this. Right. Let me do this. See, like this right here. Xbox pushes ahead with new generative AI developer says nobody will want this. Right. Actually, this article is actually pretty good. This title is actually misleading. The person that they're quoting, right? He actually makes some really good points, and you can tell why he says what he does because this comes from a different perspective. But yeah, there are people that are gonna like this dude, right? But it's not every look, dude. The way that, especially the way that Xbox does their games, and the way that they built their ecosystem for gaming, right? There is people that are gonna use this, man. This is made for a particular type of person, right? And all companies will look at it, right? But when companies look at it, it's gonna see how it fits into the way they make games, or to their bottom lines, right? As far as the amount of money. Dude, that dog, man. I'm gonna shoot that dog one day. I swear to God. That dog is so irritating. And his bark is so much. Like when I listen to the video, if I listen back to the video, you can actually hear him. I know you guys can hear him loud and clear. I can't do anything about him, man, because my neighbors have him in the front of the house. They just start putting him in the back to keep him in the front. All right, guys. Xbox pushing. Yeah. So this kind of is deceptive, right? And this kind of stuff will make you click. For me, I clicked on it, right, because it's wired, and I just wanted to hear the perspective of the guy, right? But there's people scrumming through all this stuff, dude, and this is big. Microsoft owes big. I put Xbox, and the majority of the time, over half of the articles have a negative slant, right? And there's various reasons why they do that, right, man? They want clicks, they want views, and some people just hate Xbox. That's just the way it is. Again, the perspective I always talk about on this channel, the narrative that's out there in the gaming community, which is irritating. What else we got here? Let's see. Actually, this one's not too bad. This one's not too bad, dude. It's far way worse. But here, see how Xbox lost his fan and won them back, and more from a new book from a Microsoft innovator. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm pretty sure it's probably laced with some stuff. Here, this was the one. Business Insider, Market Insider, which is part of Business Insider, right? Phil Spencer focuses on multi-platform Xbox strategy, despite concerns it will repeat Sega's mistakes. And this is what I'm going to harp on for a little bit, but actually, you know what? This isn't too bad. There's times where I click on it, it's like maybe one or two positive articles. And when I mean positive, you're talking about a controller that's released, or maybe they get a good review of the gameplay. But nobody's doing it like Xbox right now. As far as presentation, games, everything, man, the ecosystem is on 100% power right now, dude, and it's untouchable. Right. Nobody's doing what Xbox is doing right now. Not PlayStation, right? Except for their consoles. I guess they're up to 75 million. I want to see the receipts on this stuff, dude. Right. I find it hard to believe, man, with the economy being, and this is the global economy, dude. Right? It's in turmoil, and that people are going out of their way to buy a PS5 for what? Right. And again, the kicker is you're buying the console, but where's the games? What games are you buying? And I've been dealing with Sony for a long time, dude. They lie, dude. They lie all the time, right? But when they look at it, I say this all the time too. It's not lying, dude. It's just like, oh, this is for our bottom line. This will help us generate this, right? They don't look at it that way. But then you got to deal with their sycophant fans and this stupid gaming media. You got to deal with all their crap, and then we are where we are right now. And it's detrimental, guys. It's detrimental to gaming, man, because there's one innovator, there's one leader in gaming, that's Xbox right now. They're the ones pushing the industry forward. They're the ones thinking outside the box. Some of it wins, some of it they succeed at, some of it they fail at, but it doesn't matter at this point because they're the ones doing that. Now, when it comes to comparing them to Sega, in that sense, I'll say that it's Sega. But trying to compare Sega and Microsoft at this point in time is absolutely ridiculous. It pisses me off, I'm being honest, especially with a person with a gamer tag that says Sega forever, right? Who actually grew up in that time, who actually understands what Sega is and where they came from, right? To have people sit there and say that people are worried that Microsoft or Xbox will become the next Sega, right? And that just shows, especially when you look at the people that do it, man. Just like that just shows, number one, their age, their lack of understanding, their lack of knowledge, and their lack of experience, man. Because a lot of these dudes were not there, right? Some of them are trying to make like they're trying to make that transition, and then they're trying to do the compare and contrast. Not even close, man. Because again, man, Xbox is a brand that's owned by Microsoft, which is $1 trillion company, dude. That thought should not even come into your mind, right? And for some of the people that are out there, let me stop sharing this. I just wanted to show this. It's actually not bad, if I'm being honest. Most of the time, though, and you guys know, man, just go bing it maybe tomorrow or next week. Especially when negative stuff comes out, dude. Everybody, dude. That's all. That's what dominates the articles. Let's go back. Hey, what's up, Mr. Kima? Sorry, brother. I was on the other screen. GDC 2025 is going to be detailed signed next month to see which developers is on board with Microsoft News. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Kima. Yeah. GDC 2025. I mean, if you read the article, the guy is coming in from a perspective. I understand why he's saying what it is, what he's saying, and I'm sure there's going to be people. There's going to definitely be people that are not going to use it, right? I mean, why use something like that when you have art departments and you have the people in place to do what you've been doing and to realize your vision or something like that. But Microsoft again is an ecosystem that steps outside of what other companies are doing. That's why they're so huge, man. Microsoft is not just making large AAA games, right? Microsoft is the indie guys. Microsoft is the AA. Microsoft is the services, right? They do all of it, right? Which they get no credit for, man. Microsoft as an ecosystem in and of itself is untouchable by anybody right now. Nintendo, get out of here. They're not even close. Nintendo shouldn't even mention it with them. PlayStation, possibly, but you see how they've been failing with it, right? Because that's not their forte, right? Everything that made Xbox what it is, and a lot of it comes from, not a lot of it, but there's a part of it that comes from the negativity that they got. But they took all of that kind of stuff. And what makes a good company, especially a company like Microsoft, and I say specifically Microsoft, is they learn from that kind of stuff, right? Again, man, if you guys check out that quantum chip the chip that Microsoft is going to do for quantum computing, if you guys go check that out, dude, it's nuts, man. 19 years of R&D, right? 19 years of R&D put on this. 19 years of R&D put into that project, man. 19 straight years, dude, dumping money into that. And what they discovered with it, like this new new state, quote unquote, of matter that they found, right? That all started off as a theory, right? There's people that was looking at it as a possibility, but they didn't know 100% for sure, right? So as time moved, as time progressed, right, they just kept on working on it. You know how much time and money that takes, dude? Well, number one, 19 years, as they said, but amount of money, they didn't share that part, but I'm pretty sure it's in the trillions. if you add it all up, dude. And that's once they become hyper focused on something, especially if it's something that's going to be game changing. And again, if you watch the videos, man, I highly recommend you do. Microsoft put some stuff on, man. It's good. It's interesting to listen to, right? And again, it kind of gave me a fresh perspective on things, man. It's just like once they put their mind to something, dude, they can't be stopped, right? They're just too big. As the old saying goes, too big to fail, right? That's 100% when it comes to Microsoft, right? And again, Xbox is the brand under Microsoft. So, but he said GDC 2025. Yeah, I can't wait, man. Mr. Kima, see what they're gonna do with that. Again, I mean, I don't expect it to be. Look, dude, it's just a tool, you know. And I want to do the. I still want to do the video. Where JD Vance is talking about AI, and I think he had a good take on it, right? There's something that I think that AI is coming to do, but I mean, how are we going to use it? And that's what it boils down to, man. At the end of the day, like, what are you going to get out of it, right? I mean, it's a tool like any other, right? So if you're going to do that, like, how are you going to present it? How am I going to be able to utilize it? Will it at the end of the day, will it help my business? Will it help me make money? So that will it save me time? You know, everything that's advanced, and the quantum computing thing. That's the next level, right? But it could be that big thing. But again, that's the only reason. But thanks for the comments, Kim. That's the only reason I did that video, man. It's just to remind you guys, like, hey, dude, this is Microsoft. Dude. This is Microsoft, man. They're on the cutting edge of everything, right? And if they're supporting Xbox, man, I'm not too worried about it. Again, we can get into the semantics of what they're doing as opposed to what they're not doing. Right? I'm with Hebot and Sega, man, when it comes to what they're doing. Dude. I'm like, I don't agree 100% with what they're doing as far as the gaming stuff and their games and stuff like that. But it is what it is. Like, we can have those discussions, and in fact, those are a lot more. I think that's better discussions to have than what's going on in the gaming community. Because after all of this, dude, you look at what's going on in the gaming community. Majority of the people that have the loudest voices, the biggest channels, they have no clue what's going on, right? And they don't need to. If I'm being honest, they don't need to, man, because a lot of it's just their opinions. And if you look at it as just their opinions, but you also look at their background, you're like, dude, why am I listening to these people? Like, I don't, for the most part. Right? And in fact, a lot of the times I end up listening to people because of something else, not necessarily their ideas of gaming. And it's the same way with comics as well. Or superhero stuff, right? I'm old school, man, when it comes to superhero stuff, man. My kid, she's playing Marvel Rivals, and she's having a good time playing it, dude. I mean, she's like, oh, are you going to play? No, not really. And talking about it, I'm like, dude, I can't play Marvel Rivals, man, because I can't wrap my mind around the Hulk not being able to destroy every single character in that game. Right? And then you can tell who their favorites are, man, because they'll bring a character in there and they'll make that character good because you can tell that the person, whoever is doing the character, likes the character. And that's the thing of comic book things, comic book geeks from back in the day, dude. You did have your favorites, but at the end of the day, dude, there's no way any one of those people, unless they get the power cosmic, could even consider taking on the Hulk, right? I mean, they do have Adam Warlock in there, but even he's powered down, right? And so I can't. Again, the veil that I talked about earlier in the video, right? Once they break that for me, I can't play it. But game looks fun, looks amazing. If you like Overwatch, you'll probably like this game. The art design is off the charts, man. You know, it's made by a Chinese company. And then again, you saw what happened, right? They laid off the staff in Seattle, man. They were all crying about it. And I'm like, dude, this is the economy that we're in, bro. It's affecting everything, man. Dude, I might be out of a job. So I don't know, man, with all this stuff going on. You know, that's the reality. I'm not saying I'm for that, but I'm just saying that's what we're gonna do. But yeah, I think it's hilarious, man, because it's such a huge game, you know. And this is something when I was a comic book person, right? Because just like games back in the day, comic books were not considered something that you know, it was a social outcast kind of thing, right? And to see, you know, become as popular as it has, which is awesome, but it's also some of the negative stuff too as well. You know what I mean? It becomes marketable, right? It kind of loses its impact, its meaning. Same thing with games. That's why when I listen to these people talk about certain things in gaming, and I'm like, bro, it's a video game. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it for what it is, man. You don't have to break it down by, you know, bits and break it down by speed or power and all this kind of stuff, dude. You're a mage. You're like my character in Valhalla. I'm a mage sent as an envoy to a land where people hate you, right? So basically, they went with the colonial thing, right? That you're coming in there and you don't know what's going on, dude. And that's the great thing about it, right? You're living in the moment, you're living in the story, and talk about it. And then you're in this world, dude, and you're just trying to figure what's going on. And that's one of the things that's great about it. Obsidian does a great job with the voice, with the character selections, and you have to kind of go down that road. And the only thing about that, I think somebody, if it would be cool if they make a video because the dialogue is pretty good, but the voicing of the dialogue is pretty awesome. Man, there's some stuff in there I was laughing because I have two companions with me right now, man, and the way they react to each other, react to the stuff, or certain choices you make, it's hilarious, dude. There's this one part, man, for all the people out there getting political about it. There's this one part in there because you're basically trying to form this. You're you're like an empire coming in. Again, you know, I mean, I kind of understand what's kind of going on, but you don't know, and I don't know how the choices are going to affect it or whatever. But there's just one part where the dude's talking about, yeah, well, we need law and order here, and then the first thing, dude, is the dude that's with you, man. He's kind of a rogue, and he's kind of like, oh yeah, like he starts going on this government rant, and then the dude that's next to him, and they kind of go back and forth on stuff. But this dude, you can tell he's a hippie, and so he's like, yeah, man, he starts, yeah, stuff like you'd hear back in the '70s, and I thought that was awesome, dude. That they were going, not because they were ranting on it, but it just feels real. Like that you can see both of these characters. You spend enough time with them, right? You're in battle, you're in combat, man. These are your companions, and that's what makes Avowed pretty cool too. Is that you kind of, and again, this is kind of, it's kind of, you have to go through the story of this, right? But if you put the time into it, you'll get that payoff, man. Where you get to know these guys and for the way that you approach them, stuff that you say and stuff like that. So shout out to Obsidian on that. They still got that down. They kind of did that on the Outer Worlds when I was watching my kids play. They got that part down, and I enjoyed it, man. And that's just one of the many type of things that they do that I was impressed by, right? If I'm being honest. So, man, I keep on getting off on Avowed, but that's probably because I'm thinking about playing it. Let me see. Was that the other one I'm talking about? All right, man. We're kind of moving along, dude. I might end this in like an hour and a half. I might end this. I might go for another half an hour. Plus, this dog is driving me nuts. I can't stand that dog because like I'm a couple houses down, so when I come out of my garage, he'll bark at me. It's an irritating dog. I think that's probably why they got him. I don't know why though. I mean, this is such a close-knit neighborhood. One of the things that's kind of good about where I live is everybody knows everybody, right? So even like, I mean, I'm talking about the whole area, not just where I live in this little valley area. Man, I'm talking about on the hillside, like everybody's family here. If you don't know that about Hawaii, everybody knows everybody, and most of the time somebody's cousin. That's how. Right. So if you get into it, in fact, it's happened, bro. Like two guys get into it on the road, right? This happened. This happened at my but this is my neighbor's house. Or my dad's neighbor's house, right? But we all together, right? So I went over. They had something, so I went over. But ended up happening was that these two guys, they was driving from wherever they were coming from, and they got into it on the road. And they ended up at the party, and then when they walked to the party, it was funny. There's cousins, and they were like first or second cousins, not like third or fourth cousins. And everybody was all shame, and then the parents was yelling at them because they didn't know they was related by blood, and it was crazy, dude. I was just like watching that. I'm like, man, that's why it doesn't pay to say anything to anybody here. Dude, just mind my business. Go jump into my world about. Take my frustrations out on all those little mushrooms running around right now. They're irritating, so I just try and take them out as fast as possible. Anyway, getting off topic. But yeah, definitely go check that out, dude. The Quantum chip, just reiterate, man, it's cool. Technology is cool. The process behind it is cool. Like if you're not a tech person, maybe not your cup of tea. But if you are interested in keeping up on what the latest stuff is and the direction that we're going, man, Microsoft is putting forward to it. But at the end of the day, the reason why I did that video is to remind you guys that this is Microsoft. This is the guys that own Xbox. And when and if you know that and you understand that, this is why I'm telling you, maybe you should go listen to Satya Nadella a little bit more. He did a great interview. It's like over an hour long, dude. I think I'm like 10, 15 minutes in. He's a great person to listen to, man. He's a great person to listen to, dude. And I forgot the name of the podcast. Maybe I'll go try and find it real quick. for you guys, man, because it's worth listening to, man. If you really want to know what's going on with Microsoft as a company, and they are the parent company, man, of Xbox, man. So I say, instead of listening to all this negative crap out there on the internet, man, spend some time and go listen to the people that actually, the movers and the shakers. That's what I like to do myself. I lost that, dude. I forgot it. Let me see if I can find it. Because look, dude, and then from a business perspective, right? It's the one that gets the most. It gets the most bang for its buck. You know what I'm saying? So let me share this real quick with you guys. I'm not gonna play it, guys, because it's long. Hopefully, you guys can see that, right? You guys can see it, right? Hold on. Yeah, here we go. I just wanted to show you that real quick. Wait, hold on. Oops, I didn't mean to see screen that. You won't be able to see the thing. Was it Rakesh Patel? This is the dude. I just picked up on it because of all the stuff on quantum computing. It popped up, and I clicked on it just to check it out. And like I said, I'm a little bit. I erased I'm like more right. Yeah, I think I'm about right here. I erased my history, man, because I just had, dude. When you're old, man, you fall asleep, dude. I fell asleep, and there's like the TV was watching me, man, and I was watching YouTube, and I was watching this dude on a farm, and then it went from like all like 10 to 15 videos deep, so I just cleared my cache. I'm like, I'm just gonna clear everything. But when I did that, I didn't think about stuff like this, where I wanted to go back and watch this. But it's worth checking out, dude. Go check out this interview specifically. But this is the dude's channel, and he has some interesting perspective. He always does, man. That's why, again, I don't hate on him, dude. Hold on, let me see. Is there something else I want to show? Yeah, so let me just say that, dude. Just keep that in mind, dude. That who owns Xbox, and when you realize who owns Xbox, if you start following Satya, you start looking at what Microsoft is doing. It's a whole other perspective that you're gonna get, right? Like when you listen to all these dudes, especially the ponies, man, they're ignorable. Then you got the PC guys who are jumping on the ponies, but they're PC first, right? They're not console players. And then you got the Nintendo people that start chirping every once in a while, which, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Is what I'm trying to say, right? You watch these dudes go follow the movers and the shakers in the industry, follow Satya, and I'm not saying that you're not gonna get bad stuff out of that, right? And what I mean by bad is he has a certain perspective and a certain outlook, but it'll give you perspective on where Microsoft is as a company, and that's more so. Like it's better for you to make up your own mind and try to process your own thing than listening to anybody that's out there, right? Because if you go outside, again, it's the same narrative all the time, and now there's a political slant on it, which I pick up on all the time, right? And so there's some people that are not going to give Avowed a chance because it's more about the politics to them, not about the gaming, right? So if you're a gaming first person, especially if you own an Xbox and you're in the ecosystem, right, that's going to hit different for you, right? Again, I like to use the Netflix model. There's stuff that they put on Netflix I absolutely not watch, right? There's stuff they do religiously. I'm like, oh, dude, that's blasphemous, right? Has it gotten to the point where I'm going to cancel my subscription? No, not at that point. Could it do? Yeah, eventually, man. That's my choice to make. but I occupy a space of Netflix, and what they're doing right now is just untouchable. So that's why it doesn't bother me. So if you want to participate, right, in this kind of, if you're gonna look, dude, if you want to be happy doing this kind of stuff, dude, you're gonna have to make certain sacrifices, and part of that sacrifice is not listening to these morons, which is not so much a sacrifice, if I'm being honest, but it's better to go follow the people, go to the source, man. That's why I always like to share Xbox Wire, stuff like that. They're not going to give you everything about Xbox, right? That's not their job. But what they will give you, and what I mean everything about Xbox is they don't get into the quagmire of all the stuff that's going on around the politicking of video gaming, right? And that's video games specifically, all the pony stuff, all of that stuff, all the hate and stuff like that. But they focus on what Microsoft and Xbox is giving you. It is a controlled source and stuff like that. But if you want to know anything about the games and stuff like that, you get it from the straight source. Right. Because to be honest with you, man, and this is one of the great things about having a channel like this, is a lot of this stuff is speculation, right? but there's a positive type of speculation, there's a negative type of speculation. And for me on this channel, I tend to be more on the positive side. If I was on the negative side of anything Xbox, I wouldn't have an Xbox, and I wouldn't be playing the games. You see my point? You see what I'm trying to say? Right? Like that's what blows my mind about PlayStation guys. They ultra focus on Xbox all the time, when that's not even a console. I mean to a fault, dude. That's like their whole life evolves. Even though they're PlayStation guys, even though they love PlayStation games, even though like PlayStation quote unquote services, right? All they do is talk about Xbox 24/7 all the time. There's channels built around that stuff. I don't even have to name them. When I said that right there, three dudes automatically popped into your head. That's all they do, right? And they try and guise themselves as a gaming channel. They're not gaming channels. I'm a gaming channel, right? Or I'm a positive Xbox gaming channel. Sorry, I'm a positive, pro Xbox gaming channel, right? So if you come to this channel, it's going to be all about Xbox. I don't care what PlayStation is doing. The only time it bothers me, of course, is when the hypocrisy and the stuff cuts in. And when these guys come here, there's people that come to this podcast, dude, that are PlayStation guys. And I'm like, look, you're welcome here, dude. But I mean, I don't know why you would come here, dude. If I had a choice of making these videos, which I'm doing right now, I'm doing my podcast right now, right, or going and playing my games, that's a pretty tough choice now because there's a lot of stuff for me to play, right? That's why I don't do a lot of videos when I've been playing my games more. But that's the two choices I had. The third choice is not to me listen to some Nintendo guy, or listen to a PC dude, or listen to a PlayStation guy, right? Those are not my choices. Those guys aren't in my choice thing. If I had a choice, right? I'll be doing this podcast, or I'll be playing Avowed right now. Especially where I'm at now in Avowed, dude. I got like the next area that I'm in, dude. There's way more stuff to do. I'm trying to level up my character, and trying to get him to the point where I want. Dude, there's been points when I've been playing Avowed where I want to restart the game, but I stuck it out. I mean, we started the game just because I had a better understanding of what the game is and the mechanics, so I could create better the game, the type of character I want to play. But I'll slog through it, and then I'll just play it again. I mean, it's on Game Pass, dude. You can buy the game if you want to. There's all kind of options with it, but this is definitely a game that'll be in my Rolodex of games I can always come back to and play. Just like Starfield, like Indiana Jones is a different beast. You can go back and replay it. I can see that you can go back and replay it, but it's basically a story-driven type game. So, the action and stuff like that you could do, that lends to that gives it a little bit more credence for being a game that you can play again. But definitely Avowed. You got games coming out, and that's another thing too, man. That's that balance you got to keep, right? If you have Game Pass, right, you want to keep. That's why they want to keep people coming in. That's why they keep on putting out all kind of content. A lot of different content too. Like Warhammer dropped another one. It's like the the Rogue Trader or something that I want to check out. I don't know if I'm gonna have time because as soon as I'm done with this, I'm gonna jump back for a couple hours on take more of my medicine, dude. I got this medicine thing going on right now, dude. This plan where I'm taking my stuff, and I'm like, dude, I'm trying to, look, I got stuff to do this afternoon, so I gotta take I gotta take the medicine that doesn't make me drowsy, man. In fact, I just popped some caffeine, and so I should be good. That's why I'm doing this podcast too. But hold on 1 second. So yeah, let me go back to what I was focusing on before, man, because this is something that's really pissed me off, and I want to address it on this channel really quick. Again, Sega Forever is my gamer tag, right? This narrative that's coming out there when it comes to Xbox or when it comes to Microsoft and Sega and the comparison of the two. I talked about it a little bit earlier, got sidetracked, but just go back to this, dude. That comparison again, like I said, is asinine to me, man. It really irks me, dude. And there's a lot of people doing that right now. And a lot of these people should know better. A lot of them, I understand what their channels are, so I understand. I mean, it doesn't make it right. Dude, it just ticks me off, dude. Microsoft and Sega are two companies that are not even in the same ballpark, okay? And in fact, to the point of where I sit here all the time and I wish Microsoft would buy Sega and own them, right? And that's the difference, right? And yeah, these people up there is like, oh, they're going to Xbox is going the route of Sega. No, you want Xbox to go the route of Sega, right? And that's why I want to talk about this right now, guys, because that's the thing you got to look at when people, especially people that are gamers that look. A lot of these people grew up. You're dealing with a lot of these gamers grew up in the PlayStation era, right? So all these guys, whether they believe it or not, or whether they're in tune with their biases or not, these guys are all PlayStation dudes, right? Because that's all they know. Just like if you were in the '80s, man, it's like Nintendo. Right, and then eventually, what happened with Sega coming on board? Right, that's my generation, or even before that with arcades. at a 2600, right? So that's Atari's stuff. But on that level, right? So you have a lot of these people, man, that when you're looking at this stuff, they're looking at it from that perspective. And that's the irritating thing for me when it comes to Sega, right? Because it's not even the same. It's nowhere near the same thing, right? And a lot of these guys that are looking at Microsoft going third party, and the reason why they keep on repeating it is because they want Microsoft to go third party, right? They want Microsoft. These guys want Xbox gone. These guys hate Xbox, dude. Right? And I don't care how they dress it up. It's just like, well, I'm a gaming journalist. I'm just no, you're not, dude. You're a hater. At the end of the day, you're a hater, man. Because I was there. I was there when Sega decided to go third party, and it's the same stupid thing. All these dudes were sitting there. It's like, well, if Sega goes third party, man, that'll be awesome. Because then, people will buy more of their games, man. It'll be better for them as a company, man. They're losing money, which is true. They weren't losing. They were in financial issues. They had financial issues when all this stuff was going on, right? Right? And then all these dudes talk the same trash, talk the same narrative, ran their mouth, dude. And these are PlayStation guys, right? Because of that generational shift of people on PlayStation. That's the thing I hate the most about PlayStation guys. Is these people don't buy games and they don't support this industry, right? Supporting this industry is not buying the console. Supporting this industry is buying the console and supporting the software, all right? And and economy aside, man, we're in gaming is in a flux right now, man, because there's so many people out there. When I listen to them, though, these dudes do not support gaming. Dude, when I was coming up, man, and I understand I'm a product of the technology of my time, but there was people pirating stuff back then. There's people burning stuff back then, right? But it depended on you if you participated in that kind of stuff or not, right? For me, man, it was all about supporting that. This is the industry I grew up in, man. Just like comic books, man. I bought comic books. Dude, I didn't just borrow comic books and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that and stuff like that, but I'm a comic book guy, dude. I own a bunch of comic books, dude. I had over man, it had to be at least like 7,000 comic books at one point in my life, dude, because I wear so many different comic books. Granted, it was a lot cheaper back then when I first started, right? And then as it went up, dude, things changed. I remember one point, man, I think it was over $3, dude, and I was just like, dude, that's too much money for this stuff, man. You're not giving me more than what. In fact, the advertising, same thing you see a lot of times when an economy in some type of genre is going bad, is that more advertisements, less content. You see the rush stuff, the quality goes down, all that stuff, right? And so for the most part, man, that's kind of the position I see when a lot of these dudes are sitting back there talking about Sega going third party. It's great, now I can buy their games, I can support them that way. It was all BS, dude, at the end of the day, right? And because Sega's in financial trouble, man, I mean, they had some issues going on at the time, perfect storm, and then PlayStation put that final nail in their coffin, which is why I always will hate PlayStation, right? And their fans, right? Their fanboys that was over there was like, oh yeah, man, we got Yakuza, we got this, we got that, right? Dude, I've been there, man. I lived through it, dude. And what you see right now is the same thing that's going on with Xbox. It's just the same narrative because you have the same group of people, man, that grew up as PlayStation sycophants, man. So I can't stand PlayStation, dude. I can't stand them. I can't stand their fan base, man. They suck bad, dude. They're gonna be the death of this industry. I'm telling you, man. That's why I'm so hard on Microsoft, man. I want them to take these dudes out, dude. Just buy everybody, dude. Don't leave them any morsel. Yeah, don't leave them no piece, no plot of land, dude. Let's get biblical on this stuff, man. When you go and take everybody out, right? Don't let them hang around, dude, because that's what they do. Right? And then we gotta deal with their stupid fans and the people that support them. Right? We gotta deal with these people all the time. Right? It blows my mind that these guys rely on Xbox so much, man, that Xbox stop making. If Xbox ceased to exist, their channels would die because they wouldn't have any content. Right? They start talking about Sony and everybody would tune out. Why everybody watches their content is because they hate Xbox too. So if Xbox went away, and that's another thing to me, dude. I was talking to Hebot about this, and it's something that kind of blew my mind. It's just like if at some point in time, right, like Microsoft went away, right, and I'm talking about if a console went away altogether, could PC, like I was what was it for Tanga? I watched listened to one of his videos, right. And I guess he's a hardcore PC guy, but he's talking about how PC is the future and all this kind of stuff. And I sat there listening to it, and I'm like, all right, let me say this, dude. If there's no Xbox, there's no Nintendo, and there's no Sony, and that's hard for me to say, right? With the Sony part, dude, can PC will gaming survive on PC alone, right? Like for me, when I look at Xbox and PlayStation, like if Xbox took out PlayStation, yeah, we'd be fine, right? Just like how Sega went, right? Just like how Atari, I mean, I know they're back, but they're not on that same level anymore, right? Because that's console market, right? And again, I know a lot of people are out there talking about console market changing, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, I see it changing, right? But again, like I said earlier, dude, until I see the economy of it, then I'll decide. But I want to see that first, right? So for me, looking at that, dude, dealing with this all these years, man, it's just so asinine again to hear people say that, right? Well, Xbox is going to go the way of Sega, dude. Microsoft owns Xbox, dude. Sega was Sega. Sega was all on its own, man, and Sega was doing all the heavy lifting for the industry back then, both in the arcade, right, and on the home console, dude. Namco was doing stuff in the arcade. All these other companies were doing stuff in the arcade, Capcom, right? But they didn't have a console. Only Sega had a console, so they're burning both ends of the candle, right? And they ended up getting burnt by it. But at the end of the day, oh hey, Mr. Kima, sorry, brother. Steam is now cross save with Xbox consoles. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah. Do you think that they're gonna incorporate it into the next Xbox, Mr. Kima? I think they will. Right. But it's not even the same thing, guys. It's not even close, dude. Again, Microsoft is a $3 trillion company. It just created a microchip that could change, not microchip, but a quantum chip that could change the fabric of reality of how you do your everyday life. And they're already on the cutting edge of AI. They're doing all of this stuff all at once, man. And like I'm supposed to worry about Xbox, right? The only thing I know for a fact, and I'm 100% with you guys on this channel, I see it all the time. The only people that will get rid of Xbox when they feel Xbox is done is Microsoft, dude, because they own the brand. It's not going to be Sony, dude. It's not going to be Nintendo. It's not going to be the economy. It's not going to be none of that. It's when Microsoft says, okay, we don't need you anymore. And you know this stuff. You know this is true because you see Microsoft do that. You see Microsoft buy stuff for hundreds of millions of dollars, and then within a month, few months, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's not working out the way we thought it would. Okay, bye. Mr. Keenan says, yes, there will be a Steam app on the next generation Xbox. Yeah, that's where it looks like it's going. I mean, they're serious about this stuff, bro. I know that much. I know Phil, man. You can tell when you get an interview now. He should just come out and say everything that they're gonna do. And I understand there's things he can't say because it's stuff that's in the works. But the stuff that he can't talk about, just come out and say it. Like what he said before. He said, "Oh, we have we want to make sure we're 100% with people when it's coming to other consoles. We're gonna put the consoles on the tagline." And I'm like, dude, you should have been doing that because you guys were thinking about it. It's best to dude, don't just rip the band-aid off, dude. At this point, don't do that stuff. That stuff irritates me personally. I can't stand when people do that. Well, like, dude, just rip the band-aid off at this point. You know what I'm saying? Just rip the band-aid off and just let people deal with it and then move on. That's what I think they should have done. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Kim. I sat on this channel and said I think they should buy Steam. If Steam becomes available, they should buy them. And again, that's my whole point when it comes to the Sega thing, dude. That Sega and Microsoft could buy everybody, right? It doesn't have to rely on on just the games and all that stuff, dude. They're such a big company. Microsoft is a company. It's a behemoth unto itself. Right now, again, if they get tired of Xbox and Xbox isn't delivering for them the way that they want to, again, not because of outside factors, it's just them themselves. Then they'll end it. But it'll be all on them, dude. It has nothing to do with Sony, dude. You guys give Sony way too much power, dude. And the way Sony is right now, dude, they need to be gone. Again, I say this all the time on the channel. Like, what are they doing? What are they doing to benefit gaming and gamers? Aside of their brand loyalty, which they get from their sycophants, dude, and the simple fact that a lot of people just grew up on it. I'm telling you, dude, if they would disappear, nobody would miss them. You have people doing videos every once in a while crying about it. I'd be happy. I do videos to counter it. Mr. Kima says, did you read the CMA article where they say they're going to be more lenient towards big acquisition and made a mistake on blocking Microsoft AKBK acquisition? Yeah. They're. It's interesting though, like because what company was it that Apple? Apple caved to the British government because the Apple's always been like, no, we keep the privacy of our customers, yada yada yada, and then the British company was pushing down on them. It looks like they're going to give people access. They're going to give the British government access to people's uh, if you're online, if you're on your phone and you say something they don't like, right? They're shifting to that kind of stuff. Yeah, they will because it's real now, right? I mean, they understand. You have a person right now who's running roughshod over everybody. I won't say his name, but he's the new big bully in the room, right? So when they were bullying Microsoft, all these government entities was bullying Microsoft, and no bigger bully than our own and the FTC. Right now, you have a new sheriff in there, and it's a different ballgame. So they it probably not be in their best interest to do that. Right? You might get a tariff stuck on your ass, which will really be bad. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Kima? It's just a different thing right now. Um, and we all know, like I know, I mean, we talked about it all the time. I mean, the guys, dude, it's just that whole thing was all political, and that's unfortunate, man. They're trying to, regulate these dudes, man. And I'm like, in that space, like, look, dude, if you regulate some of these people on the level that the CMA wants to, or even our own FTC wanted to regulate them, you don't get the quantum chip. You know what I'm saying? You don't get quantum computing, right? Because they're gonna have to deal with that anyway. If there's a breakthrough, like Microsoft does a breakthrough with the quantum chip that they just came up with, and quantum computing becomes a real thing, you're already gonna have government involvement, right? Because then it becomes a national security issue. Because what they're saying, man, these computers they'll leave supercomputers in the dust, which is what we're dealing with right now. I see that firsthand in national security stuff, right? If you have if you have something that can blow away supercomputers, man, they're saying that within seconds, man, all the cryptology we have, dude, it becomes obsolete with this breakthrough. There's no secret safe, dude. So they're gonna have to get on board with that. So, the intent of the government right now would be to slow. I mean, their natural um, reaction to something like that, to quantum computing, was to slow would be to slow roll it. But in the digital age that we're in now, man, you got to have a balance of that. Dude. You just can't slow roll it because then you don't want to get behind of your adversaries. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's going to be a balancing act, dude. I don't know what the future holds. The good thing is that there's other countries doing this stuff too, but I mean, right now the focus is to move a lot of these companies back to the U.S. I think they should do that. I think these, and it's not a government thing. It's not a presidential thing, dude. It's just that these companies learned the hard way when they were going overseas, especially in China, man. That these dudes were backdooring. They brought them in. They wanted to bring in, but they wanted to learn from them and basically steal their stuff. Is what you do. The only problem with stuff like this is, I mean, it's just like having somebody take a test for you just so you can pass, but you didn't do any of the work and you didn't retain any of the knowledge. You didn't come on that. You didn't do that on your own. So then when you do, say like you pass a test or for an interview and stuff like that, and you actually get the job, right? Then they expect you to perform because your credentials say you do, but you can't. That's the problem with a lot of these countries, man. They can only mimic. That's why I'm not really big on China. Like China, like a lot of people are worried about China. I mean, you have to be worried from a national security perspective, and the fact that their dude is a psychopathic communist. But other than that, dude, I mean, it's just like, all right, let's see what they got, dude. All you have to do, Mr. Kima, and anybody listen to the podcast, dude, just go listen to the dudes that are creating this stuff, dude. They're not, dude. They're look, dude. I'm just saying, they might be cool, but when the game's on, the Super Bowl's on, they won't be the people at the party that you're talking to. I'm just gonna put it to you that way, man. You ain't gonna go down to the local pub and have a beer with these dudes. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, dude. I'm not trying to be mean, right? But they occupy a certain space, and that's how the world is, right? We all occupy space. I'm pretty sure nobody here wants to sit here listening to me complain about the console war, right? That again, I'll reference Iraq, what he says all the time, dude. He's like, if he has a girl over, dude, he hides all this stuff, right? You're not gonna let this girl know that he's a bit of a nerd, right? That's gonna kill the mood, right? That's just the world we live in. That's just the way it is. But for a lot of that stuff, man, I'm like, yeah, okay, let's see what you got, bro. What are you doing? Let's see what you got, not what other people did that you copied. Let's see what you got. And there's a difference between copying, straight up stealing stuff, copying stuff, and actually working together, collaborating, or taking what somebody had, because that's what our civilization is built on, right? Like I say, we live on the shoulder of soldiers of giants. Right? There's people that came before us that were doing stuff. But one of my favorite lines in Iron Man 2 is that Tony Stark's dad. Howard Stark said to Tony Stark, "I'm limited by the technology of my time." Right. So there's people that lived back there that could foresee it, that were future thinking, futurists, that could see where the direction the world was going. But because of the time frame that they lived in, we'll see that now, right? Like there might be a day where you have a holodeck and we'll be playing our games that way, actually living the game. So you take a game like Avowed again, keep on harping on Avowed. That's what I'm playing the most right now. But say like you have Avowed, right? And then you pop into Avowed. Like maybe if they make a holodeck, instead of being the character involved, you can actually walk into the world of Avowed. That probably scare the crap out of a lot of people because there's some really messed up stuff in there, but it is what it is. Hey, what's up, brother? Welcome, man.
Hey, brother, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Listen, I'm on my way home, man. When I get home, I just want to let you know I'm gonna be joining the podcast. I went out to the store.
No worries, man. I gotta go shopping too, but you
Oh,
know,
you do?
no. But I mean, that's why I do it early in the morning.
Oh,
For me, that's the time that I get because I
yeah.
have to do other stuff I gotta get done. But
I'm doing a Hebot, man. I'm in the car talking to you, bro.
yeah, no worries, man. I sent him a message, man. I know my brother.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I sent him a message and then I sent him the link on Instagram.
All right, cool. I'm getting ready to pull into my garage. I'll call. I'll when I get in there, I'll come right back on.
Yeah. All right, brother.
I'll see you in 2 minutes.
All right, brother. Take your time.
All right. Peace.
All right. Peace. Yeah, so that's the direction. Like you know what I'm saying. Like, imagine playing that. I'm just throwing it out there, guys. Right? Imagine that, right? So anyway, but yeah, thanks for that, Mr. Kima. I did see that. That's weird, man, because I think that I don't know if we read the same article, man, but the perspective on all this kind of stuff is, I saw it from our political perspective because all of this stuff is being broke down. And then the reason why I know is because a lot of the appointees, a lot of that stuff's being resolved, so that's why people are ultra focusing. They're already changing. I mean, it's amazing how I think people are seeing and understanding firsthand how big America is and the pull we have in the world. Both when we don't get involved and when we do get involved. I mean, things shift really bad or really good, depending. That's what happens when you're the leader on the world stage, man. I think, but I definitely think for a lot of American businesses, Microsoft included, I think it's going to be good for them, right? Because they can get past all the red tape and look, dude. And nobody, at the end of the day, nobody wants big corporations to run everything. Nobody wants them to run amok, right? But again, I always say this on my channel. I'll reiterate it here, dude. Remember, you have the power of the consumer. You do not have to participate. That's the only probably good thing that came out of this whole COVID stuff is people realize that, hey, dude, you don't have to buy everything. You don't have to go out and rush and get something. A lot of it is, because people are trained to do that, right? You're just used to doing it. And when that's taken away from you and then you realize it. So the realization that people have when it came to economy and money and relying on institutions that, I mean, I experienced that firsthand, dude. I had a health condition, still kind of do, but I had to go do my own research and look at stuff myself because you couldn't get appointments. When you got an appointment, I remember one time I went to an appointment to get a procedure done, and I showed up there and they had to shut down because somebody had COVID. I came in and they weren't supposed to. They got tested, and they had to shut down the whole clinic, and then they shut down the clinic, and then they had to scrub it down. So I was out, and I took leave for that day, and I couldn't go, and I had to, and then I had to reschedule, and it was a couple months later. So that kind of reality, once it kicks in, and then you have to deal with that kind of stuff, it changes your perspective on things. For me personally, it did. Right? And this is why when you have experiences like that, it's like, okay, well, why am I in this situation? Maybe because I don't eat enough, or I'm eating wrong, or I'm eating too much, or I'll just use that as an example, right? You start processing, right? Because you have the time and the energy, and you're not distracted. And when you start doing that, right, that's when you begin to realize. That's why I said earlier, Mr. Kima, specifically is with the console stuff, right? I want to see the economy get better. Then I want to see how the console market is, because it could be collapsing. I don't think it's necessarily collapsing because there's no need for consoles. It's just that you've changed people's buying habits, right? A lot of this stuff that we participate, especially on this channel that I talk about, you don't have to. You're not gonna die if you don't have a video game. You're not gonna die if you don't read a comic book. You're not gonna die if you're animation, if you no longer have anime. You know what I'm saying? The stuff that I focus on, right? Those are things that are non-essential. Right. So if they go away, or if you become a person where your habits change, right, where you always were looking forward to this, but then you couldn't do it. Like I'll say the counterpoint to that is the gyms. Right. There's a lot of people, and an entire economy was built on people who were going to gyms. right? Because they could not go to most people could not go to the gym. The gyms were closed. And then when you went back, you couldn't do what you wanted, and then it made it harder because gyms were crowded already as it is. So it pushed people into the market of doing garage gyms or home gyms. To the point now, you can just go on like Instagram or you can go on what's the other one I like. I can't think of it right now, man. Dude, Pinterest. Like you just go and you can see what people have done. Right? It changed their entire perspective on what a gym is and how you work out. Because a lot of people were forced into that, man. When you had gyms, dude, the people that I saw around here, where I live, dude, Hawaii is like an outdoor lifestyle, dude. Okay, really, just like every other state, you have unhealthy medical issues and stuff like that. But for the most part, man, people love Hawaii because of the weather and they like to do stuff that's out and about, right? But if you're a person who's like a bodybuilder or you use weights and stuff like that, dude, there's people coming up with some crazy stuff that they were doing, right? I mean, it was amazing to watch, and some of it very innovative, right? And what ended up happening is people did that, and then they took that. They're like, hey, man, if I did this and I made this and I like it and it's working, my friends are trying it out, they like it. Oh, what can I do with this? And that's how innovation starts, and that's how industries start, right? Just from a person's idea. That's what makes kind of America unique. Right. And so what ended up happening is a lot of these guys created stuff that was really cool, man. Like the monkey feet thing, I thought was pretty cool. Right. They because it's come out of necessity. All invention is the mother. Necessity is the mother of invention for a lot of times. Not all the time, but the most part. Right. And so a lot of that is happening now. So then people got into it. I know this dude. So he started just selling mats. Right. Because a lot of people will convert their garages. Right. And then if you're going to do a lot of powerlifting, you need some kind of mats. And so what ended up happening was people was going to places like that sell horse mats, right? So a lot of people, like, you know, if you have a rodeo or you have a show horse or something like that, and then you got to transport you see it in the mail all the time, and you have a trailer with all the horses inside. Well, what they would use for the horses, because they're hooved, is they have these mats, and these mats are super strong, right, and comfortable for the horse. So a lot of people saw that, dude, and they were going to like tractortrailer.com. They were like going, dude, it was so bad. Like they were buying out all the stock, and that the people that what the material was actually used for, man, they couldn't get it because people were buying it. There's such a drive for that because people were converting their garages into. They were converting their garage into gyms, makeshift gyms. And some people have made a business out of it. Some people got really creative with it, man. It's amazing to watch. Right, that's the human experience that I enjoy a lot. See, right? So again, it's out of that necessity. So the same can be said a lot of times with gaming, man. You unleash. Getting back to your point, Mr. Kimo. Thanks for the comment too. But you look at places like the CMA or the FTC. I forgot the one that was in what the Europeans have. European Union. I forget what there was, but they were fine with it. They weren't bothered by it at all. But you see what all of their, like how they just kill it. They kill everything, dude. They just kill everything. Like we all knew when we looked at it, I was like, no, dude, everything checks your boxes. Everything you said, and that's a government thing too, right? It checks all your boxes, dude. Consumer friendly, yes. It'll help the company, yes. It'll help Microsoft, yes. It'll help the online stuff, yes. Everything that they threw out there, like you just check the box on it, right? And then the stuff that they had questions on, they got addressed, right? Oh, what did you say, Mr. Kim? Sorry. My brother spent $2,500 on a Peloton bike that he has in his home to exercise. Yeah, dude, those Pelotons are no joke. I was thinking about getting it for my daughter, but I didn't realize how expensive they were, bro. Because you get the Peloton and then you get the programs too, and they have the bike and don't they have the walker? Dude, it's crazy. I will never use it, man, because I have really bad knees, bro. I'm older. I have really bad knees. Like when I go to the gym now, everything's about function for me. Like I have like for my knees, all the workouts that I do for my knees is just to build a muscle around my joints and stuff like that, to make them stronger, make the muscle stronger for support, right? Because I don't want to get some of the conditions that people are having. I'm at that age now. I forget the name of that one condition where people have that. Dang, I looked it up. Like I thought I had it, but it was plantar fasciitis instead, which thank God, dude. Because if I would have had that, that would have sucked. I know people that have that would have that numbness. They have nerve damage and it goes down to the lower extremities. So that's what I'm dealing with, brother. So that's a good investment for you. I know that's a lot of money, bro. I don't have that money right now to be worried about. I live in one of the most expensive states in the union. But if that's a good investment, brother, right there, because he can, with that right there, dude, that'll save him. I mean, I'm talking about and of course you got to look at your diet. I'm not trying to continue. I don't know what your brother's situation is and stuff like that, but I just put myself in there. Like if I had this bike, it'll be worth it if I could actually exercise because I can't on that level. But anybody who's younger, man, preventative care. There, I'll just say it's great for preventative care. Because later on in life, man, if you take care of your body, man, then you won't break down as much. Because eventually we all get old, right, and break down. But yeah, dude, that again, Mr. Kimo, dude, they, and I know Peloton right now, like I know their stocks and stuff went down because there's such a high demand, right? But as stuff started opening up, the demand started dropping. Saw that with video gaming too. And then again, that's why this whole console is dead thing. Dude, if I go to your channel and you're telling me the console is dead and all I see is you hate Xbox on your channel, I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, you don't, your opinion means nothing to me. Hey, what's up, Sega man? Sorry, brother, just kind of.
Hey, brother, what's going on?
No, dude, I don't know. Did you? Huh? Oh, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear, bro.
What's going on, brother?
Did you see that stuff with the quantum chip that Microsoft created?
Yeah. I
Dude,
think that thing is leaps and bounds. Like they say, it's better than the chip that I think Google.
Well, I know that there's various ways that people are going to try because quantum computing is such a new thing.
Yeah.
But the simple fact that they basically found another, what is that? Another state of matter is what they're saying. Is they discovered. So
what do you think about that, brother? What do you think about that chip? What do you think? What's your opinion?
Okay, so I hate to say this, dude. I'll just be 100 with everybody on the podcast.
Hey, man, say your opinion, man. How you feel?
So when it first came out, the first thing that went to my mind was I want to do a video and I want to shove it back in all the Xbox haters' faces, right? People that hate Xbox, right? Because the narrative for the last couple of weeks, especially after Phil gave his interview talking about games on other systems,
the
narrative shifted from their event that they had, the Developer Direct, which was absolutely amazing. Like that momentum, right? And of course, right, all these people wait on is for there's something else to happen, and they try to shift the narrative.
Yeah,
change the perspective for people, which they did. So the whole thing shifted back to like Xbox is dead. Xbox has no games. They keep on bringing that stuff.
of course,
back into it, right?
Yeah.
And I felt this I talked to you about it, brother, and especially with Hebron. And so I felt some kind of way about it, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, like I said, that's why I said your video, walked me off the shelf. But something like this, dude, that's where my mind initially went. I was like, yeah, dude, what am I thinking, bro? This is Microsoft, dude. These are the people that own Xbox, right? And one of the most amazing things I heard from it, bro, is that so I watched the video, dude. I watched a couple of videos.
Yeah, I watched it with Satya and all them.
Yeah, dude. It was amazing to me because I didn't know this, but in order to create this chip, they had to put 19 years in of R&D.
Yep.
19 straight years of R&D in something that they had no idea if it existed. They had a theory. Right? They had a gut feeling, right?
Yeah.
19 years of R&D and stuff like that. And then they reminded me, I was like, yeah, I forgot who owns Xbox. I forgot who these guys are. I kind of stepped outside of myself, and I forgot who Microsoft actually is. Now, I still stick by the thing is like, and I say that to say that, look, dude, nobody's going to take Xbox now except Microsoft, right? And I've always said that on the channel. Like Microsoft has some kind of way. They're like, you know what, dude, we're going in a different direction, Xbox. But it's not like it won't be Sony, right? And it won't be all these pricks online, right? And it won't be Nintendo.
A lot of them online too right now.
Yeah. None of these people, man. The people that don't pull the plug on it is actually the people that are that will be the only people that can pull the plug on Xbox is actually Microsoft. And then when you see them do something like this, and it's amazing. I recommend anybody just go out there and watch the videos, research the science. I mean, some of this is like I know it's beyond me. Especially when they start talking to certain people and they're trying to break it down. It's like, dude, bro, you lost me at hello. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I just assumed that this thing will become self-aware and kill us all. 20 years from now, it is what it is. But it's fascinating to me, man, and I think it's something that's missing in the gaming community, bro. I'll be honest with you, man. We were like that. We're Sega people. We know firsthand.
Yep, exactly.
A lot of the stuff Sega did and the way they pushed the industry forward for gaming. This is the same in a sense, right? And you can't get that excitement here. But this is so beyond the gaming stuff that these people can't hate on it if they wanted to.
Yeah, brother. Second forever. I'm getting guys after I made that video. Well, salty guys, man. Oh yeah, thank you for your games, Sega, man. Thank you for all your games. They're like,
yeah.
You ain't gonna buy them.
Yeah,
doesn't matter. You're not gonna buy them. Yeah, you might as well just give it up and hang it up. we're getting all your games now. There's no reason to have an Xbox. Xbox is dead. I'm like, okay. You're not going to buy the games. Any of those games that come over there, you're not going to support them. You can say it all you want and troll. But at the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. A lot of you guys are not going to buy the games because you don't even buy your own games.
Yeah, they don't buy their own games. That's the sad thing about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Vontae? Welcome to the podcast, brother. Yeah, it's the Wrecking Crew.
Hi, brother. Hey, man, Mr. Kima, what's up?
Yeah, Mr. Kima's here too, man.
Cool, man. Where's he bought?
I don't know. I sent him the link. I messaged him.
He must be driving.
Driving or I don't.
That dude always busy.
Well, one time I called him and he was sleeping, so I was like, you know what, bro? You need to just sleep, bro. This isn't important.
You know what he needs to do? He needs to open up a driving service.
At least get paid for it, right?
Hey, brother, sick of ever. He bought Stop and Go.
Most powerful driving service.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, dude, you can drop some knowledge on you while you're driving too.
You know what, brother? These last few weeks, because I know you've been doing videos too. By the way, I like your politics podcast. I listen to it.
Oh, thanks, brother.
And by the way, they've been really acting crazy out here in the gaming streets, man. Like when they hear Phil Spencer talking about how he wants games everywhere, like they're really just flipping out. Like they're flipping out. Like I heard Reforged Gaming is fighting with Dustin Laguerre and shit.
Yeah, it's funny. You know what it seems like, Sega Man? I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying Xbox guys are putting up the white flag, but what I'm saying is, we have so much stuff other than getting involved with that. Like Unlimited said,
Yeah.
He just tuned out and plays his games.
Yeah.
And, I've been knee deep in Avowed, bro. Avowed is an amazing game.
Me too. Me and you both. I'm a level 10 right now.
Oh snap! I think I'm around there. I think I'm 10, 11. I actually opened the other land. Oh, I'm in the other land right now.
Bruh, I am addicted to Avowed, bro.
You know, it's weird because it wasn't what I thought. When I first started playing it.
Yeah.
And I don't know why people compare it to Skyrim.
No.
I think it's the same thing. Because it's not that's not that hardcore fantasy thing to it, right?
Yeah.
It has a lot more. It has a lot more nuance, and then the storyline's definitely different.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to put the time in. You have to get past the first initial. I think for most people, when I'm gathering from what I see, you have to get past that first. You have to level up, dude. You have to get to like at least level.
Oh yeah.
To really start appreciating the game, because you gotta involve yourself in the story. You gotta get into your companions.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta do the exploring, dude. You gotta read some of these books.
Yep.
What I tell people, or what I'll tell you guys on there, dude, is like what you can do is you can just grab the book, and then later on go ahead and read it.
Yep.
If it's blocking your gameplay, right? Because you just want to move on. That's I understand that. That's what I do. But then I go back and I read the content, and when you do, man, you'll appreciate the game more. That's what it's built to do, right?
And there's a lot of side missions.
Oh, good, brother. Sorry.
I said, and there's a lot of side missions.
Yeah, I mean, it slow walks you though, right? In that first half, that first part of the world, it kind of slow walks you, and rightfully so, man. There's a lot to the mechanics.
Oh yeah,
the combat as well as the leveling. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
like the whole thing with the negative thing kind of threw me off. Right? I was like, what does that mean, -50? And so that counts against the weight, right?
Yeah.
So it's actually a positive. So I was like, once I understood that, and then I was wearing the wrong armor, man. I switched to the other armor, and it was like better for me because I'm a battle mage.
Oh yeah, I'm fighting big ass, like toxic looking spiders and shit, and
yeah,
big ass bears and man.
Yeah, that's awesome. Vontae says y'all played Avowed. How you like it? Yeah, like we're saying, Vontae, dude. If you have Game Pass, Vontae, it's a no-brainer.
Well, Vontae's a level 14. I'm a level 10. I'm getting there.
Oh,
but
I'm sorry, Vontae, I'm behind.
Yeah, but Vontae's a level 14.
Oh,
I'm getting there, but I'm addicted. I'm just addicted. I can't stop playing it, bro. In the morning, I drink my coffee and I play until I have to go to work.
Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about earlier, Sega, man. I'm not sure if you heard, but if you have a certain way about you that you're gonna think a certain way about it, you're gonna miss out on stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look, dude, I don't like the pronoun stuff as much as the next person, but I understand how Microsoft is, right? I understand that Microsoft wants to be inclusive, right? Which in and of itself isn't necessarily bad. It's just if you weaponize it, of course, it's going to be bad. but they don't do that. That's one thing. That's why I kept the Xbox on. I don't know if you saw that in my other video.
Yeah.
You know, because they've never given me any reason not to remove it. Like I never got any calls from Phil, and I'm pretty sure they don't agree with the stuff that I say. But I've never had any issues.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, look, dude, I'm not going to be hypocritical.
Right now, dude, Avowed is the #1 game. Did you know that?
You know what it is, Sega Man, dude? I think because everything you saw when the game first came out is initial. That's why they shouldn't say review. Like that's why I always say first thoughts, first take, initial impression. That's how I would do it. Because unless you play this game, dude, you're not going to get the full effect of it.
Nope.
You like Vontae said, like you said, Vontae said he's level 14. Vontae, man, you're on the 3rd map already, dude. I'm on the 2nd map, and there's like a ton of missions. Like there's bounties. There's like all the stories, side story stuff on the main quest, right? So you the man, bro. Because I'm leveling up slow.
I got that girl. I got the girl, the black girl. I got the girl like she's like I got Kai. I got the little dude with the arrows.
Yeah, the dwarf. Yeah.
I got him. I gave him a rest, and now I got a girl that's fighting with me.
Oh, you can't have 4.
No, when you're at the camp, it'll say, "Which 2 do you want to take with you?"
Ah, that sucks, dude. Because
yeah,
when I went into the second land, sorry guys, spoilers. But when I went to the second land, you run across this one character. She's a mage, so I wanted her to join my group, but she didn't. I thought she was, but she didn't.
Yeah.
And then you meet her a little bit later on as the story goes, as you start completing stuff in that area of the map.
Yeah.
And so, oh, hold on. Sorry about that, brother.
It's all right.
If you didn't tell, I'm sick, dude. I've been just drugging myself.
What you got? The flu?
Dude, I got something, dude. I came home from work. Was it Thursday, man? And I just, dude, I got like hot and I fell asleep. I woke up, dude. My throat was on fire, dude. My sinuses was flared, man.
Wow, brother.
I had fever. Dude, I haven't been eating, man. I just been freaking eating drugs. That's all I've been eating.
Yeah, that's what
I
happened.
gotta go to work on Monday, dude. I needed to get stuff done on Friday, man. I can't miss Monday, dude. I gotta get better.
Yeah.
Sorry, but so I thought she was gonna join my crew, then I run into her again. And I was like, oh man, I'd love to pick this girl up, but she's a sorceress, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the other girl you're talking about is the girl from the Animancer girl, right?
Yeah, she's a black chick, and she's with these other people, and you have to do some stuff for her. And then when you come back, she joins you.
Is she black or Caribbean?
Might be Caribbean.
I'm just kidding, dude.
I don't know.
People, you know how people are nowadays. You know, they're big. She says, I don't know.
Yeah, you know how. Yeah.
She's definitely one of the better looking characters in the game. I'll tell you that much.
The game is just, it's an amazing game. It's #1. It's like everywhere #1.
You know what it is, bro? I'll just be honest with you. People have to put the time in. Like I just said, they have to put the time in. If you don't put the time in, you're not going to get the full effect of it, man. And I looked at it. I just went into the second world, man. And Vontae said, like, what is he, 3rd map now?
Yeah.
You don't put that time in, dude. And you got to wrap your mind around the way the game is.
Yeah.
Vontae said the pronoun things don't even make a difference in the game anyway, at least not. Yeah, dude, that was never a thing. You know what the problem was that dude, that art director guy shouldn't have said anything. He just should have kept his trap shut.
What?
The pronouns. Because everybody's, okay, this politics aside, Vontae, dude, people are hypersensitive about it right now. We was on one end of the spectrum, now we're on the other end of the spectrum. And if you have a game, dude, you have to. Look, dude, I mean, I learned this in my first job. I talk about it all the time on this channel, dude. I work for a supermarket pro. And the manager gave me the best advice I ever heard. Not that I was going to say anything, but he had a staff meeting and he's like, is the customer always right? And everybody just froze and everybody looked at him and goes, I asked the question, is the customer always right? And all of us said the right answer, which is yes. And then he says, no, the customer's not always right. You know why the customer's not always right? Because they don't understand what goes on in the background.
Yep.
Right. But the customer, and he said this to us, the customer is always right. You know why? It's because they're spending their money here. And I want you guys to keep in mind.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what they tell you. It doesn't matter any of that stuff, dude. At the end of the day, they're spending their money there. And these people need to get back to that, bro. So, you can't be arguing with people that you want. Bro, at the end of the day, though, especially in this country, the way people are, right? People will just go against you just because,
Yeah, I know.
You can say something's white, somebody be, nah, it's black. I was like, well, I think that's red, no, it's orange. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way we are. That's how we are in this country.
Yeah.
So especially if you spending all this money, and especially Obsidian, I can tell you this much, Sega Man, you can agree with me. Vontae, please chime in. I'm playing this game, dude, and I'm like, bro, this is like the natural progression of what you expect from Obsidian, right? If you've again, I didn't play Outer Worlds. I couldn't, dude. I would get sick. So I kind of watched them play it, right? Because it's just something about the camera thing. So I'm glad I could play this game. So that's what I mean. Like they're leveling up. They're going to that next level. They're that journey that they're making. And when you're doing that, dude, just focus on that.
Yeah.
Right? Don't worry about the politics, man. Dude, actually, whatever he feels about Elon Musk, where he made that comment. Whatever, look, dude, it is what it is, man. At the end of the day, right? But you gotta focus on your product and remember where you're going, man. Then when you become like then you become like EA, then you can say whatever you want to. Nobody will care at that point. You know, like what's it, Ubisoft, right? And I feel bad for Ubisoft because look, I don't agree with some of the stuff that they're saying, right? But at the end of the day, dude, I feel for them because it all boils down to the economy.
Yeah.
For them, right? Because they're making the games. They've been like this with the games forever. I don't know why people are jumping on about that. I know we're ultra focused on one aspect of the new game that they got coming up. But at the end of the day, for me, it's kind of like, dude, if you don't like it, there's so bad.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And then we're lucky because then Unlimited is going to play it, and then we get to experience it. I watched this playthrough, bro. It helped me a lot, dude. I see this doing some stuff. I was like, oh, okay, that's what I have to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He did the when it first launched. He had a video out. I don't know if you see his playthrough. I'm talking about. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like he did the power striking.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, I'm more of a slash in and out dodge kind of guy. And then I saw him do that with his mace. I'm like, oh, bro, I didn't know I could do that. So I started doing that. I was like, oh, okay. So it gives you more. There's more attributes that are attached to that type of attack style. So,
yeah.
Especially now that I have that Warhammer. So, or not Warhammer, but actually Battle Axe. Sorry.
Oh, did you say Battle Axe?
Yeah, I found it in this one place where there's these skeletons come out after you pull it. So I was stupid. I tried to take on the skeletons, bro. There was this wave of skeletons. I got demolished. I made it through like the third wave, and then but they kept on. What happened was, the skeletons keep on coming out. Then an enchanter came out, and then he kept on healing them. And then I was trying to get my way to him, and it was hard, dude, because you just the longer you go, the more skeletons pop up, man. And then my companions kept on getting felled.
Yeah.
And then another thing too is like when you got to heal, man, you got to kind of step away because you take the heal. At my level at that time was like I take the healing, but it wouldn't kick in right away. So Fonte says, "Yeah, that's my nitpick too. Wish I could travel with all my companions. Would make things much less complicated because the enemies get heavy."
Yeah, unfortunately, Unlimited. I mean, unfortunately, Sega Forever. Yeah, it'll tell you when you go to the camp, and when you're ready to leave the camp, it'll tell you which two do you want to take with you. And I had the dwarf dude with me with the longest, so I said, let me take the chick and my boy Kai, because Kai seems like he's really helps you a lot.
I wanted all three of them because I like the dialogue.
Yeah.
Kai, and then I think his name's Martis or something like that, the dwarf guy.
Dude, you know who Kai looks like, man?
Huh?
You know who Kai looks like a little bit? He looks like an advanced Trident from that fighting game off of Sega. What was it called?
Oh, from back in the day.
Eternal Champions.
Yeah, Eternal Champions. Oh, Eternal Champions.
Yeah, he reminds me of Trident that used to be in there, one of the characters. I'm like, that'd be Trident in these days. He would look like that if he was in a new fighting game. He would look something like that. Yeah. I like Trident. I think he's cool.
Oh, my nose. Sorry, brother. My nose.
There's a lot to do in the game, though. There's a lot to do. There's so much to do in that game, bro. I mean, it's the game is definitely worth. If you bought the game, it's definitely worth your buck because there's a ton of side missions. There's a lot to do.
It's sad that we live in. Toolman says, "What's up, Sega Man?"
What's up, Toolman? What's up, brother? Hey, tonight, man, if you want to, man, we could play some Gears. Okay, Toolman. And what's your Sega? Hey, Toolman, what's your gamer tag again, bro? Let me know what it is, Toolman. I believe you're on my friends list, right? I forgot, bro. So let me know, brother. Maybe we could play some Gears tonight, man.
Yeah, drop it in the chat, dude, so you can see it.
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Monte says, Kai and the chick is perfect for me because I'm doing a range fighter with my current.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I wanted the other girl. The girl, when you come to the second, the Anna, what do they call it? Oh, man, I can't remember the name. But when I went to the second world, the second area of the map, You run into that
that's
sorceress
cool.
character, that short furry looking character.
Wow,
So-
man, Cool Man was busy, bro.
What
Look
is
at all those games he bought, brother.
Oh, is that on the Xbox store too, man? Dude, Microsoft just be having sales all the time, dude. They're doing sales within sales.
Bro, it's taking forever. I bought. It's that sale going on. Buy one get two free.
Yeah, I didn't even look at that yet.
Yeah,
Dude,
man, they're
I
having
mean,
some mega sales, brother.
so that's how I know that we're playing the game, bro. Because you only know that if you turn your Xbox on.
Yeah.
Because they do the weekly ones, right? Which are the Tuesdays, right? That they get your final, and then they drop the next day on Wednesday. But then throughout the week, man, like they have the anime thing going on. They have all this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Two Man says no physical copies from GameStop.
No.
Oh, is that where you bought them, Two Man? You said just bought Halo 5 State of Decay 2. Oh yeah, because these are all Xbox games. I thought State of Decay had a physical.
You ever play that game called Dying Light?
Oh yeah, I love Dying Light. Oh yeah. Oh okay, Two Man. Okay. Were they on sale? Like, I hope you got a good deal.
No physical copies from GameStop?
State of Decay 2 is a game. I have to get back into it. Also need to finish Far Cry New Dawn. I was going to finish it, but then Avowed came out. Yeah, dude, that's the struggle right there, Monte. Don't stress about it, dude. I gave up stressing about that a long time ago. Because there's no possible way, dude. Like the new Warhammer one dropped.
Oh.
The Gold Trader one. So I wanted to check that out.
Isn't there a Warhammer in Game Pass?
Yeah, Dark Tide. That's the one I played all the time. And then COD
That just dropped, right, brother?
No, that came out it came out like 2 years ago. They were like PC.
Oh. Okay.
I think a year ago, maybe longer. It's been out for a while. It's a Vermin or Dark Tide.
Mhm.
So, but when COD came out, that kind of threw me off of Dark Tide, and then Indiana Jones came out, that threw me off of everything. And then I still haven't gone back and finished that. And then Avowed now is sucking up all my time. State of Decay 2 is awesome, bro. They took everything that was good about State of Decay 1 and they increased it. That's why I'm looking forward to State of Decay 3.
State of Decay 3 is going to be awesome, brother.
I think so. Yeah, it should be.
I think so too. Yeah.
Oh, Tillman says no. There was all physical copies that are brought from. Oh, I'm sorry, Tillman. Thanks for clarifying.
Oh, okay.
It was all physical copies. Okay, cool. Is GameStop having a deal?
There's a Warhammer game right now in Game Pass.
Yeah, like Rogue Trader, right?
Yeah. Now, is that a RTS like kind of like a strategy?
I don't know if it's RTS. I thought it was, but it has cards, something like that.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, there was all physical copies. Okay. Okay, I think I'm caught. Oh wait, let me go back to Monty.
Man, there's a lot of games that dropped in Game Pass.
Oh, dude, constantly.
Wow.
And then they have the indie stuff going on right now.
Yep.
Nonstop. Like it's crazy. This is why I don't.
I wouldn't know, man. Xbox is dead. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was ranting on earlier, saying, man. I don't know if you heard me, man. I was talking about that. I was
right.
Like, all it made me realize is that these people actually don't have Xboxes.
I'm go out and buy a PS5 tomorrow, man. Xbox is dead, bro.
Yeah. And you can tell PlayStation guys, yeah, that's all they do is they talk about Xbox.
That's all they do. That's all they ever do.
Toolman says he's down, bro, to play Gears.
Toolman, what's your gamer tag, bro? I'll make sure I got it, brother. Play some Gears tonight, bro.
Ooh, sorry.
I don't know if we can get Zink on. He's always busy.
Yeah, Zink it's hard to pin him down.
I wonder where Daya's been.
And she working on her house, bro.
Well, yeah.
Just imagine, dude. I do little stuff around my house. It takes time. I imagine redoing your whole house. Crazy.
What did Vontae say?
What they says, Buy a PS5, and instead of sampling a game you might not like, you gotta waste $50 to $70 and then never pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what they do, right, Vontae? They take it right down to GameStop. Right. Trade in.
Vontae's right, bro. Yep.
Yeah, I ain't 100%, Vontae. I ain't gonna disagree with you on that, bad boy.
Hmm.
Because we experienced that firsthand as Xbox dudes.
And they put it everywhere. If you go to Facebook, they have it on there. Sega Forever says it's an Xbox. It's an Xbox thing too, and it says PlayStation's wait. They're getting out. They can't wait to get our games. Like they're like hyping it up. I'm like, you're supposed to be like an Xbox channel, like thing on Facebook, and you guys are talking about the PlayStation getting our games and like shit, like hyping it up or some shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. It's kind of funny because Xbox is the only, but Microsoft and Xbox is the only people doing stuff.
Yeah.
Again, not to just keep on beating a dead horse, but that's what's so big about the quantum chip for me. It's just like it's on that level, right? Like when Xbox announced that they're going to be buying Minecraft, and they said they're going to buy Bethesda, which they're going to buy all these other companies. It's that level. But again, you guys should realize how bad it is for Xbox as a brand because they've done all these things, man, and people still.
Minecraft. Xbox buying TikTok.
Yeah, that's what I think they're working on it right now. Because I think there's some stuff that the government wants to do. They're gonna have to find a way to get the backdoor stuff out of that thing.
Yeah.
When people talk about national security, dude, there's a lot of people in the know that realize that. Right?
Yeah.
So and the only reason I would think Microsoft would be good, not saying that they will get the contract or will be able to buy it. I think, and this goes beyond Microsoft and what they could do with it and why they could use it and how it benefits them. It's they already have the end when it comes to government. Right?
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff that runs the government stuff is all run by most of it's run by Microsoft. So that's why Google sued the government.
Yeah.
Because they feel like, okay, we're not, you guys, and that's the shame about the government, dude. It's like,
it is.
This stuff about, well, you hear about this stuff in the news, right? About, these archaic systems and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, it's part of that stuff doesn't get promoted, that doesn't get increased. Now, I think they could do a better job.
Yeah.
Definitely. But one of the reasons it doesn't get increased really fast, is because they have to figure out all the holes and everything like that, dude, because of all the sensitive information and stuff. So there's a lot more to it than what you hear on the news. And I can speak on that from experience. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's the reality you got to deal with. So
yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
If you have what they're really looking at with TikTok is how do they get all those tentacles outside of the software, and they might not be able to. So that's another thing you got to keep in mind.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. I definitely don't think that you should. But I feel this way anyway. If you're any form of government, especially if you're a high security level, you should never be on any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Because I know people that do that out of professional, like they know what's going on. Like I work with the IA guys, and they know what's going on, so they have no footprint.
Definitely, bro. Definitely.
It's just, to me, that's just one of the things that you got to sacrifice if you're at that level.
Oh, you get that for free, man, in your perks. Naruto 4 movie collection.
Oh wait, let me see what.
Yep, if you go to your perks right now, brother, it says Naruto 4 movie collection. You get it free.
Oh yeah, I saw. I'm not a big Naruto fan though. That's the only thing. And I was like,
just download them shits, bro. I mean, that's free. Why not? Your perks, man. Shit, man.
Yeah, I think I'll definitely tell my daughter. Hey, go download this stuff that she has. And then when she watches it, I'll probably watch it with her. You know what it is, bro? It's nothing against Naruto, man, but they it's just like One Piece. I tried going down that road. And
yeah.
Like, oh no, bro, that's too many seasons, man. I can't. Dude, that's
You're right. You're right, though. It's true. Yeah, it is.
I'll stick with the stuff I'm watching now, but you're right, dude. I'll go download it. There's no harm. No, as we used to say back in the day, no harm, no blood, no foul.
Yeah,
no blood, no foul. So, I'm not gonna die, right? So it's free, like you said. But,
so man, is that your gamer tag Fax Kima? No, I'm just kidding, bro.
Wait, what's it? Mr. Kima says Xbox is winning big with Xbox is winning big with the media and PlayStation fanboys talking about Xbox 24/7 all day, every day. Yeah, I did see Mr. Kima. I saw what they did to, was it Reforge? I think he was doing a live stream of that PlayStation show,
No.
a PlayStation event, and then somebody put Xbox better.
Yeah,
And
dude. After I did that, brother Sega Forever, when I did that video and I put Xbox better, getting that cheddar, man, bruh, I got all kind of these trolls coming in, man, saying all kind of shit to me, dude.
Oh, dang, I should have named this podcast.
I was just messing around, bro. I got upset. I must have pinched a nerve.
Oh yeah, dude, because that was live. That was live. I think that dude Fratanga did it. Like,
Yeah.
he was on the stream, so he put that in there, and everybody started putting it in there.
Yeah.
And then just know this, guys. If somebody's trying to get under your skin, the best thing to do is not let them get under your skin, or if they're under your skin, don't let people know that they are.
Yep.
Right, because it's my understanding is the guy was getting upset. He let it go. They were super chatting him, right, so that he have to read it. And then he shut down the podcast to members.
Was that Reforge?
Reforge, right? Yeah. So then they said he shut down the podcast, and then the people that were members were doing that to him. And I'm pretty sure somebody probably would have joined a membership right there just to irritate him. So again, if you look, dude, if you lost the narrative, dude, don't let them see you sweat. Right? Just deal with it, man. Let it go. Because you're not gonna win. It's gonna just end up worse for you. And then it created this whole new thing, man, that people are talking about. So that's like to your point, what you said, Sega, man. You did that.
Yeah.
Fucking other things.
Bro, that dude is that dude Reforge Gaming. He's definitely a PlayStation corporate slave, bro. Straight up, he is.
Oh yeah. Yeah, all those guys, man. That's why I don't really listen to them. The only way I hear about them is like a lot of times from what's his name? That dude that does is it Turbo?
You've heard of it.
Who?
No, I'm talking about, man, the brother with the glasses.
Someone knows about this guard.
He does
I'm
videos.
listening. Yeah, I'm listening to a new dude. I think it's AGN.
Yeah, I checked out his channel. Yeah, because
He's really like going in on them dudes, like heavy. Like he said, he plays everything, but he says he's really going in on them dudes. He said he's like Reforge and all them. He's really going in on them dudes, bro.
Yeah, because if you're a real gamer, bro, you can't hang with those guys.
Yeah.
You know, these guys aren't gamers at all.
Yeah, man.
Fonte says Game Pass has been great for me to dive into games. I never would have tried when I was younger because I was afraid I would waste my mom's money on a game I never played. Yeah. Fonte. That was a lot of us. You know, like I talked about it earlier, but I had no choice. That was not even an option for me, dude. I'm definitely one of those kids. When I went to the store, I knew better than to ask my grandmother for anything. I just kept kept my mouth shut, and she bought what she bought, and you ate what she bought. You didn't have this, all of that. That was not even my realm of possibility. But yeah, dude, that's awesome that you think that way, Fonte. Until it says Fax Game. Faded Blaze. Hey, what's up, Faded?
What's up, Faded Blaze?
I've seen a lot of crash outs ever since the Yoshida interview. Yeah, dude. So what did you see that second, man? The Yoshida interview?
Wait a minute. Was the Yoshida interview?
Yeah, he was on Ebot's Favorite Persons podcast.
What?
Moriarty, I think.
Yeah, was that recently?
I think so, man. You know,
I seen the one with Phil Spencer and Dustin Legary. I seen that one.
I know Phil did one with those Xbox era guys.
Yeah, I heard he did one with them, and he also did one with what's his name, with that dickhead. I can't stand that dude.
Yeah, Paris.
I can't fucking stand that dude, bro. Seriously, because he asked him the same question again. No, Phil, I need to ask you this. I really do, Phil. I gotta ask you. Now, there's people saying that now you putting games on other systems that the Xbox don't have no identity. Like, man, shut your fucking mouth, dude. You always. He's a PlayStation dude. If he's real, in real life, he's a PlayStation dude. He ain't no Xbox dude.
A lot of them are, man. Somebody shared a clip showing that dude from Kind of Funny Games, so I don't watch them either. The only time I watch these guys, dude, is just their reactions.
Yeah,
and it tends to fall in line with the other stuff that I'm watching because I watch reactions. Because when Xbox does stuff, I like to watch reactions from people that don't.
Yeah.
Xbox, right? Just to get a feel. But I guess one of the guys said something. We won when Forza was announced.
Yeah.
To become a PlayStation, he's like, "Oh, we won," and that's the mentality I talked about earlier.
What did they win though? Sega Forever. What did they win, brother? What did they win?
Yeah, that's that mind share. That's that mind share. Like we always talk about.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's the. But like Phil, I talked to Hebot about this, man. I just think
Yeah, you won games you're not going to buy.
Yeah,
because they're not going to buy it. I mean, they can clown all they want, but me and you know, and a lot of the Xbox brothers know in the chat, they're not going to support those games because they have to pay full price. It's not going to go into no PlayStation Plus or nothing. You got to pay full price for those.
Yeah, that's what blows my mind about it, right? It's just like, dude, you guys didn't even buy. Like if you have 75, now the number is now 75 million PS5s.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm looking at that. I'm like, there's no freaking way that you guys. And even if you sold 75 million consoles, the fact that none of your games are selling.
Yeah.
What are you playing on that PS5?
Yeah, I don't. Hey, brother, Signifer, I don't believe that, bro. I'm not trying to be a troll either, but I don't believe they sold that. I don't believe that.
I'm 100%. I've been saying that for years, dude. I don't believe anything these guys say. Again, you guys gotta understand the way Sony thinks, man. It's a business thing. It's not a lying thing.
Yeah.
But they've always been that way, dude. They're old school when it comes to that kind of stuff. You can say shipped, which even then, or maybe you're counting territories that you could have. There's no way in my mind that they sold that many consoles.
Yeah.
Because on the flip side of that, you're selling that many consoles, but then your software is not selling. So what does that say? The fact that a lot of the Japanese companies are making stuff for Microsoft now, right? Because the economy's changed, the global economy's changed.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They have to think outside the box if they want to be relevant, or not even be relevant. I correct myself to be functioning, right?
Yeah,
to actually be in business.
Yeah.
Right? Then you got some bully president out there. He's going to tariff everything that you bring across the board.
Yeah.
You got all of this stuff working in one, and then you got to look at things with fresh eyes. And the most interesting to me, I said this in the other video I did, Sigma, which blows my mind, is I'm looking at Sony, and they're doing what every good Japanese company always does when they're faced with adversity, is they collapse into themselves, right? That's just the cultural way of Japan, right? And I'm like, dude, so what does that say to you? Why isn't some of you guys talking about that crap? Right? Why are you talking about Xbox? Do you guys have some real issues with your console and your company?
They must.
Must. Which one? Yeah, I mean, it's you just look at it, dude. I'm like, dude, I watch what they're doing, right? And I didn't watch the Yoshida interview, but I did see some of the commentary that he made on other, not in this interview per se that just happened, but other stuff he's talking about. I'm like, yeah, dude, they're looking like they're gonna go back to the Sony of old. Now, for hardcore Sony fans that love that stuff, for hardcore Japanese fans that love Japanese gaming and stuff like that, I think that's a plus.
Yeah.
But on the global marketplace, not so much. Did I read this? Oh yeah, Faded. So I've seen a lot of crash outs ever since the Yoshida interview. 100%.
What happened?
I've seen a lot of crash outs ever since the Yoshida interview.
Oh, bro. Now, brother Sega Forever, let me get me down with some game. I didn't see it. What happened, man? Was this recently?
Yeah. So as Faded says, the Yoshida interview with Colin Moriarty.
Yeah, I didn't see it. What happened? I'm gonna go back and I might go back and watch it. But what was the crash out? What happened?
I know he did an interview with Yoshida, and Yoshida said some things that were not positive, or what people that Colin Moriarty think when you listen. If you're ever, I don't really listen to him. Right? I just hear from what other people say, so I can't present it right. But
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it later, and I'm gonna check it out because it probably was something that shocked the ponies, huh?
I probably, you know what it probably is. Let's go down here. Let me see. Toolman says, I heard Colin Moriarty interview with Shu was behind the Patreon private. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see people sharing clips, Toolman. Yeah, as Faded says, it is, but clips got out. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. Colin Moriarty. What's the guy's name? Yoshida, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, dude, these are kind of long, though. Oh, one is with Fratanga did all the heavy lifting on this one. But it's like 18 minutes, so we can't watch that.
Huh.
Yeah, so let us know, man. If you guys saw it, man, let us know in the chat, dude. I'll put it up here and we can talk about it. Faded Blaze says we also are reaping the benefits because Microsoft just announced a new Tony Hawk game. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I had a feeling they're gonna do that. I'm waiting for like Skylanders.
New Tony Hawk. All right.
Yeah, but I want them to bring back Skylanders. 4K
Yeah.
that would come up with a new game. But yeah, I'm not surprised at the Tony Hawk game. That's a good thing. And then that and Guitar Hero, bring that back.
Shit, man, there's going to be some big, now that Microsoft is like the number one publisher and all that, there's going to be some big changes, bro.
See what Vontae says, 75 million PS5s, only selling 1 to 2 million on these games. Now, I'm not the greatest at math, but I know what an F grade looks like. Yeah,
Yep.
100%, Vontae.
Yep.
And I'll give them an L grade, not for lying, which they do, but for loser. Because I can't believe that, dude. Like that says, like, dude, if Astrobot is as good as they say it is. Again, man, I always make this comparison, dude. It's just like Grammy award winning, or Grammys are bad. What do they call that? Oscars, right? Very few of these movies make a lot of money, dude. Because they make an audience, but they win all the awards. But that don't mean nothing. Chris Rock, dude. Chris Rock hosted the Oscars one year, and he pointed it out. It was funny, and he did this skit where he went to Magic Johnson Theaters, right? And everybody, I don't know if he saw that, Sega Man, but he went there, and then he was like, "Are you here to see this movie?" And people was like, "What is that?" Like nobody was talking about. And he played that clip live at the Oscars, and he put these people in their places. Like, look, dude, you guys are in your bubble, and in your bubble, this matters, but to the rest of the world, nobody cares. And if you're gonna tell me you sell 7 million, now if you sold 75 million PS5s, and Astrobot sold 30 million copies, that's saying something to me.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's not adding up. Like Devontae said, it doesn't matter. They always bring it up. It doesn't matter. And they didn't sell it. It doesn't matter how many consoles. They always got to bring that console shit up. Consoles are irrelevant. It's about the software. Yes, we're console guys, but when it comes to making money, it's about software, man. I don't know how many times we got to tell these dudes this, man. It's not the console, brother. It's the software. It's games, man. It's all about games.
I'll even reference movies again, dude. This is why you get a sequel.
Yeah.
Right? A movie comes out and it sells millions of billions or millions or hits the $1 billion mark, then you're gonna get a sequel. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Always gonna bring that up. When you say something nice about Xbox or what Xbox is doing better than Sony, well, at least we sold 75 million consoles. What the fuck? You didn't sell shit. You didn't sell anything. You didn't sell 75 million consoles. I mean, what are you talking about? You're not getting none of that money, even if that was true. I mean, you guys, I think that's a lie. I think there's scalpers and shit sitting on a lot of those too. Different things like that, man. I just don't believe that, man. I don't believe it. Sorry, I don't.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it does boil down to math, right? So you're telling me you see 75 million consoles, even across the board. If you had 20 million PlayStation bought EA, Madden, then you add another 10, 15 million for Fortnite. Maybe that is how you can hit your numbers. But at the end of the day, like you just said, a lot of that money is not coming straight to Sony.
Nope.
A lot of that stuff's third party, right? And Sony, as we all know, the fanboys are harping on all the first party stuff, which doesn't sell. And again, we already know this because you're not getting second, third games of this stuff. Right? You're getting TV shows, so congratulations to you. You guys are getting TV shows. Meanwhile, on the Microsoft side, right, even though some people don't agree with this, right? And that's a small minority of people, but they might want the AAA, but you're going to get a lot of stuff like you're going to get a lot of legacy stuff like your Fallouts, or like how we have our Halos and our Gears and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you're going to get your service games and all that kind of stuff. But then you got a lot of, now they just dropped the VOD for you, right? As far as I see, there's no what do you call that? Economy in that game. You're not paying outside, not like Overwatch. Right? They have everything. The Xbox has everything. Xbox has everything, right? And Xbox having everything, and they have how many consoles sold? Sigma last they said 55, 40 million.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, it's only 25 million. So dude,
yeah, that's what they're saying.
Yeah. If you're gonna tell me 75, I'm gonna go to 40 million. How about that? Bro, don't try and pull that BS on me, bro. So I can't stand these ponies, man. So you have, and then on the Xbox side is like, okay, how many people are engaged, right?
Yeah.
Like my daughter, dude, she was complaining about Overwatch the other day because she bought the bundles.
He was what?
She's complaining about Overwatch 2 the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's it's the complaining like when you hear me complain about Disney and Marvel, it's along those lines, right? It's like I'm a fan, so I know a lot of stuff. Like she knows Overwatch up and down. She's been playing it since its inception. So there's stuff that they do she has complaints about, but she still plays the game. She still supports them, and that's the type of fan base that Overwatch has. It's one of the reasons why Microsoft buying them was a good idea.
Yeah.
Technically, they bought for COD, but then all the other stuff they get in Diablo and all that stuff, dude. Bethesda, with all their dude, just they're talking about what is the name of their thing, man? I can't think right now. I'm sorry. Elder Scrolls 6, man. Everybody's talking about that.
Yeah.
Then people are like, well, Val, there's no Elder Scrolls. I'll just wait for Elder Scrolls. I'm like, well, it's still owned by Microsoft. So you go do that, dude.
Yeah,
wait
right.
for Elder Scrolls, and you still end up giving Microsoft their money.
Valve is like the shit right now, though.
I think, yeah, I've seen it go the gamut, right? And I think it's finally settling in that people are getting a chance to play it. I would recommend anybody, dude, especially if you're in the Xbox ecosystem, dude. You have Game Pass. The game is you can just download it. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. Just go play it and make up your own mind. Don't listen to other people. Because you might end up hating it. I'm not saying you're not going to end up hating it, but you might. But the key being is that when you're a gamer, man, you might like it, and that's why you do this. This is why we do what we do, man, because you don't want to miss out on that experience. That's the definition. That's one of the many definitions of a true gamer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is why you game. Okay, Sega, man. So let me focus on the PCs. You know how horrible PCs are. I can't stand people who play PCs. Oh, look, it's Dea. Hey, Dea.
Hey, Dea.
I saw Dea there. I was like, oh, let me.
Oh man, how you guys doing?
Hey, Dea. I sent you the link. I know you're busy.
Yeah, I'm extremely. I thought I'd hop in and spend a little bit of time with you guys. I missed you guys.
No, I know, but I know what you know.
I miss Dea, man. It's been a minute.
Yes,
Man.
it has.
Yeah, you remember what I told you about my plumbing?
Yeah.
Yeah, the other day my toilet started running. I went and looked at that thing, and I was just like, "Oh, okay, it's just a plunger." Dude, I felt my wallet, man. Just
It's expensive, yeah. Getting any work done, just be grateful you can solve it with a simple problem like that.
Oh yeah, but that's how I know. I just say that because I know what you're going through, man. Because every time I hear a creak in my house now,
Oh man,
okay,
it's
what's
so
that?
expensive. Yeah.
2,000, 3,000, 5,000.
Yes.
Jeez, bro.
No, but sorry, dude. Welcome to the
Thank
podcast.
you. How you guys been?
Been pretty good. Been pretty good. A lot of stuff been going on lately, but
Has it?
good.
I can't
Well,
even tell you.
man, I tell you, Dea, it's crazy, but I'm enjoying that Valve. I'm like a level 10 right now.
Oh, not yeah. I've been playing
I'll be right
Avowed
back.
too.
Man, I
I've
tell
been
you what,
playing
Dea, I
Avowed
love
too.
it. I love it, Dea.
I'm-
I'm addicted.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought Avowed was okay when I saw it, like when Microsoft debuted it and all that.
Yeah.
And it started looking better, as time went on. But honestly, when I played that game, my mind was blown how fun it is. That game is so darn fun. I can't explain why either. Like I can't. I've been addicted to. I've been playing it every day. At least I put in a little time every day to get some Avowed in there, because it's like in my head I be thinking like, oh man, I could do this. I want to kind of build this up. I want to go exploring over here. And I tell you, the funnest part of the game to me. Oh, hi, Two Man. Hi, Faded Blaze and Vontae. And let me see who else. Mr. Kima. Let me see. I don't want to miss anybody. Okay, that's everybody. Thank you guys for coming in. And yeah, it's good to see you all. Missed you all. And yeah, with Avowed though, oh my gosh, I can't believe how addictive that game is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I was addicted.
I don't even know why. Like, if a person asks me, why are you so addicted? I don't know why. I think it's it's a rewarding game. I guess if I had to put it in simple terms, it's like if you decide to get off the beaten path and explore, I almost always get rewarded for doing that. Like every time. And it's so fun to explore. Like in games, I don't like heights and things like that. But the traversal in Avowed is so well done that even I don't mind doing it. Like I like climbing and jumping, and it's so well done. Like the design, the map design is so good that you can, if you pay attention, you can just see, hey, I guess I can go there. If I climb there, if I jump there, you can see a path open up to you that you didn't see before.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so fun about it. And then the combat. Look, at first, I'm gonna be honest, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't lie to you guys, okay? I thought it looked a little clunky at times when it was, when we first saw the early gameplay of it. And, I don't judge a game because of that, because I know even if you're looking at it in a showcase, it's older content by that time. They've gotten that content like months ago, and in preparation for the showcases and stuff. I can't believe how smooth that game is. I just cannot believe it. Like swapping from different weapons and executing them is so smooth that I was like, what is this game? I was like, what the heck? I did not expect. Look, I like Obsidian a lot. I know I keep cutting myself off. It's just I can't put it in words why this game is so good. I really can't describe it to a person. Like, and then I've seen people say different things, but for me, these are the things that really surprised me the most. Is Avante said it, unlimited sprint. Thank goodness. I don't like to have to get punished for traveling, especially if you have a lot of areas to have to go to. I just like to get to the area. Okay, I know I'm playing a video game. That Avowed is not trying to be some, teleport you back into medieval ages and all this. It's not trying to do that. Okay, it's trying to let you have fun in the best way possible.
Yep.
Without taking away the challenge, because like I can tell you, my first challenge has been this little camp of these little lizard guys, and they had a bear with them, and they had the whole posse with them, and they was kicking my butt. I was like, what the heck? I had just upgraded my my armor and my weapons and stuff, and the game was like, oh, you ready now? So it just unleashed them. Oh my god, that it what even I can beat the bear pretty easily. It's this like magician like dude, and this lizard guy with the shield. He's tough, because my character, the way I have my character built, my character is a ranger, kind of like a long range type of attack, while I let Kai get up close.
Yeah.
So I don't really like to get up close, right?
Do you summon them? Do you summon the guys?
Do I summon who now?
Your compatriots. Do you?
Yes. Like so far I only have Kai. I've been I've been doing a lot of exploration in Avowed. Okay.
Well, you have to. Yeah, you have to.
Man, it's so much fun to do that, and it's such a beautiful world. And I take my time with looking, because I've been so rewarded with it. The items, the things I've gotten, it's well worth it.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the problems there with when I read people's reviews.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said this earlier, it was driving me nuts, because I'm listening to people talk about the graphics, and it drives me nuts because I'm like, it's not the graphics, bro. It's the art style that you don't like. It has nothing to do.
There's
with
nothing wrong with it though. It looks beautiful. It's like
it's such a visual thing for some people. Like when I first started playing the game and I saw the first character, he looked kind of weird to me.
Oh, you talking about the godlike features? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, the godlight is another thing, but I mean, if you play the game, you understand.
Yeah, it's rooted in the lore. Yeah.
It makes sense, right? It's supposed
to.
It's supposed to. And in fact, if I would recommend playing the godlike, because you'll get different dialogue from people, different reactions.
Oh, okay.
For people, because if you don't, you can. They give you the option not to play the godlike.
I actually played it, so.
Yeah, I think
all the characters recognize me with that, and some people get repulsed at me.
No, that's why I said if absolutely choose that, because part of and that's an Obsidian thing, right? It's the
and
the story and then the interactions. Because as I've gotten higher with the characters, I have two companions right now, so the dialogue that they have and the history that you have, and you can go as deep as you want to.
That's true. Yeah.
The only thing with that is that you have to explore. And I've seen what people have been saying, and you can tell that they're not taking full advantage of the game, which maybe that might not be their thing. Maybe they don't.
It might not be, yeah.
So of course, if you don't, then you probably won't get the full effect.
Man, I love it. I love the exploration. I love it. Um,
100%.
There's
the
so much to
world
do.
is so beautiful that I don't even mind looking at stuff, and it's just so greatly designed, and just how you get from point A to point B, not the average path. I mean, like in the exploration is so well done. Like you could tell the Obsidians, like one of their best traits, one of them, it's not the only one, is level design because you have to be really good at that to so that an average person like myself can look at my surroundings and be able to tell, oh, I need to go here. I can just look at it and understand because they've done it so well. Now they've simplified it because you can have like complex ones. I've seen people do it where you can't really figure it out some weird little way of doing something. That Obsidian's not trying to prevent you from getting there. They want you to look up. They want you to discover. They want you to dive in the water and see. I've not found caves and places I would. It's really really fun, and I was really surprised. I didn't expect Avowed to be this good. I didn't expect it.
I think one of one of the great things, because I don't like water personally.
Hmm.
One of the great things is they set a tone in the beginning when you're on the docks where people are talking about like things in the water.
Right.
But then on the flip side of that, I played enough games to know that they're saying that, and of course I wouldn't want to go in the water.
Right.
But you know, by like you said, the way their level design is, you're like, okay, dude, I'm pretty sure if I dive here, and if I just go a little bit, there's probably something there.
Yeah. Yep.
8 times out of 10, there is.
Yep.
But then you also have that realism. If you know, like if you don't want to go in the water because you don't want to get eaten,
Yeah. You don't have to. Yeah. You
you don't
don't.
have to.
Yeah.
But
You
I
don't have
mean,
to do any of that. Yep.
there's some things that you'll find. I would recommend that, just like you said, and I this one guy said it perfectly. I forgot who it was. But he was talking about it. Like, if 9 times out of 10 you look at something and you think there's something there, he goes, just go because there's something there.
It is something there. Yeah. I will also add something to what you just said, and this is for the chat too to keep in mind. And let me read what Vontae said real quick. He said the magic user enemies are the most annoying to deal with because they keep moving. He's right about that. That's the magic users are annoying, and in my opinion, I would suggest going after them first if you can, and the archers because they're brutal to me.
Well, I'll even take it a step further. With what Vontae saying is that's one of the things I did not like in the beginning of the game. Was because they ultra focus on the characters to
Yeah,
a fault.
yeah, yeah.
Because what he does is these characters, because normally when you're playing, right, they should combat the person that's there, but they'll come right after you.
They will, and they will hunt you down because
Yeah,
it's
you'll
nowhere
hunt
you can hide, or they find you. They'll look. They're not going to sit static. They are going to search the area and keep looking for you until they get you.
Yeah, but that's the thing I did not like about it when we first started, and I kind of don't like it now because it kind of breaks the veil for me, right? It's just like, okay, dude, if this was an actual combat, you'd have to
Yeah,
deal with the enemy that's
yeah,
right there,
yeah.
not actually hyper focus on me because you're hyper focusing on me because you know if you kill me, I'm gonna die and the game's gonna be over.
Yep.
So that breaks the fantasy for me a little bit.
Right,
Um,
right.
but as you get,
I think
oh,
that's their way of bringing the stakes up for every battle to make you think, do I want to approach this with stealth? Do I want to approach this head on? Or should I just walk away and find another path around? I think that's what Obsidian is trying to do because I'm trying to get into their heads.
yeah.
And I think they want you to have that reservation to every battle, like every potential battle.
Well,
They want you to think
as I've
about that.
leveled up too, and I've realized how to use my companions, that kind of nullifies a lot of that too. So
Exactly.
yeah,
You might
exactly what
not
they
be
did.
ready, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well, they give you the skulls too, so I definitely avoid the skulls. But I was at one area.
I was fighting the two skulls, man. I was fighting them, and I beat them with
Yeah.
the by the skin of my teeth. After I will never do that again. I put it this way: I fought. They had two skulls, and I know I wasn't ready for.
Well, and then of course I'm getting to understand the the system. You know, like look, dude, because you can pause the game at any point and go to your
That's true. Yeah.
and then you can pull out like they have a lot of stuff in there that'll heal you, that'll give you more essence. A lot of the food you can eat, potions you can eat, not just potions, but food. There's
Food.
some stuff that give you stat boosts.
Food is actually useful in this game. How many
Yeah,
games do you eat? And it's
yep,
useless. It's like a mini potion or something or a health thing. But that's not what it is in this game. This game is actually you really do need to understand what you're eating and why you're eating it.
yeah,
It's
Mhm.
the food actually plays a role in the game.
yeah. And you have to go to your menu,
You do.
and then once you get familiar, make it a lot more easier. Like
Yep.
that one, there's a lily that I get all the time that I try and find it because it'll
Oh,
give
okay.
you a 20% buff for your defense. or less
Oh,
damage, and then 20 it does give you 20 more damage, and you take 20 less damage.
oh,
It's
wow,
a
that
red
sounds
flower.
good. What's that called? Do you
It's
know?
a muckrak or something like that. It's a flower that you find on
A
nature.
flower? Okay. I'm gonna have to see if I got that. Who knows?
Yeah.
I have to check.
So,
I wanted to add something real quick before I forget.
yeah.
My
Sorry.
mind, I'll forget. I don't mean to cut you off.
No.
It's just to state about that water diving thing. It's just a thing that I discovered when I dived into the water, and this is early on. And I was like, oh man, I could swim anywhere I want to go. And I started swimming and diving and everything. I couldn't believe how much fun out. And then I realized that the attention to detail that Obsidian did is that they even told a story in the water. I swam down and I saw a big giant like creature's skeleton in a broken up boat in it, and I could clearly see that this creature had attacked the boat and that it forced the boat to sink down and become destroyed.
Oh, nice.
And it
Nice,
almost
Dave.
like told a story in and of itself, because I was like, I could see how everything probably went down with that boat.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, it's like they know you're going to look at this stuff, and they take the time even in the water, they're trying to tell you things about the world.
Nice.
And in that instance, they were letting you know, because this is right early on when you get to that place, when you right from the very very beginning, like when you first land on that boat and you get to, what is it, Paradise, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And they was letting you know, hey, this place is dangerous. People have died here. They constantly die here. And if you pay attention to everything around you, you notice that. But that's where I saw there's some giant kind of water creature down there.
Oh,
with a broken boat.
man.
It was a ship. It sunk a ship. And I was like, wow. And they just tell. I love when video games developers tell a story in the environment without telling you. This is something that Arcane is very good at too.
I see.
Yeah, because when I played Redfall, it was a lot of that in there.
Now I
in
gotta go
Redfall.
look for it. They had got me wanting to go look for that.
There's Sega Man. There's a ton of stuff.
It's
I gotta-
a lot.
And
Yeah.
if
I
you
like
read
stuff
the books
like that,
too.
yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta
If
go
you read
look for it. I like that kind of stuff.
the books alone, man. The books alone have a lot of.
And I will also add this just so you guys can take perspective. I don't know what you guys are hearing out there about Avowed. It's doing very well on Steam.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes, it
people
is,
over
man.
there love the Pillars of Eternity universe, and they have simply loved Avowed. I've seen a lot of people fall in love with Avowed, so it's doing very well on Steam.
Yep.
And I don't know anything personally about the Pillars of Eternity. My friend does. He knows some things about Pillars of Eternity. He said, I told him, if you do, check out Avowed because it's in that universe. Because he was telling me a little bit about Pillars of Eternity. And so I said, okay. I said, I don't know about Pillars, but I said, oh my gosh, they may have a new fan because I'm loving the story, and I just love the world right now. I really do. I love the world, and I know this is like a little tiny slither of the story because it's really a greater universe of this world, I guess, but yeah, I thought I would add some perspective from what I've seen and what I've talked to some friends about.
Yeah, and also take the time out to actually do the character, speak to the characters.
Oh, okay. Take the time to do that. Okay.
I mean, to the whoever comes across this, if you haven't played Avowed, take the time. You have to, if you want to get the full volume of what's going on in Avowed, you have to take the time to do that.
Okay.
I think that's one of the problems I see. You can tell people who don't want to do that. A lot of these guys, unfortunately, a lot of them have big channels. They just want to rip through it and get into it and stuff like that. You can't do
Oh
that.
my gosh. Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? The fact that it took me like, was it about on my fifth hour, and I'm usually not this slow. On my fifth hour to wrap my mind around the
Mhm.
difference between negative 50% on gear, right?
Right.
Like once it dawned on me, I'm like, oh, that's the problem. That I was kidding.
Right.
Because I was like you, Dave. I went and fought in this camp, and I felt confident in my battle.
Yeah,
stance.
that's what I did. Yeah. Yeah.
I was doing no damage. I was like, no, something's wrong. This
Yeah.
shit is hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then when I figured out what the negative 50 was, and then I switched to the other outfit I had, it's
Mhm.
more, I'm a battle mage, so it's more along the lines
Right.
of my arcane skills
Right.
with the
Right.
essence, right? So
Right.
when I'm doing more damage on top of the fact that I'm not running out of essence as fast.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you won't
So-
know that unless you. And look, some people are better than others at these games. Definitely have that going on, but you're gonna have to put the time in, guys. You can't. It's just like going to the gym, bro. You can do curls all you want to make your arm bigger. It's just the quality of the curl that you do. That's what it is with this game, dude. You have to put the time in. You have to realize what it is. And if you do, just go online and just watch some people play if you're having a hard time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, man, you put in the time and the effort, it's going to reward you. This game's going to reward you. I'm like Dea. I was exactly like Dea, dude. I mean, Unlimited was all hyped about this game.
Yeah, he was. You know, I was just kind of quiet, like it looks okay. You know, like
Yeah. You know,
I stand
I would
corrected.
deflect. I would do my classic deflect, and South of Midnight is my game. I'm looking
yeah,
forward
yeah.
to.
I
Um,
stand corrected. I stand.
I stand
corrected.
very corrected, and I watched
Yeah.
Unlimited's video, his playthrough, which helped me out a lot because I didn't even know about like Vontae says. Vontae says also I didn't realize I could go into third person.
Third person. Me
Yeah.
either. I didn't. It accidentally happened. I was like,
Yeah, that's
wait
what
a
happened to me.
minute. How did my
Absolutely.
character get like that? I was still doing things, and I didn't say, wait a minute. You know, because I'm used to doing third person in Starfield,
Mhm.
so I don't do first person in Starfield. I do third. But in Avowed, I like to do first person. Okay, and somehow I got out of first person into third, and I say, dang, what did I do? And I was pressing buttons and all that, and I said, oh, and then it switched back. I said, oh, that's right. I forgot. I completely forgot about that. That's such a Bethesda thing that I didn't even think about that with Obsidian. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it caught me
How
off
do
guard.
you do it, Dea? Can you
It
switch
was
it?
yeah, it's I was using keyboard mouse because I was playing through PC Game Pass.
Yeah.
My PC Game Pass part of Ultimate.
Yeah.
So yeah, I forget what key it is. I can't remember because I didn't I only did it about once.
Yeah.
'Cause
I think on the
I tend to play
controller,
first person.
it's one of the R. I think it's the R. Press R down. I
R,
think that's what I'm gonna mean.
R down?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. The R trigger, or not the R trigger, the R.
No, you're right. You're right. I just did it. Yeah.
You did it? Okay. Yeah.
Because I was the same way. I was fighting those skeletons, and I was trying to move, and then I actually pressed down
Hit
on it.
yeah. And
like,
then
oh,
you
snap.
switch. Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, what? How
So
did
what I
that
do there sometimes is what I do. I'll do that R switch when I'm trying to jump.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because there's this one scene where I was on a ledge and I had to drop down, and I couldn't get the perspective from first person, so I just switched to
Oh, that's
third person.
smart. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's smart. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I was able to see the ledge completely, or see off the ledge completely, and I was able to drop down.
Right, right.
But other than that, I always play in first person just because it feels better. That way
It
for me.
does. It for me in Avowed, it does. I love seeing like when my character does the magic, and when the Grimoire opens up. I don't know. It's something about that perspective I like for Avowed. But like I said, for Starfield, I like to be in third person though. So
Only
Right.
thing though, when you switch it and let's say you kill something and how you can loot them, when you switch it, you can't see what the loot. You have to go back into where it's just your hands and your sword, and then you can
First
see
person.
what you loot. Yeah.
Oh,
But if you
oh.
take it out of that, you can't see it.
oh, okay.
Hey Vontae, the invisibility skill, is that when you're hiding, or you actually have an invisibility skill? Because I don't.
Oh,
have
I
it.
don't know because I don't have that ability. I got my ability is that I can root my enemies in one spot while I just wail on them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. Mhm.
I got a. It's funny because I got the Grimoire of Elements, then I
Yeah.
got the Grimoire of Greater Elements.
I got that too. Yeah,
The Greater Elements is stronger, man, but man, trying to line those hits, dude, is harder. Dude. It's
it
like going back
is. Yeah.
to the original one because it's easier to hit people. Fonte says, I like third person when I'm just traveling around, and first person when I'm in battle. Oh, that's yeah. I do that every once in a while. I switch,
And Vontae
especially
said
when you're
this
trying to
is
clear
better.
that map, Fonte. Right when you're trying to make. That's what I do. When I look at the map, I try and get all the gray off of the map. I can't stand it.
Yeah. Now I don't even pay attention to my map. I just go. I just let it go in order, man. That's how much fun I have exploring. I don't even care where I go. It's so.
Are you in the second land, yeah?
I went through this like castle area and now I'm in some. I forget what it's called.
Where the Animaxers are?
It's I am moving forward now. It's
Yeah.
like I'm not in Paradise anymore. I'm in
Yeah.
another place
You're in the
now.
other land, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
just-
think of the name of it.
I don't know how much hours you spend in there, dude. But I'm telling you right now, man, they have a bunch of stuff in there.
Really?
It makes the first part of the game. Yeah, you can tell the first part was the tutorial. I
Right,
thought
it's
that
a
was pretty-
tutorial. That's exactly it. And just to, before I get into it real quick, let me see. Avante says it's an actual skill. It's on the ranger skill. Exactly. Avante's
Okay.
right. He talking about the root. That saved my life many times. That ability to root your enemies in one place. They, now a magic user can still use his magic. He just can't move around. It leaves them stuck to one area. So no matter what, they can't move out of it. They
Yeah.
can't really do anything. But a magic user can still try to use their magic.
Fonte, do you have bleed attached to it? I put bleed on mine.
And you say you're a magician, right?
Yeah, so my companion has that option,
Okay.
so he can
And,
freeze them.
and
So,
how did
so
you make your character? What did you for your personality? I'm
I'll
curious.
be honest with you. Yeah, I almost restarted the game.
Really?
Yeah, that's the issue I was having in the beginning.
Oh,
Because this is not like a standard, you know, put this here, do this, do that. You have to
you really
again.
have
So
to think.
people, please have patience. You really have to
Yep,
wrap your mind around the mechanics of the game.
yep.
But I wanted to be a mage, and then I realized really quickly that you need to have some battle gear. So I was like, okay, well I'll go battle mage.
Yeah.
So that's what I technically am, is a battle mage. So
I'm a
because that's
ranger,
and it
so
made sense, right? Because you have you could kit out two different types of stuff. So in one hand, with my mage part, I have a grimoire, and then my wand, and then in the second kit, I have a shield and a battle or battle
okay.
axe. Yeah, and
I use a wand and a grimoire for one of my. Well, I actually use a gun too. On occasion
yeah,
because it's so much stronger.
yeah.
I'm a ranged person anyway, so it doesn't matter to me if I load slower because I let Kai take he goes up front. That's what I need him to do because I'm a ranged character. But
Hmm.
it doesn't matter to me shooting at a distance. So the slower reload actually fits my class better because I can do that and take my time with those shots because they're so effective. The gun just takes so much more from the enemies. Also, my arrows are I just can't believe how good it is to use a bow and arrow in that game. It's
Oh,
so good. I can't wait till I get the better bows and stuff that later in the game and stuff. But I've been like building up my one little bow. I have a common bow that I've been building up and everything. But it's been really good. I love it. You can't fire faster. Those are less effective. But if you hold it and you infuse
yeah,
it,
the
oh my
power.
gosh, it's so good. Yep. So as far as my character personality, my character is more of a they kind of believe in the God and the God deity. I forget what it's called. It's Ardna something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
And so the options that he gets, he's actually more understanding and merciful to a lot of the people he talks to. The options that he get.
and you can
Um
play it that way too. Yeah.
yeah, and that was what surprised me. That actually I just thought I was just picking a background stuff, but it actually affects his
Hmm.
character.
Yeah.
Like and he gets these more. He has the ability to be meaner, but he has a perception. He can read into people, and he had he can tell things about people when they don't want to tell it to him, and then they
Ah,
open
cool.
up to me once I do that. So like it was this one person saying something, and then I had the option to read into him, and I said something that was about him, and he was like, "Oh, you knew that?" And then he started telling me about that he was not going to do that unless I read
Hmm.
into him, right?
Yeah,
And
a
so
different
it's
path.
yeah, and I don't know, some of that, I think some of that could be that maybe that godlike thing, I don't know, but I know
Oh yeah,
he
yeah,
has the ability to he can persuade people a little more into things, and
yeah.
he has more mercy options, like more kind options to be willing to help people and to have a brighter outlook on things.
I went with the like it's arcane, but he's educated.
Okay, he's educated.
That's
Okay.
my character, so he's so I see in the choices I have. So I tried to shape him around a little bit like you're saying, right? There's some choices where you can be nicer, so I try to be. But there's every once in a while I pick like kind of a short answer or kind of a wise ass answer.
Yeah.
And so now that I'm further in the game, it's actually shaped the dialogue which I love, and then it's also with the companions, right? Like Kai.
It actually does, yeah.
Yeah. So I
Like
said
I
something.
got Kai to admit something he didn't want to admit because I was able to read into him.
Well, I said something to somebody, and Kai kind of pushed me on the side. And he's kind of like, "Look, dude, we're..." Basically, he said to me something like, "Because of the way my character is,
Hmm.
like I'm kind of like high-minded, you know. Like I wish I could, but he's kind of was saying it to me like I gotta kind of understand the people of this realm and stuff
Right.
like that. And then I went down the path of the colonization story,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and so which was cool, right? Because I said this earlier in the podcast. There's this one time where I have Kai and Martis, and they're both the worst. So Kai and Martis have their little thing about it, but I was in this one part where we all three agreed that basically big government is bad. So,
Oh no, you brought that into that.
yeah, but it played out in the game, and I
Oh,
liked it
that's cool.
not because I have an affinity for my politics or anything, none of that at all, but it's just the flow of it, right? And it's like
Right.
that throughout the whole theme. Like when I go into the second land, right? There's these thing with the animancers that you got to deal with, right? So it
Right.
challenges you, right? Like for a person, like for you, Dea, with your character being more spiritually, right? Like how are you going to react in this new world? Like for me, I'm coming more from like a
The
arcane.
cynical more, stance. It seemed like your character's
Yeah.
more cynical of
Well, so I get challenged, and my thing is like, well, because the choices I get is just like being a person of science, right? Of course, you would come from the more scientific aspect, but then
right.
again, you
That's
would think that
true.
this is um, what do they call that, dude? It's just like not a bastardization, but like faulty science. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And so I get these choices, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. You know?
That's interesting. I didn't even, I've never seen those options for myself.
I think
So
it's
that's
because of
interesting.
because like, I think like exactly like you said though. But if you don't choose, like there's some stuff that I did not pick, and I knew I probably lost some of the story behind that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I just wanted to move on. So I was like, dude, I
Wow,
got
that's fascinating to see how your game turned out. What about you, Sega man? How did your character turn? Because I didn't know it could be that different.
Yeah, it's Valve, man. It's awesome, man. My character, I could tell you a couple things I found. I found this really cool weapon. It's some kind of a hatchet that has all these different hieroglyphics on it. It
Oh,
has a freezing ability. It's a very good weapon. I think it might be like it's a very powerful weapon. That's all I've been using. Like I have other things like swords and
okay. So is your character mainly like physical
a combat, like combat. Yeah, I'm
combat
more of
type?
a
Okay.
yeah, more of a combat guy.
Oh, okay.
And I do rely on Kai. Kai's actually a person to have with you. He helps you out, like you said. He does stuff like he's really good. And I have the ogre. I had the little
with the
Viking
wolf.
looking dude. But
Yeah,
I was telling Sega forever.
yeah.
Now I'm at this part where this girl, this black chick joined us. So when I went to open up my camp before I started another board, when you go to leave, it'll pop up. It'll say, "Well, after the gods talk to me and tell me all kind of weird stuff in my dreams." So after that, it says you can only take two with you. So I chose Kai, and I chose the girl, and I left the little Viking dude behind. So you can't like Sega Fever would
Oh,
like to take them all, but you
yeah,
can't.
yeah.
You can
Yeah, I
only
wish you
take
could.
two with you to help you.
Okay, okay. I
Because it
haven't
gives you
gotten a
more.
second character yet. So, because like I said, I've, I've been squeezing in time between everything with the house. So, but
Oh,
I know enough that I can keep up with conversation with everybody. Like I said, I'm past the Paradise part, and I'm in another area. Like I was dying at some point because you got to figure out some things about it doesn't hold your hand on everything. Some things you just have to figure out, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
So
There's things that you just gotta do. You
Let me
can't.
ask you this, Dale. Let me ask you this: the part, because I'm like you, Dale. I liked it to dive in the water, but what I was afraid of, like I found something under the water. It was like some kind of treasure, but you only have a certain amount of time, and you got to come back up.
it's very forgiving with how much because I don't know if it's because your character is a godlike or something because they
Yeah.
kind of look look like they kind of got crustaceans on them or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's what mine looks like they had on his face and stuff.
Yeah, got mine look like he got like fins on his face because I picked one that goes around his eyes. So I
Yeah.
don't know if that has anything to do with it, but my character holds his breath for a good while, not a
Oh.
ridiculous amount, but a good while to
Probably
where I
longer
can
than mine.
explore. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I think it's the godlike you probably chose because mine one doesn't have that, and
oh,
my hair kind of
really?
runs
Whoa.
out. Yeah.
Oh,
Huh.
okay. Yeah, mine has the little fins and all that stuff on there. So when I dive, I actually can look at a lot of things, and I don't really. I'm not too pressed to come up right away, right? You know, I can. He can hold his breath for a good while.
Yeah, yeah.
Before I have to come back up.
I should look at that too.
So
because-
when you dove in, Dea, were you in like were you in like the ocean or like a big lake, like, or ocean, or
It was right. Well, I've been in a lot of water, but
Yeah.
right at the beginning, you can get in any water you see. You can
oh,
just
at the
about get into.
beginning? All
And
right.
and when I went down in there, yeah, and that thing that was down there, that was at the bottom of the ocean and everything. So you get to see that creature that took down
Okay.
that boat. Yeah. So, but I
Okay.
searched a lot of that. Yeah, and he's able to swim up quick enough to even get the breath and then go right back down. So I don't know
Wow.
if it has to do
Mm.
with the
Wow.
God, like the God thing I chose,
Yeah.
because I have no idea. I don't know much about pillars.
But
So, you know,
they didn't point that out though when you select the godlight. I don't think they said that, right?
they didn't say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just know I don't have the crustacean stuff on me. I have the fins on
Oh,
my
okay.
character. Yeah, it's like it look like little fins around
See, I'm
around the
liking
eyes.
Dea's
I don't know.
character. I'm liking Dea's character. That's cool because I like doing shit like that. Dea. I like going like under the waters and seeing if I can find like weird creatures and
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
different things or treasures or something. I like
Find
stuff like that.
you
And for
find
you,
certain plants you find
Yeah.
that you can only get down there, and you find treasures, and you find certain caves so far that I've known, and sometimes you find a pathway to another area.
oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so I found like little area that I went and swam through, and then it's a cave in there, or an area to get to the cave or something like that. Like yeah.
Yeah. Like when I went underwater today, I found this plant and it says take or eat, and I ate it. I don't know, it was some weird plant.
Yeah, I don't know what them plants are because all that stuff is alien. If the world feels like you're on an alien planet, it's
Yeah.
so different,
Yeah.
like,
I'm loving this day. I think it's gonna be. I think it's like a. It's kind of like a Starfield, but on a planet.
that's
Like, I mean,
yeah, high
like it.
fantasy though.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, I know I haven't beaten the game yet, but I'm telling you now, I want a part 2. I want them to do a sequel to the game. I hope this is not a one and done. I hope
I
that
don't think
they
so. I don't
do
think.
another one, because I would love to get back into this world in another game.
There's a lot you can do, and it's like you said, Death. There's all kind like I'm doing a story, but I get offered all these side missions. I got all these bounties I got to get.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot to do in the game.
It is, yeah. Yep. And I'm still trying to piece together the story because I hope my decisions have been good because I've gotten this entity on my side so
Okay.
far. Thank you to some of the choices. I think the way I built my character, I told you how my character can sometimes see through things and stuff. I
Yeah.
think that helped me to direct my conversation when it came to this entity. I don't know what it is. It talks to sometimes, so I got to see how that conversation is going to pan out at the end.
Do you
Yeah.
trust it? Do you trust the entity?
I personally don't, but my character, I'm making it to where my character does more so because he is. I think because of when I do role play, I kind of put myself in the shoes of the character. I'm living out another life through the character, right? So I don't put myself in it as much.
Yeah.
And so my character is he believes in Ardor or something, or whatever the name of that female deity is in that world. And so I don't think he trusts it, but I think he's willing to, in case, because you never know. Like I think because he's getting good results from this entity. So right now, as it stands, his decisions mostly are good on the side of this thing. So I'm kind of flowing with that, and we'll see. You know, I have those options to be mean and all that stuff, but his natural inherent options are just he kind of likes for things to be revealed. Like he likes to deal with you on a trust level. Like be honest about what's happening, because when people beating around the bush, he gets these options like, like, no, this is that happening, and then they start telling me what what they really think, right? So I think that's how I see the character so far. I have to play him a little more because I'm playing a male. I made my character male this time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I have to see how everything pans out with him with that. I'm still learning him because he has his own personality. I'm not trying to influence him with my own. So we'll see.
I meant the entity. Did you meet the entity?
In a way.
Yeah, it's like a face, like a half of like his head was shaped like a mountain, and like it was
Oh,
this
I haven't
weird
seen
looking
that
thing.
yet. Well, that's
Yeah.
interesting. I can't wait to see.
Yeah. I'm
Was
loving
that in
it.
the
man. I'm
Beyond?
loving it.
Was that the Beyond? In the Beyond?
Yeah, I think so, Sega Forever. I got to this point, right, where I think I was in a dream or something, and it's the entity. It's an entity talking to me, I believe, and it has a face, and its head was shaped like the top of his head was shaped like a mountain with like a, I don't know, like a piece of a building or something like that.
That's weird.
And his body has like wood and like different things. It was very cosmic looking, like really cosmic out there, like cosmic, like, you know what I mean?
Maybe you're farther away, because the only time I saw them, you dream about it, and then I was killed. When I don't know if I'm assuming all our characters got killed.
Yeah, my character got killed. Yeah.
So then it brings you back, and that's the first time you actually see.
Yeah.
Well,
But I know Sega Man's ahead of me.
Yeah,
Well,
Sega Man's ahead of me.
Did you guys get where you get? Did you guys get to? Well, I shouldn't. Did you guys get to where you got shot with an arrow?
Yeah.
Died and came back. Okay.
Yeah. That
I'm
was
past
bizarre.
that.
Ever since then, the game has just been going off the rails for me. It's like I keep getting. I got some more. Like every time I use that darn crystal, it seemed like something else happens. No matter how often. Like I had died from the little lizard guys in the camp. I told you I ran into with the 2 skulls.
Yeah.
I died normally off of that. Then I said, let me use this crystal because I need to get another weapon. I had it stored in my chest or something. I can't remember. It was something I wanted to do or upgrade something. And I grabbed that. And then as soon as I got out of it, I guess you go to sleep at the end of the camp day. The entity came back and said something different.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Like it's because I'm about, I'm thinking about what we said before. But the entity came back and said something completely different. So now I derailed my game in a different way.
Well, I know the entity, for the choices I make, the entity comes to me and says I'm kind of being dual-minded, right? Because the route that I've gone, and I'm pretty sure other people are as well. It's because I'm showing sympathy for the people of the land.
Yeah.
And then like in one aspect, I let a guy go, and that was triggering all kind of stuff. It triggered something between my 2 companions.
Wow.
And it triggered between the godlike, or not the godlike, but the voice that you have.
Yeah.
When you go to sleep, and they were talking to me about it, and then it made me feel a certain way, right? I'm not gonna lie, I'm sitting there goes, well, okay, look, dude, I understand what you guys are saying, but I'm gonna do what I feel is right.
Yeah.
And I'm playing a video game. I was like, dude,
they kind of like bickering with you in your own game.
Yeah, and then I start bickering in my own head. I'd be like, dude, I'll do it.
Wow.
I'm gonna just will whack somebody just to whack them.
That's completely different from my experience.
Yeah. And I think, like you said, like when you pick your personality, it also.
Yeah, because the entity, like in my case, the entity asked me a lot of questions and trust my advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my entity thinks something like man,
Wow.
I think my entity and me are kind of married. That's like my ex-wife. That's what I feel my entity.
Your ex-wife invaded your game.
I was like, dude, what's the second guess my opinion? You're the one walking out around here trying to take out lizards, getting fried.
Oh shoot.
I got decisions to make. But I think it's great. I think a lot of people are going to experience that again. And again, just to let you guys know, unless you play this game and you put time into it, you will miss out on these experiences.
That's true. Yeah.
Vante said, "I'm going to do multiple playthroughs so I can filter through multiple styles." Yeah, I'm with you,
Vante. He wants them all. He wants to experience everything.
Well, like you're saying, Dale, when you talked about your character, I want to be that ranger because I just want to use ranged. So
Okay.
in
Okay.
playing my first character, what I'm gonna do is because you need different things, so I'll just do the dagger because to me that's more in line with a ranger.
Okay.
Do a dagger, but do a bow, a gun, and then I don't know if I'll get it. Maybe do arcane. I don't know. Maybe a wand because it is kind of that way.
A
But
wand works well because I've been using that.
yeah,
It's got to be a
yeah,
ranged
so,
weapon though.
yeah. So I mean,
That
it
seems
can be
better.
considered range, but I definitely, or you could have the pistol and the art, the basically rifle.
I think weapons work because weapons naturally inherently, you can shoot from a distance, right? So those work too.
Yeah, we'll see.
A
I'll
certain
be
distance.
Devontae. Yeah, Vontae, I want to do that. I want to do multiple styles as well, which again goes back to the playability of about,
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
which Microsoft knows about, man. That's why
That's true.
Phil be sweating bullets over there. Cygnus says, "Would love to see." Hey, what's up,
Hi,
Cygnus?
Cygnus.
Would love to see Obsidian to make a Witcher 3 Cyberpunk level of production value.
Ooh, I would
Um,
love that too.
That
That
sounds
would be
interesting.
fun.
That sounds
Yeah.
kind of interesting. Yeah.
I think they're on their way, especially have to see. I mean, so Fallout New Vegas, and it's interesting because I got to my daughter to. I watched her play Fallout New Vegas, and she
Okay.
played. I couldn't play Outer Worlds because I would get sick, and so she beat it. She beat Outer Worlds, and so I got to watch her play.
Okay. Okay.
So
Sega
watching
Forever
them,
and Dea.
Huh?
Let me
Yeah.
ask Dea and Sega Forever real quick. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Sega Forever, but
no, okay.
I picked up recently and I didn't play it yet. I don't know if it's a single player or just a play online, but I found real cheap Fallout 76. Is that pretty good?
Yeah, I've been playing that. And
Yeah.
it's a very community based type game. So like, honestly, if you want to play it without people, you can, but it's very community based. Like you can meet somebody and they'll just give you things to help
Okay.
you out and stuff. So it's very unique experience because in the past I used to play MMOs and stuff, and
Yeah.
it was people and they was just trying to get what they could get, right? They sell you something, but they won't
Yeah.
give you anything. That's not the environment in Fallout 76. It's really fun. As far as the events, I love those, and
Yeah.
you can join teams and people can share their experience with you and with them. Like if you're all part of like it's like this you join this team and then the experience gets passed around between the members of the team. So like you could be doing something completely different, but then all of a sudden you see some experience get up there because somebody just completed their quest.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
or you can all be together and you all meet up. You don't have to even talk to anybody. You just show up at an event and then say some of the people there is in that you joined their group or whatever. It's like they invite people to join the group. You don't have to engage with them. It's just that it's for everybody's benefit, if you get what I mean. And
Yeah.
then yeah, and then everybody will team up against the like boss characters and stuff like that. And I have some of the most fun times during that. And I will also say Fallout 76 got some wacky stories in there. Like it was this one,
Oh, for real?
this was one story. I couldn't believe it. My friend was telling me about it. Okay, we was tracking down this robot in order to get this robot to help us. Okay, this robot was called Rose. Then this
Yeah.
she got a sassy mouth and all this stuff. Killed other people. When we walk into the room, it's a dead body in there. A previous person in there, I guess she dealt with some while ago, just sitting in a cage and stuff like that, just rotting right there. And
Oh.
then then she gives me these tests. She's like, I can't trust you. So she got this like sassy attitude, and so she sends me off on these errands and stuff so I can get something for her and all this stuff so we could build trust. I'm not building any trust with her because she's killed people before, right? But she says it's for my benefit or whatever. So after you go through all of that, then she said you kind of part ways and all that stuff, and then I forgot she sends you on something else, and then you're looking for this person called Rosalie or something like that. I can't remember her name, and then you find out that you go to this town that was wiped out, was blown off the map and everything, and it turns out that the woman that inspired Rose's personality was done by a guy that liked her. Okay, he liked her. He had this thing for her, and so he gave the robot her personality because she died. But you find out that she died because he flooded he blew up the town because he was retaliating against them arresting her. But the problem was she was still in the jail at the time that he blew it up. So he killed her.
Oh man.
Had no clue, and then he programmed the robot to have her personality, and that's why she acts that way, because she was like a hardcore, like kind of sassy woman that just spoke her mind, right? Like that's how she was. So some of the stories in Fallout is crazy. This guy, and then we find out that he ended up turning into this Scorch thing. Very similar to how the TV show is. He looked all burnt and stuff like that. He ended up turning into that, and we had to kill him. But that was that whole quest was so crazy that I looked at my friend. I said, I don't know who came up with this story, but I need to arrest them, because this was the craziest journey that I ever went on. That's how crazy some of the stories are in Fallout 6.
That's cool
But
though.
it's really good. Some of the stories are very sad. Some are, I'm just talking about the quest stuff. One time I walked into a robot. He was just floating there. I'm minding my own business, and he said he was he said this is arrest or something like that. He wanted to pickpocket me or take my stuff. I was looking at his health, and I could destroy him in like 2 or 3 hits or something. Like, I was like, what's wrong with this crazy robot and stuff like that? He said, give up your goods and all this stuff. I was like, I just killed him and kept going. I don't even know where he came from. Some of the stuff is so random in there too, because the way they programmed the game is that something can happen at any time and you don't really know what's going on. Like one time I spawned into the game, and I saw all these helicopters that was from the Brotherhood, and I have no idea where they were going. They were all headed somewhere, and I guess if I followed them, I would have found out where they were going, but I don't know where they were going. It's just sometimes it's just random things that happen in there. It's fun. I've had a lot of fun in Fallout 76, and I didn't think I would, but I actually did. If you like Bethesda games, if you like Fallout, you will like that, because it's very good, and it adds a lot to the lore of Fallout.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I watched my daughter play it. Sega Man.
Did you?
I play it too. I mean, I'll say this, man. When I first started playing it, man, those guys are clingy, bro. 76 dudes. Like I was with this one guy, and he was helping me, but he was helping me like a little too much. So, but it's awesome. It's an awesome game. You have to, again, you're gonna play the game, right? You're gonna come. It's an online, so you got to deal with people online. But everybody in the community is like super nice.
Very nice. That's the very nicest community. It's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
People just want to help you there.
Yeah. But then my daughter took over. There's so many games to play.
It's like it's a lot.
It's hard, dude. It's hard. Like, playing Avowed now, dude. I don't know if I'll be able to touch it.
Man, I don't know. Avowed, it took me away from everything. I stopped. I stopped indie. I also was playing V Rising. That's a fun game too. Oh my god, I was playing that on. Yeah, that's on PC. I don't know.
Sounds like it's cool though.
It is, man. You play this vampire, and you basically are, you suck blood to get strength and all this stuff. You gain your powers and stuff like that, and you can build your own castles and stuff everywhere. And you run into like it's these skeletons that walk around. Now you use resources and stuff to build up your castle and all that stuff. And I don't know if it's more missions, because right now you can make a local server, like, and you can have up to, so far I set my server to 8 people, but I hear you can have more people than that in there. It's crazy. Like, you can, and
For
all y'all can be doing that. Hi, T.
Oh,
sorry, I just said hi to T Reaper.
Yeah, no, but which game were you talking about? AT.
V Rising. It's a game that I picked up on Steam. It could be on Xbox. I don't know. I just did it on there because my friend asked me to.
V Rising. I don't know, I don't think it is. Is it Sega Forever? Is there a V Rising on there?
I don't know.
Let me see. I don't know because I can't always tell on PC, because not everything Xbox has is available on the PC side of it.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me go to the store.
You know what people keep talking about with
the
new Xbox? Will there be a Steam app in it?
Oh man, if that happens, that'd be great, because all the games I have on there I can play with anybody on anything. Yeah, I don't see it on here.
I mean, that'll be awesome if they put that in there, man. Shit, I'm on board 100%.
Let's see. B Rising.
Our buddy Gabe.
Our buddy Gabe.
Remember that interview he did at Sega Forever with the news that news place, and they said, "What would you rather have? What system would you think is going to be the best or something?" And I think he said I think they said the PS4, the Xbox One, was it? And he said the Xbox One. And they were like, "Why? Why would you pick the Xbox One?"
Because it was a better console. I mean,
Yeah, I know. They were like, "Why would you do that?"
that's because people are, don't want the better console for themselves. Maybe
Yeah,
it was just the games or something that
Yeah.
Sony made that kept them over there. But that doesn't mean they had the better console, though.
yeah.
Doesn't mean that.
They were like surprised there because he said Xbox One. Why would you do that? I'm like, what?
Yeah, but I guess they think Gabe is gonna play these console wars, and he don't.
Yep.
He just doesn't do that, and he knows Microsoft better than they think.
Yep.
He knows that company, so
He sure does.
I mean, it'll be a huge thing.
yeah. It's stuff like that, like I would love because you guys would be able to have access to it. I don't know. It could be on the console side of Xbox. I would have to check. But it would be things like that I'd be like, hey, you guys want to play or something like that, and we can all play. See, I hate the divisions. I don't like it. Because it'd be things that I'd be like, I wish I could play this with some people that I know, but you can't because you had those artificial divisions,
Let me see.
I think you trying to find it, Sega Forever?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's on the console side. It could be. It's a game that could run on there for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
I mean, Xbox got so many games. Dude.
they do. They got a lot of games over there.
There's this one I saw. ID at Xbox dropped.
Oh, is it? What's it called?
Let me see if I can go there.
Got one game.
Spectre Flashpoint.
Flashpoint? Oh, okay. I haven't seen that. I would have to take a look.
Oh wait, sorry. Spectre Divide Season 1. Flashpoint. I'm like, what is this, dude? But the trailer looks super cool.
That's idea. Xbox, they usually have really good taste in picking indies.
Yes, they do. I buy a lot of those.
Well, what they did was they went kind of next level too with their stuff. So, like, just you can tell like the quality and overall variety has improved a lot.
Some of the most fun times I had was with indie games.
Oh, they got a sale on I gotta get this. They got a sale on is that a sale?
Did you see the one sale there? Buy one, get two free.
Oh man, I'm gonna get this. I'm getting Shredder's Revenge. I've been wanting to get that, but I kept forgetting it.
Yeah, that's a good game, Dad. It's good to play with people too.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm getting that. I'm getting it right now before I forget.
Yeah.
That's bad because I ain't gonna get around to that anytime soon with Evolve being out there. I can tell you that now.
And then when South of Midnight, man, we got so much.
Oh darn
coming.
it! Yeah, you just reminded me. Dang.
What are we gonna do? We got
That's
so
not,
much
that's not
coming.
until April though, right? We got some time.
Yeah.
Shoot, there's other games dropping too, man. You got Doom.
Oh my god! I don't know how good. I don't think I'm gonna be able to play all these games. I really don't. I'm not just saying that. It's too many games, and then that's like, that's not including the stuff that just comes in the Game Pass and stuff. And then sometimes games drop on PC side of things that I might be interested in. Like I done gave up on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for now. I'm gonna get it. But I'm not getting it right now because I just don't have the time to play that game.
You can't play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Avowed at the same time.
No, ain't no way. And I've already chosen Evolve. Evolve done hooked me in, and it's already a done deal now. My soul belongs to them, so it ain't no way. So,
mine too.
It's gone now. So like Game Pass won out on that one. So
I don't know what the second one's gonna be, but the first one, man, it's like
I got the first one. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, good.
Yeah, I was like, I have the first one. I have that one. I was gonna pick up 2, and after a while, and see, I knew this was gonna happen because before that it was Ninja Gaiden. Before
Yeah.
that it was
Yep.
Indiana. I just keep hopping from game
Oh,
to game, and I can't beat nothing because every time I'm playing through, I have to play at my own pace because of everything else I'm doing, and then I'm starting to really get into it. Then something else drops, and that's what I've been running into every single time.
I just bought physical. I just bought Diablo, Reapers of Souls.
Oh, you did? You bought that? Nice.
Yeah, Diablo's a good game. It's a Ultimate Evil Edition. So I hope that's
Ultimate Evil Edition.
yeah. Ultimate Evil Edition. It says on here, Reapers of
Okay.
Souls. It says bonus also includes Diablo 3 original game.
Oh, okay. All right, I have all of the Diablos on Xbox.
You like it? You like the Diablos there?
It's a little too dark, the story.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind some dark themes, but I tell you, Diablo takes you to places that
just say the word. Dude, it's demonic.
it's demonic, man. That stuff is dark.
I was playing that stuff. Yeah, I was playing it too. I was like, oh man, dude.
It's
The Holy
dark.
Spirit, man, was telling me, you better turn this game off. Bro.
Man, you know, some of the images and stuff, I was like, oh, I don't think I've seen so much blood. It was like that stuff was like ponds of blood. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm done. It's not my type of thing. I like the gameplay and all that stuff, but it's just the themes is too dark. It's just like
Look,
movies. Sometimes
but-
movies can have themes that's too dark for me, you know.
Look, you play Evolve, dude. They got some stuff in there, but it looks kind of cartoony. Right?
Oh,
You
really?
play Diablo, dude. Diablo's like, I think you guys did
Diablo's a
too
whole
much
nother
research.
level. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
you did a little bit too much research. In that.
whole nother level. Yeah.
I had to stop playing. I was enjoying it for a little bit, but
I
and that's
was
another
too.
thing too. I realized that I like the Diablo that people hate. I like the more fantasy Diablo.
The fantasy one, yeah.
This is hardcore Diablo.
Yeah, I tell you that last one. Oh, it's pretty dark with
Oh.
Lilith and all that stuff. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Well, plus they use Lilith too, and there's
Yeah.
so much stuff about her that a lot of people they try to make her out to be, right? I mean, and this is coming from like the more Christian side of stuff, and not Christian per se, but people that dabble with
Yeah.
stuff. Right? And I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. I see what you guys are doing, and I'm like, no, that's okay. I'm not gonna go down that road with you guys. So when I saw them doing that, I was like, oh, okay. So I already had a feeling. But then when you play it, dude, a lot of ritualistic stuff, dude, a lot of things to deal with blood,
Hmm.
which is very big in that circle.
Right.
Because everything is it is to warp what is the, you know. I just
Yeah.
be honest with you, what the Bible says about the lifeblood, about
Yeah.
blood. What it means.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anytime you have anything that's like warping that stuff, so and I felt bad for them. I was like, look, dude. I mean, I know you guys probably one of your best games that you've ever done, but I can't go with you.
I mean, that is well-made games and stuff like that. I wouldn't give it past them on that. But it's just the themes are dark, so I would love for them to, you know, do something where it's not so dark for my taste. You know, but it's well-made game. I could call a game well-made when I see one. It's excellent, plays well, everything, but it's dark. I had got into it because my friend was like, "Oh, you gotta get Diablo this." You know, he was like going crazy over it. I was like, "Okay, all right, I'll try." I told him, I said, "Hey, if you play Redfall with me, I'll get Diablo." And he
Oh,
said,
that's how I
"Okay."
got you.
That's how he got me. The darn Redfall did me in. You know, that was because I wanted a team, right? So yeah, that's how he got me.
What is this? The Addy at Xbox Showcase is Monday, February 24th.
Huh?
What is that, Mr. Kima?
Addy, what's that?
Oh, yeah. Can you let us know, Mr.
He said the Xbox Showcase is Monday, February 24th. What? Xbox Showcase?
Yeah, I think there's one coming up, right?
It's another one?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what is it? The Idea Xbox? What
think it's
is it?
one of
Partner
them.
preview? They got a lot of different
There's
ones.
something. Yeah, there's definitely one coming up. I just can't remember which one it is, but there is.
Oh, Indie. That's what
Indie.
he
Yeah,
said.
that's it.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
Indie. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that, Mr. King. I was trying to figure out what you were saying there. Oh, that's coming up. Wait a minute. He said the 24th.
I think it's the indie one that's coming up, and that's going to be good. I love indie games.
Oh wow, that one snuck up on me. I forgot all about that. I didn't know that was coming out this month though. You know, I was looking at what T said here. He said I beat the story in 4 days. Is he talking about Avowed? I got the Game Pass 5 day
Yep,
early access.
he did beat it.
He beat Avowed already?
He has the video. He's
Oh
fine.
my gosh, T Reaper.
So spoiler alert, don't watch this video if you don't want to know.
I don't want to know. I want to spit. My gosh, T. That's crazy. That game just dropped. I don't know how he be beating these games so fast.
I was impressed the fact that his mage was pretty powered up.
My goodness. How
Oh,
did
I'm
he
not-
even know? Like he learned everything he needed to and beat that game that quick. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think it's his energy drinks. Oh, 1 second, guys. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm taking my. I don't do that. I like playing all the missions, and
Yeah.
I ain't in no hurry to beat any game, man. I like taking my time trying to,
Man, I've been
especially
enjoying
if I
the
like
heck
it.
out of
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. I gotta say, if I was a pleasant surprise, I didn't.
Oh,
see
yeah.
coming.
Loving
I did
this
not
game.
see that coming. Yeah, I just very surprised. I was, and this funny thing is, I love Obsidian games, but I just didn't. I don't know. Eval didn't. It was the one that stuck out to me was like South of Midnight and
Yeah.
Doom, but Eval it looked good. But I was just like, oh okay, I don't know nothing about pillars and all that stuff, so I was just like, okay. And then it started looking better and things like that. But gosh, it isn't until you actually play the game that you understand how, number one, how beautiful the game is, and then
Oh,
number
yeah.
two, how well it plays. You got to play it yourself to see. And then the weird thing is, I did hear a little bit about some reviews, and I was like puzzled. I'm like, it was a person holding it against the game because it wasn't like a Oblivion. And I was
Yeah.
like, well, why? I mean, I didn't. Last time I checked, there was nothing that Obsidian said that the game was going to be like Oblivion. I never even heard them say that.
So
So
people are always going to make comparisons, right?
yeah, but it's not though. It's nothing. It's not an Oblivion
I mean,
game though, in my opinion.
It's just the first person perspective, I guess.
Yeah.
But if you do that, dude, you do a discredit to yourself. You should really play the game. I mean, not you, but
Mhm.
people out there. I saw the reviews when they first came out, and you see a multitude of people talking about it, and you can see, like, I mean, I felt some kind of way too when I first started playing it.
Mhm.
But again, it's just like this is why I say on my channel, I know I get blowback for this, man, but I'm just like, dude, are you guys gamers or not? You know what I'm saying? A gamer, I'm pretty sure if you guys been playing games for a long time, there's a lot of games that you came across, but you have to put some time into it, and then eventually, if it's not what it turns out to be, then you can step aside. But that's why I give you.
I
Okay.
think that what they probably didn't understand, because Obsidian is not treating you like an idiot, is that
Mhm.
when you're in
Mhm.
the beginning of the game, it's actually a tutorial without telling you it's a tutorial. It doesn't even feel like a tutorial. It
Well,
is though.
But I'll take it a step further. The problem I'm having with people is like, okay, this is not the game I want. I'm like, yeah, dude, this is the game they made, right? That's the game
Right.
that they wanted to make. So if you don't,
Right.
but you can't just you have to put some time. Again, you have to put some time into it. And then if it decided that's not your cup of tea, like if I did that, I would have stopped. I would have stopped like when I first got to Parodies, right?
Right. Parody.
But I had to wrap my mind around like, okay, what are they telling me? What am I not doing? What am I supposed to be doing? Right, and that's part of the journey when you play a game. This is again, and I know society's a little bit different. Everything's so instant. This
Yeah.
is why I always applaud Xbox and Phil's vision of what they do with these games, because there's the varieties out there, man, and not everything's going to be what you want it to be. But if you take the time to try something out, you might. This is just stuff. Maybe we have more time back in the day. I don't know. I don't know what it is, man. But I mean, there's some stuff that you would just get into, and had you not just tried it, you would have never known you were a fan of it.
Right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's games I played that has been like that, and I think first off, I'm gonna be honest about how I think most people are. I actually saw this person. Me and you. We don't really like the true reason of woke, not this made up stuff that these people are coming up with.
Yeah.
And that I think is they overusing it, and it's causing people to rebel against them as they should, because they're misusing it, and I've seen this because it hurt Indiana Jones. You had somebody screaming that it was woke, and it wasn't. I played the game. I know it isn't, and and for some people they stayed away from the game because of decisions like that, right?
Mhm.
And then I know you're like where I'm going with this, but I'm gonna show you
Mhm.
how this stuff is like getting under my skin, like the way some of these people treat gaming in general. And it's this one girl, which I don't have anything against her personally, right? But she says on her thumbnail, let's she doesn't like Avowed because she thinks it's woke. Okay, for whatever reason.
I
Really?
think I know what you're talking about.
Okay. And so, but she says, let's all of a sudden I see a thumbnail with her on there saying that, let's play this mid game. Why play the mid game if you don't like it? You know what I'm
Damn,
saying?
why
You,
does
you
she
made
think
a
it's woke?
judgment on a game you never even touched. And
Okay, I don't
now
know.
that I'm sorry.
I don't know what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about somebody.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Yeah, it's this, she's a Caucasian woman, you
Mhm.
know.
Okay.
And anyway,
Wait a second, man. Oh, okay. You know where this is going.
and she said that, and then and I was like, well, why are you, if you've already made a judgment call that the game is woke and you don't like it and it's bad and it's an uninspiring game, and I don't know how she knew all this because I know she didn't play a preview version of it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, if this is how she feels, then why is she bothering to play? Because I think because so many people were saying so many good things about Avowed, like people were shocked that
Yeah.
all this negative attention that was getting wasn't hurting it. It was selling well, and people the people who actually understood the game was enjoying the heck out of it, right? And so I think that FOMO got to her. This is just my opinion. And I think that now she's willing to play the game, even though she got to put the pretense up that she hates the game and this is this and that. And I just like, so I call that hate play, right?
Yeah.
When a person hate plays a game and all this stuff. And so I cannot stand that disingenuous stuff. And I'm a person who don't like when developers do stuff for the sake of just doing it, and it doesn't serve the game well. That's what I kind of consider woke. Like if you're changing the character's race just for the sake of doing it, and you're not thinking, it's no purpose behind it. That to me, that's what it's woke. It doesn't make sense, and it doesn't lead to good storytelling. It doesn't lead to good gameplay. But that doesn't always happen. Like it didn't happen in Indiana Jones. And so far, I haven't seen it in Evolve. Like maybe it is, but I don't know. I haven't seen it. And so, but I'm like, she didn't bother to play the game to find out. See, this is why I say people should not listen to anybody's opinion. If you got Game Pass and the game is on Game Pass, play it for yourself.
Well, there's already a stigma, right, with Xbox. So that's number one. I kind of talked about this earlier in the video. There's a stigma with Xbox. That's number one. You have people on here and the narrative in the gaming media doesn't help either, right?
It does.
Now you have a lot of people that are ultra focused on what's woke, which I mean I can't blame them, right, because of what we went through the last couple of years. Now on the flip side of it, this is no different from like a movie or a song or a band, right? When somebody's like, okay, you have to like
What is woke?
you have to try and experience it, right? Regardless. So in the term, I'll say this: with what happened with Evolve, what put them on the map was that art director, right?
The art director.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy that was like, him, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
and so this is why like you have to be on both sides. You have to be careful. Now,
Careful, yeah.
yeah. Now with him saying what he did and blowing up, and then he kind of doubled down on it, and then you saw what Microsoft did, right? They stopped advertising.
They
Right.
did. Yeah, they did.
Stopped advertising because they needed it to die down, right? Because they knew what the blowback was going to be on this kind of stuff. Now, with that being said, Fonte, perfect 100%. Anybody that says Avowed is woke has not played the game.
That's true.
Now, it depends on what your definition of woke is. Just because they have characters in there, right, that are considered to be people of color, or yet
Yep.
you might assume to be people of color.
Yeah.
Right. Like, for example, me and Ciderman just had a little back and forth, right? Where I think the girl that he's with is actually Caribbean.
Oh yeah.
I mean, but we didn't fight about it. I'm just saying that was my.
Oh, you talking about one of the companions?
Yeah, I just assumed she was Caribbean.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Because the story seems to flow that way because there's a little bit of voodoo, and that's
Is it? Okay, I haven't gotten that far yet.
it's in that world you're in now. It's in the second part.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. I probably will run into it soon then.
Because like you can tell when they're borrowing from stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when they're doing it. So when you're doing that, but does it take away from the game, right? And it's no.
That's the point, right?
Yeah, and it's not like Vontae says, like, and you're saying perfectly. Yeah, it's not there. Trust me, man. I know. I've been
You
focused
know
on
it, but me, you know it better than anybody. And
But
no,
I'm experiencing the backlash now, dude. If you guys did not know, man, my job, I have a federal job, right? And you want to talk about stuff that's being changed. I'm ground zero when this stuff is happening, right? And so what I'm going to tell you now is that with all this stuff, man, I mean, you can't look. I don't like just because I don't like something doesn't mean I'm 100% authoritarian that I want it to be just to kill it.
exactly.
Because then that takes then you start treading on people's expression and free speech,
Exactly.
and you start stepping on. Then the pendulum. Then you become that. This is the one thing that happened to. Sorry, I get a little political here, but if you're on the left side of things, what ended up happening is that's why they became like the new authoritarians with stuff, right? And then people push back about it, right? The counterculture shifted, and then now though you see that it could happen on the other side, which I don't think it will happen, but you can see, you don't want to overplay your hand.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, a lot of you guys actually shouldn't be playing video games because you're not video gamers.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be 100% with
that's
you.
true.
You guys are in pop culture. I watch a lot of you guys because you know what you're doing about movies, you know about comic books, you know about that. I'm not saying you can't play video games, but because you have a multi-layered channel, like this is a pop culture channel, so I put my stuff up front. This is why I'm a pro Xbox channel. That's what I focus on. If you're a PlayStation guy, you probably shouldn't come here to this channel.
Is it right?
Right. When I talk about certain things, I make it known that it's the politics of pop culture, not just pop culture.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a lot of people though that are trying to do this stuff, man. That look, dude. At the end of the day, man, are you a gamer? Like, are you?
At the end of the day, exactly.
Right?
It's
And for a
about
lot of you guys, you're. I'll just be honest. A lot of you guys, you're not because a gamer would even if you know something you dislike. I mean, unless you absolutely look. Even I play Diablo. And my spider senses was tingling when I saw
it was. I was like, dang, this is a depressing game. It was
just
way
some of
worse
the
than I thought.
imagery, the blood, the background, the story, where they were going with it.
Yeah.
I was just like, all right, already my spidey senses tingling, but I took the time to play it to the point where I'm like, oh, okay, this is not for me.
Yeah, right. And you gave it a try. You gave it your best. And we're not even saying the game isn't good. Diablo's fantastically made. It's just that not all content is for everybody, right?
Yes.
Some people don't like looking at, war movies because maybe they had a loved one that died in a war. Okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that they're not going to say that these war movies aren't good. They just, for them, it evokes emotions they don't want to go through, right? So it's something for everybody. And that, in the case of Diablo, that's why we said that. But we can recognize a good game, and that's the thing. Avowed is being judged for something that in my opinion, I don't think those people even played the game at all, and they're saying things about it. And I'm like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Starfield's more woke than Avowed is.
Yeah.
It is. It just is. And I'm going through Avowed, and it feels like I've been teleported to another world. Okay. And when I say that about Starfield, because it has more of those elements in there that I can see, it's because I've played Bethesda games before, and I played them how they were in the past and now, because everything has changed now, so I can see the differences between how they made the games in the past, and that's how I can say that they've put more of those elements in there about making it a big deal that if a couple's a gay or something like that. They didn't used to do that in their stuff in the past. That's why I say that. But it depends on how well the game is made. Like, is that the focal point of the gameplay, or is that just the element that exists in the world and it's not driving the gameplay for everything that you do? And that's how you can decide whether or not they're just trying to push an agenda on you, or they just letting the game be a game. And I can tell you, Avowed is a game that lets itself be a game. It's not doing that. It's not. I'm a gamer, and I don't see those elements in there. Even if you do come across one or two like that, it still doesn't matter. It's still not doing. I'm not telling people to ignore the fact that I don't want a game to ignore the fact that there's different minorities in the world. I don't want the game to ignore the fact that it's different gay people in the world. So I'm not saying that you can never portray things like that. What I'm saying is that we don't want a bunch of politics in the game to where it's affecting the game to the point where it's taking you out of it and you can't relate to it and all this stuff, So that's the main thing. I want it to be realistic,
Well, there's a
like
bigger problem, right? There's a bigger problem, and the bigger problem is that you guys can't write.
they
That's
can't write. Yeah, it's you just want a
there's
good story,
a lot of these people have used this stuff for their shield, and this is why they're getting such a blowback as well.
Right.
So Vontae wrote, I even watched some streamers who are on that side, and most of them are like nothing in the game as well. Yeah, because it's not. So I know for some of it, when you look at it, again, this is the story that they want to tell. These are the characters because it's probably the world that influences them. Now, I think a lot of people, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I think people could do with a lot of reading and exploring stuff deeper than what they experience within their own lives. If they want a more well-rounded game, if they want to be able to tell better stories, it's something
Exactly.
This is something I tell my daughter all the time. I'm like,
Yeah.
look, if you're gonna do like when she plays some of the games she plays, and it's so all encompassing and stuff like that. I'm telling you, the reason why they have big teams is because you need a lot of people there with different perspectives. Like if somebody
Exactly.
like if you're into war fighting stuff, right, then you would know that kind of stuff. If you're into science fiction stuff and you're making a game like that's going to incorporate all this kind of stuff, you need people with that background that can come up with ideas. This stuff. I know a lot of people think there's very few people in the world that's been ever able to create things outside of themselves, from themselves and project it outside of themselves. That's very hard to do. Yeah,
Very
once
difficult.
in a lifetime thing, right? So a lot of the stuff that we consume, right, especially when it comes to pop culture, is stuff that's building off of other things. Right. So when I look at something like an Avowed, I just don't necessarily assume because it's a person of color that you just want representation.
Yeah, it's not. It's the world. And the world has already been established too. So right? That's why you got the dwarves and the little whatever rabbit looking people, whatever they are. I don't know what they call, the ones with the ears and they fuzzy and stuff looking. They look like little furries or something. Whatever. These are this world has already been established. And based on what I'm seeing on Steam and the people who are into Pillars, they love what Obsidian has done. So apparently they're sticking to the story, and they're doing justice by the story. That's all I can say.
Well, for me, it's just like I didn't like that initial character, right? But I'm not sitting here going like a lot of people are saying that, well, the graphics are bad. It's not the graphics, bro. It's not that's the art. It's the art style.
That's the art style. Yeah. Obsidian always
to
thinks outside the box with their art style. They always do.
And then I'm like, okay, so you guys are gonna destroy these people for taking something that is established and then trying to wokify it or try and make it their own. But then when they try something original, you're still gonna destroy.
You still punish them. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, dude, like I'm just gonna tell you, as an old school nerd that's been doing this my entire life, dude, there's a lot of things out there, right? This stuff just doesn't happen. I understand a lot of you guys now that are younger that I get to be in these worlds, right? Because you get to enjoy this stuff because it's already established. When I was coming up, dude, this stuff was not established.
That's true.
Right? So you have to put yourself out there, and I'm gonna recommend you guys do that anyway. Because if you don't, man, it's just like I'm a Marvel head, dude. I always was a Marvel head, but if DC had good storylines, even though I was a Marvel guy, I would read their stuff.
I would look, exactly.
Yeah, and then I would cross over to indie stuff. Like if you're not doing that, dude, and you call yourself, because if you're a fan, like, and what I mean by fan is that this encompasses. I say this in gaming as this. It's a lifestyle. It's a culture, and that culture has a lifestyle, right? And if you're not participating in the culture or the lifestyle, dude, then why are you even a gamer? At the end of the day, and I'm talking about a gamer because a lot of these people have channels now, and they're talking about this stuff that they're into the culture or that they live this lifestyle, and you guys just don't, right? But for some reason, whatever reason that may be, you guys have the biggest, microphones, and you guys talk about this stuff. Like for example, when anime, right? I'll get a little political here, guys, but I just got to make my point, right? If you're looking at anime and you want people's opinions on anime, and you want to know about what's up and coming, what's new, what's brand new, you don't go to the Daily Wire, right? You don't go to a website like the Daily Wire. They might talk about anime, but they talk about it from a political perspective. They talk about it from a perspective that in fact, one of the guys just came out and they think anime is destroying Western civilization, right? That's the point. So does that bother me? No, they have a right to their opinion, because I also know not to take them seriously because everything they say is wrong. I can say everything they say is wrong, right? I'm not saying there's not some validity in some of the stuff that they're saying, but that has nothing to do with their anime. That's just the way people are, right? Like if you're not productive, if all you do all day is sit on the couch, and it's not just anime, you just play video games all day, or you're just eating popcorn, right? Or
Yeah.
you're just eating burgers every day. You know, it's different. It's across the board. It's just not one particular thing, right? If you're having that kind of problems, right, you probably have medical problems. There's some things that you have to actually do a lifestyle change about, right? Which is outside of the realm of that. But my point being is, you don't go there for that kind of information. Like you could come here, right? And even though I'm a certain political bet, I can tell you right now, I'm going to end this podcast pretty soon because I got to go watch Solo Leveling with my daughter.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh yeah, my husband loves Solo Leveling.
Well, your husband probably
Yeah,
knows,
he loves it. Yeah.
probably while you're on the podcast, because he's probably watching the new episode. that
Yeah,
came out.
you never know. Yeah, he probably going in there to do that soon.
Right.
So yeah, I got to go soon too. But I wanted to say hi to Daniel Berry.
Yeah, what's up?
Sports
This is his
Highlight. Hi,
birthday.
Daniel.
Yeah, it was his birthday the other day, man.
Daniel Barry.
Daniel, you had a birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy
to
birthday,
you.
brother.
Sorry, I'm losing it.
I think you're so blessed to be given another year.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Every year is a blessing, you know.
Oh yeah.
that's how you can tell we're older.
Oh
That's
yeah.
what older people say.
Yeah, younger people don't like. They like God million, you know.
What you talking about, old man?
I got like that after I had a near. I almost lost my life once. So ever since then, I look at every year as a blessing.
Oh no, I know how you feel, dude. I went through some
Yeah.
stuff too. So that's how God gets your attention. Oh, yeah.
That's true. He's like, hey, you
Whammy.
think you're invincible, but you're not. You know.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, Von." Daniel says, "Hey, Von." Yeah. So I mean, how's it going? About Daniel, about
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Anyway, and we're not. I try to give people my honest opinion about things. I really do. Just like I just said that a Diablo isn't for me. That's not a popular opinion. Okay.
Yeah.
But and I own all of the Diablos, and unfortunately I can't play them. But because they don't really suit my taste, right?
You remind me. Sorry, I have to say this. It reminds me so much. I saw this clip, and so it's Chris Rock, and I think he was hosting a music award. I want to say MTV Music Award.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Marilyn Manson came on and did a song, and it was really like bad. You know what I'm saying? It was like evil. So much so that when the song was over and he got off the stage, like even the crowd was frozen. And then Chris Rock comes out from the back because he's the host. He goes, "Man, all y'all going to hell. You guys better, tomorrow Sunday, y'all better go to church."
Wow.
It was that bad. I forgot the name of the song, but it was bad. I didn't watch it. It was a clip.
Goodness.
Yeah, it was that level. But I mean, to each their own.
Woo. It
But it
must
was
have been
funny,
real
Chris
bad
Rock
for
just
Chris
came out and
Rock to
just
get
said
out
it.
there and say so.
Oh, I remember watching that clip and I was like, "Holy cow, was it that bad?" Y'all gotta go to hell. You need to go to church tomorrow.
Oh man, Chris.
Just case in point. Sorry, dear. I had to get that out there. I was
That's a
thinking
good one. I like that. Yeah, but I mean that anytime I'm telling you guys, I'm not just saying every Xbox game is great to me.
Right.
That I love
Yeah.
every. I think the game is. I think Xbox makes fantastic games, though. I will say that. I stand on that, and I think they make high quality games too. But
Well, I think that Xbox is making games.
they make it, but they make good. Even games like Our History Untold or Age of Mythology or whatever. All them games are good. All of them are good. It doesn't even matter what they make at this point. So I never ever question the quality of the games and how well they're made or anything. It's just sometimes it's about taste. And like I said, when I tell you guys that Avowed took me by surprise, it really did. That's probably the biggest surprise I've had in years.
What about?
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
think the game would be that good. I didn't. I thought it would be okay. But this good. I put it this way. I didn't think it would have me hooked like this. I didn't think so.
Me too, dear. I'm in the same boat, man.
One thing about Xbox, I can say, guys, with all these studios up under Microsoft's umbrella now and everything, there's a lot of creativity.
It is, yeah.
I'm gonna say this when it comes to Microsoft. I'm glad they're doing what they're doing. I'm glad they're doing it the way that they're doing. I mean, I've been playing games for. One of my problems is being jaded on stuff, and Microsoft and with the Xbox brand has basically given me reasons to engage in gaming. All the other stuff aside, man, you cancel out all the noise. If you're just into the gaming, it's untouchable right now, dude. Because
It
Avowed
is.
plays in a certain. Because people are like, well, it's not like Skyrim and it's not like Elder Scrolls. I'm like, dude, if I wanted Skyrim, I play Skyrim. If I
I,
want Elder Scrolls, I just play Elder Scrolls, right?
I don't think
Avowed is
they
in the
want
world.
Obsidian to turn into Bethesda though. That's not fair to Obsidian.
Well, it's and that's this instant made type of gaming that we're in right now, right? Just add water, pop it in the microwave, 4 minutes, boom, you're eating. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? But Microsoft is doing a different approach, and they're the only ones doing it, man. Nobody else is doing it.
Nope.
Microsoft, I mean Xbox, but the reason why I always say this with Microsoft is that they're the money makers. They're the money
They're the
makers.
money side, yeah.
And I got something, brother Sega Forever, that I want to say to Dea, because I never honestly heard Dea's opinion about a lot of things that have been going on. I missed the last podcast that you guys were on, but it was good because she was addressing a couple idiots that were in the your comment section the last time. But I wanted to ask Dea. Now I love your opinions on things. What do you truly think, Dea, about the turnaround and the different things that are going on now with Phil Spencer talking about how he's going to be putting games on PlayStation and the Switch and different things like that. Dea, what do you think, Dea? I know a lot of people says a lot of just just a lot of disrespectful things about Phil and Microsoft and talking about their identity, don't have no identity anymore. But Dea, what do you really think of? I want to hear your opinion. What do you think about what they're doing with this change with putting games everywhere? What do you think, Dea?
Well, first I'll give a disclaimer that I did not like the idea in the beginning. I'll be honest about it. That because from my perspective is what I've always known about gaming. So I had nothing to base it off of, and what Xbox is doing right now has never been done. You can say yes, you have a publisher that puts games everywhere, but they're third party. They've never owned a platform. They haven't been as big as Microsoft is, so they're doing a lot of first,
Yes.
right? So just give me a little forgiveness for not having that background to pull from when I had my opinions. But I think Phil is going to be vindicated. I think we're seeing it now, and I know what's his name, Matt
Booty.
No, it's another guy. He keeps up with how the games are doing weekly. I forget his name.
You know this Sega Forever?
Piscatelli or something.
Yeah,
I forget his name.
Piscatella.
Yeah, Piscatella. Thank you. He came out with an interview that I saw from another channel I watch. I think it's Island J Gaming or something like that. And he basically has told people the reality of what's happening with the gaming industry, and this is something that Phil, I believe, saw.
Yeah.
And it's that most people don't buy games. And the people that do, like us, we're small. Right. Like the casuals, they get into that one or two games if you're lucky to. But they get in that one game or two games, and that's it. They don't buy games, and the whole industry can't be sustained that way. And it's not enough of us, people like me, you, Sega, and everyone in the chat, because they wouldn't be here if they're hardcores. They want to hear people's opinions and experiences with games. They hardcores. The casual don't care. Okay, so there's not enough of us. It's not enough of us to keep the whole industry going. So although the way we game is the better model, we buy multiple games. Look, I just purchased the game right on air. I just purchased the the Ninja Turtles game. That's something you're not going to see from a casual, right? So so he explained that what the PlayStation and Xbox is fighting against. What Nintendo's off in their own area, so we can't really include them, right?
Right.
But what PlayStation and Xbox is fighting is that not just them, other third party publishers, people who make games. They're competing with so many games. Like I can tell you on the PC side, and this is how I know, and this is not even including Xbox and PlayStation. It's so many games that they just get lost. Like you can't possibly keep up with all these games. It seems like every day you get on Steam and some new games being announced or something. Like you can't play all that stuff. It's too much. It's too many games being dumped, in my opinion. Right. So and I'm not saying that in a bragging way. I'm saying that because it's not good for anybody, because it's so difficult for a lot of third parties to get seen.
Yeah.
And it's only so much money and time. And then you got the majority of the gamer on Fortnite or COD or Minecraft or
Yeah, I gotta
Madden.
say something. I gotta say something really quick to what you're saying.
Okay.
That's why when you're reporting that you sold 75 million units of a console and
Uh-huh.
it's not true, that's detrimental.
Yeah.
That this is what
Right.
I mean with Sony and the stuff that they do, why they need to go away, because that's not helping anybody. Because
I agree.
you're making it bigger than what you think you are. You have a lot of people in this industry that are producing content that if you have as many consoles that everybody say that you have, should be thriving, but it's not. Right.
It's
So where's
not.
the
Yeah.
disconnect? I know this part of it's the economy, but where's the disconnect? Right. There's a disconnect there, dude. If they have that, if there's 100, if there's over 200 whatever million consoles,
Mhm.
right, and none of them are, and only a percentage, less than 10% of people are buying games. That's a
Yeah.
big deal. That's a big
That's
problem.
that's what he said, and he observes the industry and puts out actual facts on the
Yes.
industry every week. So we know that what he's basing things off of is fact and not emotion. This is why he actually backs Xbox with what they're doing. He actually agrees with what they're doing, right?
Mhm,
So because he said it's about survival. Xbox needs to get the game seen. They need to get it to as many people as possible. They're not saying that. In my opinion, I think Xbox has more hardcores over here because Game Pass has been adopted by almost 80 to 90% of the people who own console. The only way they will want Game Pass is if they're interested in multiple games. Casual is not interested in multiple games. They're interested in either one or two. That's it. But people like ourselves or hardcores, we want to play everything from indie games to AA to AAA. We're going to be playing South of Midnight when it drops and all this. A casual's
Yep.
not, right? So what Xbox has done, and I'm starting to see this more as more information comes out, is they just have to survive because the way the market is geared towards these gas games. Only a few at the very, very top, the cream of the top. And you got your Fortnites, your CODs, your Maddens, your Minecraft. That's it. And that's all. That's what's drawing the most of the people. And then you got this teeny batch that's at the bottom that everybody's fighting for their money because they're the ones that'll pay money for other type of games. And that you can't have an industry sustained like that. It's not healthy. So what Phil is doing is he's like, I'm not locking it to a box. I just got to get the games out there because they have to sell. They have to. They
Mhm.
have to get people to buy the game. You don't make a game or games to not be bought or played or whatever, So
Well,
this is
that's his personality too.
it plays into that, but this guy he brought up some good points, and I was already seeing these things, but he brought out excellent points, and he's like, look, he said now in his opinion, everybody's automatically doesn't matter if you third party or not or whatever. He said you're competing against Fortnite. Period. He said he'll argue with anybody on that. Fortnite is at the top of the list because it pulls in everybody, all ages, all groups. It takes in everybody. And he said the time that you're looking to compete with, as well as the money, is with with them, and not to mention the others. We know COD does it. We know Minecraft does it, and among others, right? So, that's what you're competing with. And then when I told you that it's a lot of games that come out, I'm looking at it from both sides. I have an Xbox and I have PC.
Right.
It's too many games. It's games that you just wouldn't even think about. Like they make a simulator for everything. Thief Simulator. They make, yeah, I'm just giving you an example of just all kinds of games that just comes out. Indie games, I can't even go through them all. It's just all kinds of games. And nobody can play all of those games. It's not enough people to play all of these games.
Well, that's because,
So
and that's why they have a bad metric, and that metric needs to be corrected.
right.
A lot of people can play these games if you have hundreds of millions of people, right? They always throw the $2 billion marketplace thing,
Right.
But where are you getting that $2 billion from, right? And
That's
as you
a
just
good question.
specifically said, right? Fortnite, I can tell
That's
you, COD,
at the top. Yeah.
Overwatch, right? And guess who has all of these things? Xbox, right? I'm not. And that's
They're
tell
in
you,
there. They got what? They got a COD. They got Minecraft.
they got Overwatch 2. They got all of
Overwatch.
this.
Yeah, that's another one.
But I mean, just to make the point, right? It's the metric is bad, right? And people people are suffering. You already got a bad economy. You throw the metric
Right.
in as well, right?
Right.
Because it's not matching up. And this is why people are like, oh, I can't believe. And of course, it's always Xbox and Microsoft. They fired all these people. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Sony over there dropping
Yeah.
people, right? Too.
Right.
It's all of this stuff, dude. And this is what irritates me the most about this industry, right? Or at least the people in the industry.
Right.
It's almost as bad as having a bad electorate, right? Because the
Right. Yeah.
decisions that they make or the stuff that they believe actually affects the entirety of the industry,
Everybody. Yeah.
everybody, right?
Yep.
So
So just to wrap up Sega Man's question,
mhm.
I'm glad Sega Forever added to it because it elaborates on what I'm trying to say here. Um, I think Phil will be. Everybody thinks that by the time he retires, he's going to be, leaving Xbox in a bad state and all this stuff. I don't believe that. I think he's going to go down as one of the greatest gaming
Yeah,
CEOs
I
ever
agree.
in the industry. I think he will single-handedly be accredited to saving Xbox because he foresaw and saw the patterns that was happening. And although the industry is still trying to fight against that, we're seeing it with our own eyes how it's affecting Sony because they're lagging behind. And that's what would have been happening to Xbox had they not made the moves they did 10 years ago. Um, they're ahead because they did all that planning and work and put that effort in years ago, right?
Hmm.
So instead of just wallowing in, oh, we screwed up on during Xbox One, they just said, what can we do now to get ourselves ready for what's coming? And I think that's what they did. They put the energy into that, and they waited patiently, and they put everything in line so that this generation, the X, this is why in the Xbox One gen, it was pretty much in their minds, I believe, lost. They did what they could with it, but I think that with the Series X, first they had to deal with COVID, so you have to kind of factor that.
Yeah.
COVID affected
COVID was
everybody,
big.
but it was a big factor. So that kind of delayed a lot of their plans, I believe. But
It was a boon and a bust for the gaming industry.
exactly, it was a double-edged sword,
Yeah,
exactly.
it was.
And so but I think that now we're starting to see what we should have seen years ago, a couple of years ago, happening now because it was a delay. And I believe that when Phil said he's trying to leave Xbox in a strong position, I really believe him. So as far as my opinion is concerned, I'm starting to see more and more information that comes out that validates the decision that he made. And
Hmm.
I did say before that he had to sacrifice something in order to really put the Xbox brand in a better state, and that he sacrificed exclusivity because I think he doesn't see that being viable moving into the future. Just like I said that Moon Studios didn't see it, which is why they wanted their game everywhere. I think they knew that for the health of their company, they needed to be able to sell as much as they could. They
Hmm.
saw it years ago, and they didn't hate Ori or hate any of that. But Xbox at that time wasn't a company that did that, so they couldn't work with them further. But now they're willing to work with them again because that's what they need. That's what they need as a company, right? And Xbox saw this and they realized, well, you know what? This is probably what we need to in order to weather the way things are going. And so I really believe that Phil has been doing everything in his power to put Xbox in a healthy state, and that's my honest opinion.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
that was
only
good stuff there. I mean, yeah, because I mean it was just because also there Sega Forever, and I told you so early Sega Forever. You
Mhm.
had people like Adea, and it's Dea's opinion on this too, like on kind of funny games and stuff with Paris and all them. You know how they'll ask the questions, and he always asking them. It's like, well, Phil, like people are starting to wonder the Xbox wouldn't have no identity no more if you put these games on other systems. Things like that there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm like, man, I just get sick and tired of people always trying to say, stuff like that. You know what I mean? I just like Paris. I don't really. I've heard different things about Paris. Like I heard he's really a PlayStation dude, and that's fine. If that's what he is, that's what he is. But he always got something every time Phil comes on. He always has like these tough or try to like these negative questions. It seems like all the time, when he talks to Phil about that. Because, people are, oh, well, if Gears and all this go over there, because remember, there's a redlining to it too. I don't believe all those games are going to go over there. I don't believe Halo is going to be on a PlayStation
Okay.
or Gears. Now, I could be wrong, Daya.
Mhm.
I've been with Microsoft's first Xbox. I've been invested for a long time,
Okay.
long time. And if they did, okay. I'm not going to really like it because I know they're not going to support the games like we do. But
Mhm.
I don't think everything is going to go over to PlayStation. And then, PlayStation comes out in my comment sections and they're, third party publisher and all this. And
So
that,
is
but I'm like,
PlayStation. Where they
so is
think
PlayStation.
PlayStation has already put it. They've even beat Xbox to Xbox haven't even they put the Xbox has never even put a day and date game yet. They going to I think they're going to with what is that game? Doom maybe? Is Doom day and date?
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
they did it with what's that Horizon Lego game?
Yep.
They did it with
Yeah.
that was on
Yep.
Nintendo. So they beat Xbox to that. And you know,
Exactly.
so they're, PlayStation's the third part. And I would say this that with the identity thing, I thought that too, because it was a console market thing, I was thinking.
Right.
But now looking under the new model, do people question that about Capcom? Do people
Nope.
question that about, I don't know, what other Sega? Do
Yeah.
they question this Sega doesn't have a console anymore, but does Sega not have an identity? People still think
Yeah.
about those games. People still look at Sonic and think Sega.
Yep.
No,
Well,
nothing
I
has.
think it's different now though. It's changed for Sega over the last I'd say 2-3 years.
That's true. It's recent,
It's
but
recent.
but in my opinion, they look at certain games and they think Sega. Period.
Yep.
So they know it does still identify with the brand. So I believe that, as a console only, yes, that would have been true, but that's not what they are. They're a huge publisher.
Mhm.
So now that's going to be up to Xbox if they want to identify themselves with, say, Bethesda and Activision and all that. Like if they put it out there, like when I play Avowed, I saw in big letters Xbox Game Studios.
Mhm.
Okay, if they do that, you'll associate with those games. Now I think now finally people associate Minecraft with Xbox. It took a while, but I think now when they think Minecraft, they do think Xbox. They know that's an Xbox
Oh yes.
game,
Yes.
right?
Still, I wish they would have established it a little bit sooner. They should have.
Yeah, they didn't, but they didn't do that. Even I didn't know that, and I own the game. So I owned the game before they acquired it, so I didn't even know that until
That's
I
why
was
that's why this narrative has been able to run so rampant for over
Right.
10 years, right? Because Xbox didn't do that, and that's
They
kind of an
didn't do that,
Xbox
no.
thing, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
it is. That's what they do, right? It's just like, to me, it's like Xbox is fluid, right? That we'll be whatever you want us to be. We'll be wherever you want us to be. We'll do
Yeah.
whatever you want us to do.
And
Yeah.
and yeah, Sega Forever and Day is absolutely right because she took the words out of my mouth. Sony is also a third party because we got Death Stranding, which I bought,
That's true. I bought
Okay.
that too. Yeah.
Stray,
I got that
and
too.
there's
Yeah.
there's a few games that we got over. So they're third party
Yeah.
too. They'll never mention that, but they are. And
Yeah.
Dale was absolutely right about that. They are too, but they won't say that.
They
But they
won't
are
tell
third
you
party
that.
also.
They are, and they have been. Yeah, look, I can play all PlayStation games right now if I want to on PC.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to buy a PlayStation to do it.
That's right.
So they are a third party. That's what they are, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
They just happen to own. They're in that new model. They're falling in that new model, just like Xbox. They're a publisher that happens to own a console, a platform.
Mhm.
That's what they're falling, and that's unique. That's true, but that's what they are, and that's okay. If PlayStation got to do that to survive, I say they better do it.
They
to
better.
survive.
That's
Yeah,
right.
but Sony doesn't play it up like Microsoft does. That's
They don't, and that's their problem because they're still playing console wars. They need to stop that and do what they have to do to survive.
They can't because of their psychotic fan base.
They do got it, yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
but they need to do what they have to do though.
Look
Yeah,
at what
they
happened.
do.
That's what happened with the Yoshida guy, right? He went on that.
I
dude's
heard he
podcast.
went on a rant, but I didn't hear what he had to say though. I heard.
I don't think it was a rant. I saw a little clip, right? And then it wasn't really a rant. He was just kind of spitting facts. You
Really?
think that the dude was like Phil Spencer or something? You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Because that's
really?
the direction the industry is going in. It's a people have got the clip on Moriarty.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I didn't see it.
But yeah, I wanted to ask you something real quick.
Uh-huh.
If you want to do a podcast separate, did you get to do anything on the quantum chip that Microsoft released?
No, I haven't. I'm sorry, I have not looked into that. I heard just things, in passing about that, so I don't know what's going on. I'm hearing that it's going to be something with the new console. Am I right about that?
Well, since it's Microsoft, right? Everybody's that's what I did a video talking about it the other day, and I did get to go into detail. about
Okay,
it.
I might have to take. Yeah, I was busy.
Well,
with that.
but yeah, I mean, you won't get any of that information. The purpose of that video was just for me to gloat a little.
Oh, you was close.
Ever since the developer direct, you've been hearing the narrative, especially when Phil went on his little tour. and he's
Uh-huh.
talking about games on other systems, right? He's letting everybody know. And then of course Xbox dead, Xbox third publisher, Xbox won't exist, all of this
Yeah.
stuff, right? So
Yeah.
they've been running with this, right? And then Microsoft drops the chip. And again,
Oh, wait a
Microsoft,
minute. They have their own chip, right? This is their
They-
own chip.
yeah, they actually have it now.
Oh no way!
All this
Wow.
time
So
is
they
about to
finished
speculate.
releasing it.
They finished it. Yeah, it's real.
Yeah, I seen it.
Wow.
Seen it.
Is
seen
this
it
is the
thing.
new chip they're going to be putting in the next console?
No. So this is a chip that's going to be for quantum computing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
So quantum computing is the next. This is the next like nuclear arms race that we're having.
oh.
And so other companies are doing this as well. This is Microsoft's version of it,
Okay, it's their version.
but they actually created it. And so basically, if you from all the stuff that I've been reading about it and the videos that I've watched, it's basically they created what some might say is another state of matter. Right. So
What?
we look at matter as solid, liquid, and gas.
Oh, I have to look into that.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
You know,
recommend you
if
do
I
that.
get on the podcast with you, would you be willing to play some videos and we can look at them and talk about it? You
I
know?
wouldn't mind. It's going to be a long podcast though, because these guys are trying to break it down and it's hard.
Oh,
It
is
is
it?
hard. Yeah, dude, I lose it after a while. I'll be like, dude, you lost me at hello. I'm saying
It
you
won't
can
be
tell.
no hope for me either because I don't know about that. That's
Well-
like a whole nother level there.
But there are some videos where they try and break it down for us layman people, right? But already, when you have anything that involves engineers and physicists,
Yeah. Oh gosh, good
You're
luck
already
trying
like,
to follow
okay.
them, man.
Huh.
Yeah.
it's just like, okay, do I go to the Star Wars or the Star Trek convention? No, I'll go to the Star Wars.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Star Trek used to be a challenge because boy,
Oh,
you get somebody talking to you about stuff.
Yeah, they go into the minutia. And,
I know
it's
because my
hard.
dad was a fanatic and all that stuff. Yeah, so
But if you get time, I'll let you know if you want to do it tomorrow. Second man, you're welcome to come.
That you know what, guys, I'm gonna and even I know our day I didn't see it, but I've seen some of it, and so have you, Sega Forever. That looks it looks very interesting. I watched it from beginning to end. I don't really know too much, guys. I know somewhat about chips and stuff, not as much as a lot of computer guys. Dude, my wife is really into. That's her work,
okay.
But I was amazed by what they said about the chip, though, like what it could do. Like
I'm gonna have to hear
it's
that.
amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah.
They were showing it and everything there. It's kind of sound like a schematic of it. It
Mhm.
was amazing what they were saying. The thing could probably do billions of something in one thing or something like
Oh,
that.
wow.
So it was just amazing what they were talking about. You know what I mean?
You
It
know
was
when
amazing to hear.
when you say that people are playing 3D, 4D chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 3D, 4D chess. This is what this is a perfect
Right.
example of it. Because
Right.
I'll say this there. One of the most amazing things I thought, and the reason I did my video, is because everybody talks about Xbox and what Microsoft's going to do with Xbox. Microsoft actually spent 19 years of R&D to get
Yeah.
this chip to where it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now that's commitment.
That's the
do
longest
a tech.
project that Microsoft's ever done. We know. We Xbox guys. We know how Microsoft has trust issues and relationship issues.
That's true.
Right.
We
You know,
know.
if it's not working out for them, it's like, okay, bye.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
But that stuck out to me. And then, as Sega Man was saying, they're thinking outside of the box in the sense of they're thinking in another realm.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
When you
That's-
listen to these guys, because this stuff, like this thing that they created, they didn't know if it existed. They had a feeling it did, and they moved in that direction until they could actually prove that it was.
Wow.
It's amazing. And I said this earlier in the podcast. I love to reference this all the time with Iron Man 2. When Howard Stark gives the message to Tony Stark, he says, "I'm limited by the technology of my time." Because
Right.
Howard Stark could see where everything was going, but
Right.
because of where he was born and the time that he lived in, he can only do so much. Because they
Right.
didn't have the right technology, they didn't have the proper elements, they didn't have the right materials.
Right.
Right. And that just takes time. So Microsoft, after 19 years, has done this. And I'm like, okay, so you mean to tell me they spent 19 years on this and they're going to give up on Xbox? You know what I'm saying? Not to dumb it down to that level, but I have to, right? Because I'm looking
Yeah.
at,
Hey, we're no engineers here, so you're doing the right.
you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yeah, so
Right.
so that's what I did the video. I was just like, look, dude, if you're an Xbox dude and this gets tiring, number one, go play Avowed and it'll take all your troubles away. But if you're still hearing these people chirping about it, just throw this at them.
Mm.
You know, you take this and you throw it at them. I was like, dude, this is Microsoft. By the way, they own Xbox. Just to let you guys know.
Mm.
Right? Because none of these guys, they're always talking about the third-party stuff and the console and all this and the numbers of consoles that play Sony sells, but they never talk about the fact that Microsoft does stuff that changes the world.
Right. That's true. And wow, I'm impressed. I can't
Well,
wait to see more on that. I,
well,
you know, it's a lot of things that got by me because I've just been too busy. But
no.
wow,
But just to Sega Man's point, if this thing takes off, like so Sega Man's saying like so they're showing like the linear
yeah,
way that computers calculate stuff,
right.
and they do it faster now than they've ever done at any point in
They
time.
have, yep,
We have
that's true.
supercomputers and all this kind of stuff, right? Understandably so. Right.
Yep.
This thing, what it does, it doesn't do linear. Right. It just does everything all at once, all the time, all at once.
Wow.
So that's
What is
something.
that going
So
to mean, though? No, it scares me a little bit about how
no, it is scary.
advanced that technology sounds right there.
Well, I'll give
That
you an
sounds
example.
sci-fi. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. Sci-fi coming to life.
Yeah,
But luckily, Microsoft has contracts with the government right now because the first person that's going to get involved is going to
I
be the
can I can imagine because there's no way they're gonna let Microsoft develop something like that and then hand it over to another country. That's just not gonna happen.
well, just for our own country security, right? Because
Exactly.
according to what the people said, this thing is so it can process stuff so fast. Cryptology no longer exists. Crypto is gone.
Wow.
Crypto, as in like how we hire secrets and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that won't matter anymore. This thing can process information so fast because supposedly this thing can crack equations that'll take lifetimes to figure out. It can do it within a second, even faster.
Wow.
It's instantaneous. Right. So a lot of this stuff is up in the air. A lot of it is based on what they're, But dude, now that they built the chip,
You know what? Microsoft better not be creating a real life Skynet.
well, they got the. I mean, between them and
And
Elon.
Elon with them darn robots and stuff he creating and junk, because he's doing the same crap, but he's doing that. He's doing like with robots and stuff, what he's developing and everything. He wants a robot in everybody's house.
Well,
like
so
doing-
I'll give you just a little example, right? So say like you want to travel, Elon wants to travel to Mars, right? This
Right.
chip becomes a reality. Technology, the computer exists, and what it can do is that you can ask it, okay, I want to build this type of ship to get to this, to get to Mars, and how do I do it? The materials, and then it'll come up with an answer.
Hmm.
So it negates all that stuff, and it just goes directly to the answer, and then you have to kind of figure out how to get to that answer.
Oh, okay.
So they're looking at like the application. So for me, like I know the government would be involved because it'll blow away all national security. Right national security become a big issue because people are going to weaponize it. So that's got to be one thing. But what they said, medicine, another one, especially like pharmaceuticals, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to go too deep into it. I mean, if you want
That's
to watch,
interesting about pharmaceutical one. That caught my attention. I didn't think about applying it in that way, and that is interesting.
so like all the turmoil you see, like I'm saying, if you're a federal government worker, right, all the turmoil you're getting right now with everything that's going on, right? This is a prep for like what could happen in the future, because the job cease to exist at that point.
Wow.
So that's why I tell my kids all the time, you got to be fluid.
Yeah, you do, because people are all terrified by AI, but it's no way. It's just like this person gave an analogy, like some people didn't like when the typewriter was being replaced with the computer, but nobody in their right mind now would say I would prefer a typewriter over a computer.
Oh yeah.
You're not going to do that, and
Yeah.
so I think that there's no stopping this wave from coming. I think that's it.
I think too many people are. The only thing I have with AI I know me and I forgot my boy. Dang dude, I forgot his name. I'm sorry, brother. I know, but he used to come on the podcast all the time. We talked about AI one time, and so we had the very different opinions about AI. For me, it's more like a tool. That's the way I look at it, dude. Because there's some stuff that the people are worried about computers in the same way.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
And working in an IT, dude, you have a lot of these people that think like computers are like you see in the movies.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, dude, it doesn't work that way, bro.
It doesn't. Yeah, at least right now, at least that I know of, it doesn't.
And then even if it is, it's look, and I know this is on the look. I'm sorry, I just want to be honest with you guys. You guys know how I am on my channel, dude. We are lesser beings. We are created by a creator, by a greater being. We're lesser beings. Anything we create, of course, will be lesser. There's no way we're gonna supersede the creator.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's not how it is. That's not how it works. So, I mean, could this thing be destructive? Definitely. Look
It
what
can
we
be
do.
destructive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Look what we do. Look what we've done with science and weaponization.
That's true. We weaponized it. Yep.
Yeah.
And you know what, Mr. Keeman, can you bring up his statement real
Yes.
quick? He brings up a good point. He says Microsoft's new supercomputer
Yes.
technology could develop an equation to cure cancer. I never even considered something like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they talk about all that stuff. Yeah. It's nuts. Like it's so out there that you got to wrap your mind around it.
Right.
And that's what I love about it, because you look at these dudes and you know that's not what they're thinking about. They're just, oh, this is cool. This is what we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? It's like so, and it's on that level.
Yeah,
Right.
now that you explain it to me, because I'm thinking, oh, they got this thing and they getting ready to come out with their new console or something. I was thinking like on that level. Then when you said no, it's a supercomputer, I was like, huh? And now I'm starting to think, oh, okay, you talking about beyond that stuff.
I know that there's like you take a country like China, right? They put so much R&D and money into making the best supercomputers.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that our government is usually ahead of the curve by several years.
Mhm,
Most of the stuff that's out there, right?
mhm.
But what I'm saying is that this thing will make that obsolete, and that's the best we got now.
Wow.
That's crazy to kind of think about.
Yeah.
That this is what we have now, and this thing, and just like that, it could upend everything. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully they tread carefully. You don't have to worry about like what we see in science fiction. Just the fact that this thing exists is going to change.
Yeah, yeah,
People do.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like real world, real time.
yeah.
So if you get, I'll hit you up at Sega Man. And I'm sorry, I'm just not. It's not anybody can be on.
What's
Yeah.
that? Oh, yeah.
We can do it tomorrow. Because I'm looking into it now, dude. It's hard to wrap your mind around. So just from the gaming perspective, I'll just say this. Because I talked about this when Starfield came out, right? Some of the stuff that Todd Howard talked about. Imagine a power like that in the hands of somebody like Todd Howard, and you don't even have to have the full power, just a fraction of it, to
That's
be able
it.
to create the worlds that he tries to
That
create.
he tries to do with the technology he has available to him and the
If
money,
this thing-
right?
If this thing can process on the level that it processes, just a fraction of it could
Right.
process something where they could actually entail actually living environments within these living worlds. Right?
That's
Like we were saying
crazy.
about, right? There's these backstories and this stuff going on, and you get a glimpse of it when you communicate with them and we're making choices. But just imagine that there's a self-evolving story, a
That is
self-evolving
crazy to
yeah
think
happening
about.
within the game that we might not even touch. We might not even touch, just like not reading one of the books, right? Just leave it there. But it doesn't matter if we touch it or we don't touch it. It's actually happening, so that when we do trigger it, it comes out into fruition.
Wow.
That's the level of what gaming. When I hear people complain about these type of games, that's what they want, right? But we're limited. We can't create that stuff because we just don't have the technology. Now, if you have something that the processing power that this stuff can have, that can go up, down, left, right, side to side, diagonal, it doesn't matter, right? That's what I look at when it comes to gaming in its simplest forms. Like if you're in Starfield, and I talked about this on another video I did. If you're in Starfield and this whole universe is working, and when you touch down on it, then you experience it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like the one thing I liked was the picture in Starfield that you get that this girl made, and then I guess she dies or whatever. Anyway, but then when you go to other planets, you see the picture. It's like this movement that happened. That would happen in real time, in real life, right? Something happens, and then society picks up on it, and then it gets moved forward. So this picture would appear on different planets, which I thought was cool, right? That type of that level of immersion. I guess
Yeah.
that's the word for immersion. So anyway, just food for thought. Oh dang, dude, I've been on here for 4.5 hours. Sorry, guys. I just looked up and I just saw it. But good, thanks, Mr. Kima, for the comment. Appreciate it.
Yep, that was great conversation.
Yeah, you'll
Guys,
have
I'm
to
gonna
see
have to
that.
pop out of here.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, dear. I kept you.
No problem. I'll definitely try to get on tomorrow. I can't. We'll see how. What time are you gonna do it? Do you have
What
any-
time works for you? Just let me know.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Probably if I do it, it's like in the morning time is my best time to do it.
Okay.
Well, what time would that be her time?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that makes sense. About 2, 1, 2, 3, around there for you guys.
Okay. I think I'll definitely be able to try to do that.
That might work there, brother. That might
Yeah.
work there. Yep.
Yeah. You guys want me to do it? Is the evening better for you guys? Or?
No. That's better because I'll have to be busy in the evening, so I could just like take some time off, do that, and then go ahead and
Yeah.
finish up the rest of my stuff. Then
Yeah, I'll try and key all the videos up beforehand so we can just jump in.
Yeah, just have everything ready. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, so we can call it a podcast, guys, because I gotta go too.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, good.
Well,
Yeah.
Or
I'll go ahead and start off. Thank you everybody for joining Sega Forever's podcast here, Xbox All In. What was the subject? I didn't even see it.
The big picture.
The big picture, okay? And hopefully we were kind of all over the place with this subject.
Oh yeah.
But hopefully we brought some new things to you guys, and if you're interested, please join us tomorrow
Yeah.
I just want to say that for those of you playing Avowed, I hope you enjoy it. You know, if it's not your type of game, that's the wonderful thing about games. There's other games that do suit your taste. And hopefully somebody like Cygnus, I don't know if you played it or not. I know you're a PlayStation guy, but hopefully, you know, if you have access to Game Pass in some way, that you'll try it out. You know, hopefully you'll play it. And thank you, Sega Man. It's always a pleasure to be with you. You're
Yes, it was good to see you, Daya.
a good gentleman always, and Sega Forever is always a good friend. And both of y'all are my friends, you know that. And
Thanks for being on. I know you're busy. But I appreciate
yes, I've been so busy. I've been so tired and worn out, and it's gonna be more work next week. But I just like I need a break, a little tiny break. So I just hopped on here because
Yeah.
sometimes you know you can't just do stuff all the time. But I'm about to get off and do some more work. So you know, I figured,
Thank you. Thanks for being on.
okay, guys. So thank you for everything, and I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow then.
All right, Daya.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Good show, brother.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in, brother. I know I do it early.
No, it's okay, man. You know, if I can be there, you know I'm gonna be there. You know I am. I'm gonna be there.
I do appreciate it. I know it was crazy, man, because I was like that's the Avowed talk, dude. I mean, it's good to just be able to talk about Avowed to people
Oh yeah.
and actually play the game.
Yes, heck yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. In fact, when we're done here, I'm probably gonna jump on, check on my daughter, and then I'll go jump on the game.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, man. Cool.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll try to shout myself out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hey, brother, Sega Forever, and a big shout out to the chat. Thank you for all the support that you give the True Xbox community and the channels. You know, thank you guys for coming and joining us with another Wrecking Crew podcast with my brother Sega Forever, man. It was a great podcast we had tonight. Your support means everything to us, man. You guys are standing 10 tall, never turncoated. Stay Xbox, man, is the best box, man. You know what I mean? Having fun with Avowed. Hey, guys, man, we got so many games coming, man. Oh, man. There's just so many. We can't keep up. We play another game. We're on to another game. It's fantastic. I will never, ever turn my back, ever, on Xbox, ever. Yes, I own other consoles, but my number one console and choice, and I bleed green, it is the Xbox. I will never change, man. That'll never change, bro. But thanks for coming, guys. This is Sega Man 101. Check out my channel when I do the Xbox Power Podcast with a brother Tuckmaster and sometimes either the Don King of Xbox, E-Rock X. Shouts out to Hebot. Shouts out to you, Hebot. I hope you were listening to the podcast, brother. Hey, try to give you a call a little later, man. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to Unlimited Productions, you know, and the crew, and Mr. 100 with the XWO podcast. Check him out tonight, man. He'll be coming on tonight.
He was going off last week, dude.
Oh yeah, he was, man. Yes, he was. Him and Flip the Script, Flip Money,
exactly.
all those guys, Livewire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Check them out, guys. And hey, maybe you'll see us tomorrow with again with Brother Sega Forever, talking about this chip. That's going to be exciting to talk about. I can't wait till tomorrow, and I hopefully should be able to join. I want to definitely be a part of that. So yeah, guys, thank you, Brother Sega Forever, for inviting me, man. I hope you have a good day, brother.
Yeah, you too, my brother. But yeah, dude, I just want to say thank you, everybody in the chat, Mr. Kima, T, Cygnus, Daniel Berry, bro. Again, happy belated birthday. Vante, always
Yes.
here too. Toolman, and then Faded Blaze. I don't want to miss anybody, man. But I know it's the usual suspects, man. And I really do.
Oh yeah.
Because you know it allows us to talk about the stuff that we find interesting.
Yep.
And then thank you, Sega Man, for being here, man. Thank you for keeping me
Anytime,
on the
brother.
straight and narrow, brother. Appreciate it.
Anytime, brother. Anytime. You keep
watching
doing what you do, man. Don't have to explain to nobody about your podcast. Just do what you do. Right? Whatever you do, you know what I mean. I support you. We're not only gaming brothers. We're brothers. So I support what you do. You try to, you know, people got to understand. People like to try different things and like to do different things. They don't just like to do one thing. You might not like what everybody does, but everybody, you know, people like to be different and they want to do different things, you know. So I always support Brother Sega Forever, man. That's what I gotta say about that.
Well, no, and then your videos, man, talk me off the ledge. You know, I'm always gonna be green, and I'm never gonna vote Xbox. But you know, sometimes you know you get up in your feelings. That's what happened to me with Xbox. But again, man, there's if you just like you always say, you know what I'm saying. You know, we eating good over here, which is true, man. You just focus on the games and everything else is good.
Yeah, that's right, brother.
Yeah, but you're right, man. That's what it's all about at the end of the day, dude. It's
Yeah.
just the gaming lifestyle. That's what we should be doing.
Of course, brother Sega Forever. Of course, people are going to feel a little hurt about the situation, but like you said and Dea said, it costs a lot these days for this stuff to be made, man. You know. Hold on, brother Sega Forever. Hold on, I can be right back. Hold on.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, but shout out to my brothers up there, man. Especially so, Sega Man was doing these podcasts, dude, and like I said, it took me off the straight, off the cliff. And not that I'm gonna do anything, though. You know, guys, like I said, I bleed green. I ain't going nowhere. If anything, I'm done with game. I'll walk away. But there's a lot of stuff that has to happen for that to happen right now, dude. So one of it's gonna be age, man. I'll just be honest with you guys. I'm getting older. I can't be doing this stuff forever. I'll do it as long as I can, dude. You know what I'm saying? But who knows, man? All this stuff going on in the world right now, that you got to take into consideration. And we're going through some stuff, man. We're going through some changes, man. It's crazy out there. Hey, Zink. Oh, dude, sorry, brother. We're about to wrap it up, though, but I'm glad you made it, man. Tomorrow, man, we're going to do this.
All right, brother. I'm going to get on out of here, man.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Hey, brother Zink, what's up, brother? Hey, I'll talk to you guys later, man. All right, brother Sega Forever, man. Let me get on out of here, bro.
All right, brother.
Peace, man.
Easy. Yeah, Zink. Tomorrow we're gonna be talking about that super chip. So if you want to tune in, man, if you want to jump on. Yeah, dude, I can't do that anymore, man. That's why I can't do it in the morning. It's the only time I have to do it. Because I got stuff to do, man. On top of that, I was sick, man. I was sick as a dog. Dude, I got sick the other day. I don't know what happened, man. I don't know where I caught the bug from. My daughter was sick, but she had more allergies. And, dude, I caught a fever bad. Man, luckily I had some medicine. I had to medicine up. And then just the other day, or was it yesterday? I had to take a chance, man. Went out to the store, grab some more medicine. And that's how I've been living, man. I've been surviving on medicine. That's it. Dude, I don't know what happened to me, brother. I was hurt. You can tell by my voice. My voice is a lot deeper than it normally is. I had to mute my mic a couple times, man, because I was sneezing and coughing. But yeah, not today, brother. But hey, tune in tomorrow, man. If you want to go on, bro. I just have Sega Man. Sega Man's gonna be just send you a link, bro. We're gonna talk about the quantum chip thing that Microsoft came up with. Kind of tied into gaming, but that's where we're gonna go. All right, brother. So yeah, Zink, thanks for being here, bro. But let me wrap it up because I gotta go as well. Thank you all for being here, man. Xbox All In Channel, host Sega Forever. We out.